Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. Marie Magdalene, the Marquise de Brinvilliers, pouring corrosive sublimate in solution into a beaker. Add a pinch of lead arsenate. Sprinkle flour of quince. Heaping teaspoonful of calcium vitriol. Swish it around to make everything go into solution. And since pigeon pie, unpoisoned that is, was her daddy's favorite dish, especially the way she made it, just like Mom, pour all the solution onto a pigeon pie.
Papa, here's your pigeon pie.
See how lovely it looks.
Tonight, my report to you on the lethal habit of the Marquise de Brinvilliers.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
France just about went broke under Louis XIV, what with building Versailles and some other minor palaces, and what with his peccadillos and lavishments, to say nothing of l'affaire des trois chevaux, Louis brought practically all of France to its knees. However, to be an aristocrat at this time was a very fine thing. Louis took care of his friends. If he couldn't get it for you, it couldn't be had. And one of his favorites, a fortunate man who had the run of the palace, was a marquis named Henri de Brinvilliers. One of his favorite rooms was the dueling chamber. His favorite sport du jour.
Now, guard yourself. Guard. Touche, you touched me.
Did you like that defense, Godin?
Oh, very much. I thought this new attack I learned would surely confound you.
Oh, you are young. You get better all the time.
Thank you. Another bout, Henri?
Oh, no, enough now. I have an appointment in a little time.
Oh?
The Duke of Provence returned now from Africa. He brought curios. Godin.
Yes.
Will you join me?
No, I'm sorry, but I cannot.
Oh, it would be most amusing.
I have an appointment with your wife.
Oh, yes.
Did she tell you?
Yes, and I forgot. Godin.
Yes?
Take some roses to her for me. Tell her I adore her. Tell her I'll meet her at Louis's party later. And for heaven's sake, not to wear that shepherdess thing she wears.
Oh, she won't be able to meet you.
Oh?
I have an appointment with her for this evening, too.
Oh.
We're visiting the Dr. Muriac, who is discoursing on the philosophy of Aristotle.
Oh, she'll enjoy that.
Yes.
Marie told me yesterday that the two of you had a salon at Paint-à-Plier and how much she enjoyed it. I only wish I had the time.
Do not disturb yourself with the thought. I'm more than happy to accommodate the Marquise.
Good friend.
Trust me always.
Oh, I do.
Maddie,
Yes, beloved. Yes, my cavalier. Yes, my lord.
your husband,
What of him, beloved cavalier, lord?
he is my friend.
Oh, now listen.
Your husband is
Now
my...
listen.
Yes.
You are his friend even more than he is yours.
Oh?
To escort me. Therefore, assuming his responsibilities toward me. Therefore, keeping me in constant joy. Therefore, not calling him to task that he comes home no more.
True. Even tonight he is at the Duke of Provence, examining curios from Africa.
And other nights, curios, treasures.
Then what you say is very true.
You are a very good friend to him.
True. However...
What?
This evening we're to visit Dr. Muriac. So I told your husband.
Philosophies of Aristotle. Together we could learn a truth that Aristotle never dreamed of. Oh, cavalier, Oh, beloved.
Oh, yes, yes.
Marie,
Papa.
arrest that man. Your day has come, Gonin Saint Croix. As magistrate of Paris, I order these men to take you to the Bastille.
Papa.
But, sir, Your Honor, your daughter and I were just making ready to go to a lecture.
Take him out.
Dr. Muriac on Aristotle. Marie, wait for me.
That will rid you of him, Marie. Remember, you are a Marquise. You are a wife. And as long as I am your father, your marriage will be an honorable one.
Papa. Papa.
Godin Saint Croix was charged with molesting tranquility, a catch-all ordinance of the day. And when he appeared before the court, well, you know who was sitting on the bench. Papa, the Marquise's father. And he was such a good father, so concerned with his daughter's tranquility, that Godin got the limit of the law, 3 years in the Bastille. In jail, he was not what you'd call a mixer. He read a lot and mostly used to sit on the stone floor at the feet of one Exili Fortunato. Exili was a lifer, having practically wiped out a small village in the south of France by poison, an experimenter, alchemist and scientist that he was.
Elixir of tawny berry, which berries gathered neath the quarter moon will produce a withering of the chest cavity. Death in 3 days.
I remember that one.
Acid of sulfur, stirred into a broth of infernal stones and ladled gently into the ear will...
But this must be done when the subject sleeps.
True.
One that causes a quick and classic pain. And is quick and leaves no trace, actually.
Lead arsenate, tripled distilled. Desiccate the flower of quince and sprinkle it. Then calcined vitriol. And you are king of the world.
And it was that last one Godin remembered. All in all, it was not a bad 3 years. When Godin left the Bastille, he knew more about poisons than any man in France. It was a spring day when he was released, and Marie had waited. As a matter of fact, she greeted him when he walked from the darkness of prison into the sunlight of April.
Godin! Godin! Beloved, beloved cavalier. Oh, Godin. Godin, hold me thus forever. Oh, but how long we will be together, I do not know, for Papa...
Let us poison your papa.
What did you say?
Let us poison your papa.
A suggestion of excellence.
Yes.
Pluck the thorn and gain a rose.
Oh?
For Papa is very rich, and he has a will, and I am his favorite.
Killing 2 unicorns with 1 dart.
Yes. Godin,
Yes.
the poison.
Hush. Hush.
Mathilde? Yes, madame? Come here, Mathilde.
Yes, madame.
Yes, madame? The Chevalier Saint Croix wishes to give you something.
Oh, yes, madame. Yes, monsieur.
A sweet for a pretty serving girl.
Oh, yes, monsieur.
A triangle tart of honey and crushed poppy seeds. Take it. Take it, Mathilde.
Yes, monsieur.
Eat it, Mathilde.
Yes, madame.
Is it good?
Yes, madame.
Still good?
Yes, madame.
Well?
Madame!
What is it, Mathilde?
I have a tingling feeling as if my heart were being...
Pricked with needles?
Yes, monsieur. And a great wave of blackness here.
I told you, Maddie.
And round my head, as if a sheet of red pain, like a terrible curtain, were descending. And...
Beloved, is she dead?
Quite. It works. The poison I concocted is deadly and quick. Oh, my thanks to you, Exilly, there in the Bastille, for truly it is as you said. I feel as if I am king of the world.
Command me. Command me.
Scientific approach, the formula, the experiment, the proof. Marie de Brinvilliers gave the body of her serving girl to the surgeons, for which she was profusely thanked. And a week later, Godin, having taught Marie everything he knew, you remember, she poured the corrosive sublimate into a beaker. Now add a pinch of lead arsenate. Sprinkle the flour of quince, heaping teaspoonful of calcined vitriol. Swish it around, then pour it all onto a pigeon pie.
Papa, here is your pigeon pie.
See how lovely it looks.
Eat it, Papa.
I want to.
Is it good?
Oh, yes.
Still good?
The best you've made.
Well?
Marie.
Do you have a tingling, Papa, as if your heart were being pricked with needles?
Yes.
And is there a great wave of blackness?
Right here.
And now in your head does a sheet of red pain descend like a terrible... curtain?
Mary then did this. She listened to her daddy's heart. It wasn't beating. She gave him the mirror test for breath. He wasn't breathing. She stuck him with a needle. No reaction. Then she sat down and had a glass of wine. Then, knowing that an alarm should be given, she did this.
Papa is dead! Papa is dead! Papa is dead!
She yelled at everybody. And Papa sure was.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland, and his report to you on the lethal habit of the Marquise de Brinvilliers.
A few words about how a notable was buried in 17th century Paris. The whole court turned out if the weather was nice. If it were inclement, the whole court sent emissaries. On that day in 1673, when the Marquise de Brinvilliers' papa was buried, the weather was nice. Magistrates from all over France were his pallbearers. Before his coffin, a court jester, attired in black, capered in solemn dance. Following the bier, ladies of the court and the ladies in waiting walked slowly, weeping. The courtiers came next, arrayed in black lace and black plume. Papa was buried in Sacred Heart Cemetery, an honored figure, revered, a colossus of justice. It's interesting to note that immediately after his coffin was lowered into the ground, an unknown young woman threw herself upon it and could not be dragged away. Only after she realized that she was being buried alive did she hold up her hand for help. Well, Papa got buried, and it was written on the records that his death was due to scalzi, a magistrate's malady.
Doddering fool, the doctor.
But a benefactor, love. Oh, smile, love. Lift your face to mine. Let me place a smile upon it. Come.
No, I am not to be touched in this black mood.
What can trouble you now that your papa is dead? What can
We've been tricked.
How?
Immediately he was dead, his man of law was summoned, and I had him read Papa's will.
And?
Papa left all his money to my brothers, to Jean and to Francois.
To you?
Nothing. Merely this, a scrap of paper. Read it.
Woman who is untrue to her husband is untrue to herself. A woman who is untrue to herself will be untrue to her lover. A woman who is untrue to her lover is below the beast to be scorned. What does he mean, untrue to your lover?
He was mad.
I was in prison 3 years.
My father was mad.
Yes. Mary,
Yes?
what of your husband does he know of the will?
He is in Italy. Etruscan curios.
Then do what I ask. Raise your face to mine.
No.
My love.
No. I've no heart for it. That wealth to Jean and Francois. That wealth to a pair of unbright youths. A pair of loons and dullards who look upon jewels as baubles. Who look upon gold as something to exclaim over because it shines. Who look upon...
Let us poison Jean-Francois.
What?
Let us poison Jean-Francois.
A suggestion of excellence.
Now lift your face to me.
Yes.
They had to come this far, these star-struck lovers, this far. And this was really the beginning of it, an orgy of poisoning that sent a shudder through all the land. And before they were finished, so many people died that Paris thought she was in the grip of a strange epidemic. But the beginning, then. In the charity hospital of Saint-Vercourt, not a large place and run by donations and the largesse of doctors and nurses, one of the nurses was named Angelina Murer, and this is how it went.
Nurse Angelina?
Yes?
I am the Marquise de Brinvilliers.
I am delighted.
I wish to help.
I am delighted. To read to the patients?
I wish to work in the kitchen.
Such as you?
In the kitchen.
We welcome you.
Somehow, and history does not know why, the lovers decided not to use the same poison as killed Papa, but to try out others, to experiment. Somehow, they were caught up in the idea of killing with powders and distillates. So, Marie Magdalene de Brinvilliers went to work in the hospital kitchen. There, she seasoned 3 dishes with her own condiments. A pudding, sprinkled with elixir of hashish and cinnamon. Another, a sauce, compounded of bismuth and strychnine and turpentine. And the third, a fruit drink, in which was dissolved a bit of opium, lye, and digitalis. And next day...
So sad, Marquise.
What is?
2 deaths.
Who?
Monsieur Gommier
So sad. I fed him a sauce yesterday, just yesterday.
and Mademoiselle Leblanc.
So sad. I made a delicious orangeade yesterday, just yesterday.
She shriveled and died. And the youth, Emile Roger, languishes.
So sad. I fed a pudding to him yesterday, just yesterday.
He's turning a strange color, and he is dying.
So sad. So sad. Opium, lye, and digitalis.
In prison, Exeter said it was one of the most efficient.
Oh, and he is right. A person shrivels and dies.
And then, your brothers.
Now. But now.
Oh, so anxious you were.
Oh, there's a fascination in this, Godin. A thing you said.
King of the world.
King of the world. And now I know it.
Yes.
And now my brother Jean is in his bedroom. Take this melon to him. It's seasoned well.
And you?
I'll take this other melon to my brother Francois. Come. And when this day is over, the wealth of Papa will be ours. Jean's room is right there. And when it is over...
I'll fly to you. And for now, farewell.
Come in. Ah, Godin. How pleasant to see you. And what have you there? A melon. Oh, I'll wager my sister sent it to me knowing how I love melon. Succulent. Sweet. Such a delicate flavor that fairly melts in the...
It is done.
Wait.
Marie, sister of my heart, how lovely you are this morning, bringing melon to me, red as your blushing cheek. Oh, what a night was mine last, sister. Recall the Baroness of Vermont, she who never opens her mouth, she who lavishes silences upon all who... Oh, delectable melon, as delectable as...
Godin, beloved. You, the king of the world, and I, the queen. Beloved, beloved.
She liked it. It was an ecstasy. At first, Godin looked a bit askance at her enthusiasm, which more than matched his own. But after a while...
My life, my love, to have deserved you.
Not only deserved her, sardonyx would say he was stuck with her because the habit became immediate. All she had to do was not like somebody, and that was the end of somebody. And don't think for a minute, however, that Cavalier Godin was just whipping up the potions and watching. The Comte de Longier, he'd snubbed Godin. Mademoiselle Picard, she'd snubbed him, too. It got so that people wishing other people dead would come to Marie and/or Godin and commission a murder. Never was there a failure.
I love you, Godin.
I love you, Marie.
Lovers, murderers, and later...
I love you, Marie.
I'd like to be alone tonight, Godin.
And later.
I love you, Marie.
I'll see you Monday.
But they kept on poisoning. This is when Paris thought she was in the midst of an epidemic. Until Monsieur Desgrais. He was a detective, and he suspected things. And his suspicions led him to marry Magdalene de Brinvilliers. They met at a horse race.
Run, Dauphin! Run! Oh, I've won!
How fortunate you are.
I beg your pardon.
How lovely you are. How alone you are.
No longer.
Which blossomed
Kiss me.
Now kiss me.
and flowered.
Pierre, Cavalier, beloved, my lord.
Marie, Marie.
Pierre,
Yes?
what do you do
What do you mean?
as a living?
I'm a policeman.
What?
Policeman. Detective.
Of what?
Crimes.
I see.
Why do you frown?
Oh, no matter.
Then I have all your love?
Yes.
What if you're a husband?
In Africa, finally.
And I've heard
What?
there is a young man,
You've heard?
that his name is Godin Saint Croix. Marie,
Yes.
I must tell you my love for you is only half a love, as yours is for me.
What are you saying?
I cannot love you fully while this man exists. For as long as he lives, you must bear some love for him, therefore not all your love for me.
Then what shall I do?
I do not know.
Dear Pierre,
Yes.
you wait here. Godin, Godin, beloved, how I've neglected you, and how I've missed you, and how burns my love for you. Quench this fire with your kisses. Oh, yes, and kiss me once again. And again. Was not your death sweet, Godin? Farewell, Godin. Pierre, beloved. Oh, no, don't kiss me. Wait.
For what?
For there still may be poison on my lips.
What?
I gave Godin a sweet death. He kissed me 3 times and died.
What?
Listen, how clever. I daubed my lips with a sealing oil, and upon this I placed a poison, so that myself I could not absorb the poison. But whoever kissed me...
Died.
Yes,
And now Godin is dead.
yes,
And you killed him.
yes, oh yes, for you, beloved. Killed him for
You were under arrest.
What?
Murderous.
Pierre.
Vile.
Oh.
Evil.
Oh, my love I gave to you.
Horror.
You tricked me. Tricked me.
Beast. Beast.
Marie Magdalene de Brinvilliers was tried and found guilty. She was sentenced to be garroted. In jail, she went mad, and while awaiting her execution, she had hallucinations that all the food had been poisoned. So she didn't touch anything. So she starved to death. Her husband, incidentally, never came back from Africa.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. The Marquise de Brinvilliers, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music of Francois Couperin was adapted and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Mary Jane Croft was heard as Marie and Lamont Johnson as Godin. Featured in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Joseph Kearns, Trude Marson, Irene Tedrow, Shep Menken, and Barney Phillips. Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Northampton, Massachusetts, in the year 1815. It was usual then to get yourself executed in front of a good-sized audience. And for a murderer with stage fright, that was tough. Which is why next week's report is listed in my files as Mr. Jonathan Jewett, how most peculiarly he cheated the hangman. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. Playtime in the afternoon in Suffolk, England, 1676. The game, croquet, as it was played then. Heavier mallets because they were lead-weighted, wider wickets, and leather-covered balls. The sot you just heard was a pretty one, made by Guy Marcy. And now, a friend of his, John Nems, leans over to line up his shot. Beautiful shot. And now John's cousin, Roger, kneels down to sight his shot. Careful player. Lines it up and... Which was Guy Marcy, muscular man, hitting Roger over the head with a lead-weighted mallet, killing him. Tonight, my report to you on Roger Nems, how he, though dead, won the game.
Crime Classics. A series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
The Dutch were drowning the English off the coast of Suffolk, and the English were retaliating. The latest and greatest naval war of the 17th century was being fought. The war which gave to history Thomas Golding, who demanded only a flaming deck and clean cutlass. And above these battles, white cliffs above, was the castle of the Nems family. And the Nems cousins used to sit and watch the skies being lighted with the shock of sea battle. They watched because they believed this much superior to taking part. They were rich and had paid other men to fight the Dutch in their place. Roger and John, lads of 20, orphans both. And when there was no fighting to watch, they would have sport. Play croquet.
Pretty, cousin. Pretty, a rippy-roly.
Truth, and mark me twice, I've won again.
Soon it'll be when you'll take Guy Marcy into a game and beat him.
I could die happy.
Oh, speak not of dying.
It's only jesting.
Yet each thing you wish, you say if you could have it, you would die happy. I want to hear none of it, so lightly you speak of it.
Cousin. Good cousin to worry of me.
And why not? Responsibility that you are to me.
Responsibility? Me to you? Feather me how?
How wealthy you are. This castle yours and all that's in it and the lands and the stock.
No less yours.
Only because you are kind to me. All the wealth is yours and in your name.
But if I should die before you...
It will be mine, this castle and all that's in it and the lands.
Cousin John.
I know. The will you've made to me. Good cousin. Kind cousin.
Cousin John?
Yes, Cousin Roger.
I've changed it again.
The will?
The will.
Changed it? How?
Or should I have children, then all my estates and all my wealth to them. Or he or she.
Oh.
Only fair. For if I have children, then I would be a father. And as father, I owe a debt to my progeny.
Cousin Roger?
Yes, Cousin John.
Is there anything on your mind, Cousin Roger?
Last night, dear cousin, and you will be happy for me, I met a maid.
Oh?
A duck, a bunsome maid. Lily with pinky cheeks and throat of soft and white and hair of radiance.
How met you this maid?
I was walking in the village green and spied this maid with courage that would make you blush.
Tell me of it.
She played at croquet on the public green.
Oh.
And she had a slyness to her wrist. And I spoke to her, and we played at game, and after went walking, and she told me her name was Mary. Mary of Southwold. And you've heard of the maids of Southwold, cousin.
The marrying maids of Southwold.
Yes. Another game, cousin.
Very well. Losers first, I've heard it said.
You've heard it said indeed. So swing your mallet, cousin, and we'll have joyous game. Oh, too bad.
Needless to say, Cousin Roger won again. So they stacked mallets and went inside. If Cousin Roger noticed that Cousin John hardly touched his loser's cup, he didn't say a word. Nor did he protest too much when John announced he was going out.
A tottling I go, cousin. I've not done it for so long.
But speak my name in the tavern and that of Bonny, oh?
But a tottling Cousin John did not go. Instead, he went down to Southwold Town and inquired of a maid named Mary, she who did a sly thing with her wrist at croquet. And he found her at her home in a wisteria grove, foot to treadle and spinning.
I did not want to interrupt your spinning, Mary, but your brother said it was all right to do, saying, as he did, that you're too much at the wheel.
You say your name is...
John Nems.
Of Roger Nems?
Kinsman. Mother to me now dead was to father of him, rest his soul, brother and sister of same parent done.
Cousins, oh.
Without doubt. And living, too.
Be seated, then, for this is a fortunate time.
Fortunate? How?
Well, as my foot was to treadle, and round the wheel did go, spinning flax to thread, my thoughts were of your cousin.
In what respect?
How he charms.
Is there fondness, Mary, you to him?
Oh, much fondness.
Poor Mary, poor lass.
Oh, how?
You had thoughts of marrying to him and having children of it?
Yes, these thoughts came, and... Why do you say poor Mary, poor lass?
Because my cousin is mad.
Mad?
He thinks himself all manner of beasts, even to birds.
What are you saying?
The curse of my family, which came to his side from his father, and before him, his father's aunt, who, you might have heard, yet the truth. Therefore, entertain no thoughts of loving my cousin.
Oh, no, I shall not.
Then goodbye, dear girl.
Oh, you need not go. And therefore I cannot play on the green with you today, Roger Nems, nor any other day. And that is why I will spend this afternoon and who knows how many others spinning my flax.
But, Mary...
So I say goodbye to you, Roger Nems.
But you were so ardent and gave me hope.
Hope for what?
That you would wed with me and come and live with me in my castle, and soon small Nems about children to us.
No, Roger. Poor Roger. Dear Roger. Go, Roger.
So this was Cousin John's strategy, to dissuade any woman from wedding his cousin, therefore dissuading from becoming mothers. Keep the money in the family, and the family was big enough as it was. But Cousin John didn't reckon with springtime. It was May, and the girl's name was Hannah, and Roger espied her walking down the beach, gathering cockle shells.
For my garden, sir.
And what is your name, pretty maid?
Hannah.
Hannah. Oh, 'tis a name, that's for sure.
And you're Roger Nems of the big and tall castle there.
And how are you knowing that?
Have parted hedge and have spied you at the wicket.
Barefooted gypsy-o.
Aye.
Gypsy-o, with black eyes aflash and the trinkets in your ears and tawny hair.
I must go now.
Flirty.
True, I must.
And why?
Because it's time you should ask me where I be nights, and you have not asked me, so I should go.
And where do you be nights, Hannah?
Why are you asking?
A man has a duty.
What talk are you making?
To settle down, to have him wife, to plant trees, to have children.
You were asking where I be nights. There's a cottage in the uplands back and up the side of the rise where Grandmother Fabian keeps her lambs. Is where I am.
Is where I'll be.
Mr. Nems. Oh, but who are you?
Mr. Nems. John Nems. Cousin to Roger.
Pray, sir, what has befallen your cousin that you come in his stead?
Not in his stead, young miss, but earlier.
But why?
My cousin Roger is in the garden under the moon, eating grass.
Oh, what joke is
No
this?
joke until last day, for he has madness in him.
What?
Yes. He had told me of you earlier, young miss. And surely he spoke well of your beauty, and true of it. Of your eyes and throat and tawny hair. But of his sudden madness he told you nothing.
No, he did not.
But he told you he wished to marry and have children, aye?
Aye?
But this is in itself a madness, for he has a wife in Wales on those wild shores with 6 children.
Oh!
Now I must go.
He's mad?
As Sir Bromley. Good night, young miss.
And so it went. Cousin Roger wanted nothing more than to get married and have children. Cousin John couldn't afford it. Each time Roger would meet a maid and make known his intentions, John would meet the same maid and declare that Roger was mad or already married or a secret criminal of unspeakable deed. It is even said that Roger Nems made his intentions known to none other than Dame May Bellamy, and she had considered him quite sincerely, as she did all things, until, of course, she had a little chat with Cousin John. Which, of course, may be the very reason Dame May locked herself up at Fallbrook, never to feel sunshine again. Yet, Cousin Roger was not daunted.
I feel it, cousin. This month, I will find a girl to wed.
How?
A traveler on donkeyback read my palm for a penny and said it. And for a week now, I've dreamed of a dear face I've never seen before.
Yet consider this, cousin. So many of the damsels all about have refused you.
17.
Then give it up and be bachelor.
A man should take a wife and plant a tree and have a child.
I say give it up.
Never.
Which was wearisome talk to John. Once Roger got married, chances would shoot up that he would become a father. As a father, he would have an heir. And when Roger would have an heir...
I'll be disinherited.
Drink your ale and do not take on so, friend John.
But hear me, Guy Marcy. The wealth he has, it could be mine.
Aye, there's truth in that.
And how rich he is, and each new girl wants to wife him, oh. And I'm weary.
Yet if he does not marry nor have children, you will inherit.
If I outlive him. I have told you this, friend Guy.
A toast, then.
Ah.
A toast. That your cousin should drop himself down dead. This instant and now. Before he takes wife. Before he becomes father. Before...
Drop down dead?
Maybe not this minute.
Nor tonight.
But whenever... And you'd have the wealth immediate?
And good drinking companion and croquet companion you would share.
I'd want to.
And you would.
We'll see.
I cannot wait till tomorrow.
Tomorrow was Tuesday, a sunny day, and the dew was hardly off the grass before the cousins were lined up in front of the starting pole. Cousin John had brought his friend, Guy Marcy, muscular man, good croquet player. Whatever he aimed at with his lead-weighted mallet, he hit.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland.
Charles II was seated on the English throne in those days when the court still winced at the mention of the name Cromwell. A peculiarly small court, by the way, since the Great Plague, which was just now over, was no respecter of position. 14 couriers, including the fabulous Lady Vickers, had perished together in the Great Fire. And, as I have mentioned, there was that war with the Dutch. The war was going badly, and the populace was muttering at the high taxes. This is the time, too, you'll remember, when Queen Catherine was accused and, when not indicted, had set a style. England on her way up. And in the sunny meridians that encompass Suffolk, there was a game in progress.
Well shot, Guy. What they say of your man de Quatre is the truth.
Terrio. And now, friend John, make your wicket.
Would I could from this live. I'm for the middle wicket.
Yes, you are, dear cousin.
And now. No, fumbly do.
Oh, bad shot. Now you're out of position, cousin.
Oh, don't rub me with it. Take your shot, Roger.
Oh, and how it rolls for the back wicket.
Wicket two, wicket two. It did.
It's as skilled you are as any I've seen about.
Daddy-o.
Aye. My cousin is skilled in many things.
The damsels, I'll wager a bucket.
There'll be no more damsels.
What are you saying, cousin?
There's a surprise I have for you.
What surprise?
Go on with the game and I'll tell you. The shot is Guy's.
Guy has had his shot. Now, what surprise? What are you saying of no more damsels?
I met a one last night. A final one.
And?
Of the name Priscilla. And we love each other.
So quickly.
A love of poets. We marry on Broom Wednesday.
Broom Wednesday is tomorrow, cousin.
I know it. Tomorrow is bliss. Is the day when I come into family. And who knows how many there'll be come Michaelmas, for Priscilla was one of triplets.
My congratulations, and 'tis your shot, cousin?
Aye.
Sight your wicket well, Roger Nems, for 'tis a difficult shot.
Aye. Difficult shot indeed.
Cousin. Cousin Roger. Cousin now. Dead, would you say, Guy?
I'd say it. As I swung and how he was kneeling there, I knew it.
Now we need dispose of him, Guy.
The pond would seem a likely place.
Aye, but yet...
Yet what?
I've heard eventually they float. Those who dead are placed in water come at last to the top and are discovered.
Not those who dead are placed in water and are fastened to the bottom. Not those.
I could not do it.
I could.
Will you?
I'll must if no one's to know what happened this day.
So that you can live in the east wing of the estate with peace and ease of mind.
I'll must if I want all that.
And wanting all that, Guy Marcy, muscular man and lungy and strong swimmer, did this, according to a folio of the day I have here. They did strip him of his clothes, taking first from his hand the tightly clinching mallet, which he had been using for gaming. Thence they did carry him to a great and darkling pond in a lone field, and, taking him under the water at its deepest part, Guy Marcy did drive 2 stakes through him, thereby pinning him down, so that he would never become a floater. Then they did bury his clothes, and thus doing, these wicked caitiffs, without torturing their souls on the rack of their consciences, Guy Marcy did go to the east wing, which now he claimed as his, and John Nems proceeded immediately to make the castle and all that was in it his.
So beautiful, this spinning wheel as it turns.
Mary. Mary. I wanted to show it to you, Mary, to show you the spinning wheel here at Nems Castle since the day I called on you to tell you of Cousin Roger's not darkness. Cousin Roger has gone to America, you know.
To do good there, I've heard.
Yes,
And now the castle is yours.
yes. Mary,
Yes, John.
spin no more, but give me your hand. Yes. Now come to me.
John,
Yes, Dove.
who's to spin this wheel?
You, Mary, as you come here each day. There's much flax and...
I will think of it.
Yet come to me for a moment.
So rich you are. Is that not so, John?
Yes,
Dear John, how rich?
as rich as ever a fellow can be.
How rich is that?
Oh, I've a treasure chest and sparkling jewels and goldy things, a trove of treasure. A secret trove at the bottom of a pot.
Bottom of a... Where?
I made a joke. There is no chest of treasure nor a trove.
I scarce know when to believe you, John.
Believe me now, there is no treasure nor trove. Believe me.
Oh, dear John.
I made a joke.
I believe you. I believe you, John. He seemed too concerned about it to say, was nothing, brother mine.
Ah,
A treasure trove, that's what.
now you listen to me, Mary. All those hours spinning at the wheel spinned your brain, too, I'm telling you. As I always said it would.
A regular treasure chest with goldy things and sparkling jewels, he said. And he said it was...
I know, at the bottom of a pond. Now, what pond? I ask you that.
But how many ponds are there near to the Nems castle? I ask you that.
Scummy pond, and deep and black and cold it is.
Treasure trove.
And you wants me to swim to the bottom of it and have a look.
Tonight.
Go back to your wheel.
Will you do it?
Yeah. Go back to your wheel.
Now stop your toe dipping, brother dear. A swimmer you're always saying you are, so...
I be.
Then swim.
Cold water.
The splashing about will warming you. Now go. Fetch your sister a treasure trove.
Yes, yes.
Oh! To the bottom. To the bottom, brother. Oh, treasure trove and sparlies and golden things. And...
There's nothing.
Well, you haven't been to the bottom of it. It's too soon you've come back.
Cold.
Be cold for your own dear sister a bit. Hold breath and go deep for me. Oh, let there be treasure. Let there be all the things.
Oh!
You found a thing. Oh, dear brother.
Mary, sister.
What trove did you find? Here's a warm thing to put about you. Now tell me.
Horrible.
What are you saying?
Ghoul's work.
What trove is a horror, brother? What did you see?
There at the bottom, a bit afloat a foot from it.
What was?
A body. Of a man. Full grown and floating a foot from the bottom of the pond. Tied as he was and impaled as he was. Oh, sister, foul and work her ghouls.
Treasure trove indeed.
What do you mean?
Treasure trove indeed. Him with his cousin going to do good in the Americas. Treasure trove indeed.
And Mary and her brother went to the constable, and the constable caused the bottom of the pool to be searched. It took the authorities 2 days to extricate the body from where it had been staked. The watchers to the operation were many, including 2 lads who looked down on the scene from the east turret of Nems Castle, 2 gamesters, croquet players, friends.
If we fled, John.
But we cannot. The crowd that surrounds the castle, they would tear us to shreds.
Then what should we do?
I don't know.
I do.
Good. Dear friend.
Give ourselves up.
What?
The gaming thing. The right thing.
True.
The game is lost, therefore...
True.
He beat us.
True. My cousin Roger, though dead, has won the game.
They went down to the police at almost the precise moment when Roger was brought up. They explained what happened. They were brought to trial, found guilty, pressed to death by rocks of increasing weight. Their refusal to protest in the face of adversity brought applause and favorable comment from all.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. Roger Nems, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music by the early 18th century composer Charles Avison was arranged and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Ben Wright was heard as John, Alastair Duncan as Roger, and Richard Peel as Guy. Featured in the cast were Betty Harford, Ellen Morgan, and Gary Montgomery. Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Dover, New Hampshire, in the year 1842. We will concern ourselves with a carnival, an alcoholic, and a wild beast. It's listed in my files as New Hampshire, the Tiger and Brad Ferguson. What happened then? Thank you. Good night.
Classics has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That's a couple of crocodiles roaring. They can do other things. They can snap. They can slither. As a matter of fact, when there's ooze around, they do this most often. They lay eggs, too, but no one's ever heard it done. The crocodiles who've been doing things for us are East Indian crocodiles, from a province in the south through which the Ganges flows. Each village in the province has its private pit, dedicated to the happiness of their slimy and slithering friends. And sometimes a fellow would lose hold and fall into the pit, or jump in, or be pushed in. However they got there, the crocodiles took them in their stride. People were their favorite dish. So tonight, my report to you on Raschi among the crocodiles and the prank he played.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Where the Ganges edged the town of Mahadwat, it was not holy. As a matter of fact, there was little to note in the town of Mahadwat. True, there was the crocodile pit, but the crocs were smaller than in, for instance, the village of Gumbao, just 3 miles down the river. Mahadwat had its share of temples, but they were kind of run down. It had its quota of fakirs, 4 of them, but none of them outstanding, as, for instance, the gray fakir of Gumbao, to whom everybody brought ashes. But it had one edifice of which the villagers were rightly proud, the house of Matabar, a rich and ornate house, of which Udi was its master.
It is written, when the moon is Ganges plucked, Vishnu looks with favor on a son who does not stray.
A gentleman, an old man, a widower with a son named Raschi.
Old man, listen to me. The world is not this village. The world is vast, and I must know it.
I plead with you.
The world, what I have seen of it. Fruits and ecstasies and all manner
Fool.
of delights.
Fool. It is written, he who tastes
I
sweet.
care not what is written.
And what do you do when you wander, son?
Beg.
You suddenly become a holy man?
I merely don my rags, proffer a palm, and when enough coins are placed there, I doff the rags. Then Then, Father dear, I dress splendidly again and walk to the bazaar. I have found, Father dear.
Pariah. Vulture.
I have found, Father dear, that delights come most easily to a young man who dresses splendidly and who has coins. Surely that is written someplace, or will be written. Father.
What?
I would not stray. I would remain in the village if you would give me of your wealth.
I cannot.
And why can you not?
Until Raschi, until, son, you prove yourself a man, then will I gladly
Old man, listen to me. I am more a man than you could dream of. I've been far already, 100 miles from here, and I will go further. And there will be a day when I will not come back.
Speak not so.
And I give you another barb to chew on, old man.
Speak not her name.
Kamala. Kamala, the cousin to my cousin. Perhaps, Father dear, I will marry her.
Speak not so. I beg of you, speak not so.
She is comely, Father, and of our blood even. What if she walks slow by the river and tarries too long with the fakirs? What of the...
Get out! Get out of here! Go!
Very well. Shall I come back, Father dear? Ever? Shall I?
Son to me. Let me awaken you in your bed here in the morning. Be of my house.
I will decide it. I will speak of it to Kamala. Then I will decide it.
We have gleaned two things about Raschi. He was a gadabout who visited strange cities and begged the price of admission, and he was a bad son. Here's something else about him. He played a musical instrument, a reed pipe. He would go out by the banks of the river, find a clearing in the jasmine, sit and look at the moon. He liked very much to look at the moon, for this same moon rode over the far places, and Raschi was a dreamer. Then, to his dreams, he would finger himself a tune. You might say, didn't he draw cobras? No, he didn't. He drew his cousin's cousin, Kamala, who had a weakness for reed pipers, especially her cousin's cousin, Raschi.
Blessed evening, Raschi. Of sadness is your song, and longing. Why longing, Raschi? I am here.
That is the moon, Kamala.
Yes.
The moon my father will not buy for me.
Wicked father. Raschi,
Yes.
were he to buy it, what would you do with it?
Give it to you,
Wicked father.
miser,
Old father.
who will not die,
Raschi.
who will never die.
Raschi,
What?
I brought you a lotus to tie into my hair.
Again?
You tire of me?
No, I never will. Give me the bud.
Yes.
Kamala,
Yes?
it would be well if my father would die. Oh, widen not your fawn's eyes in dismay, but think of it. It would be well if my father would die. Then the moon and what it looks upon would be yours and mine.
Look you there, where the river bends. Huzur the fakir glows his coals. Huzur the wise.
Not so wise.
Wiser than you, therefore wise.
You would go to him?
He has said to me, saying, Kamala, child, in trouble and in question, come to me. Kamala, child, saying he said.
My father is a trouble.
Huzur the fakir glows his coals. Let us go to him.
Yes.
not yourself to the glowing coals, Kamala child.
I will be careful. Huzur.
It is grievous, this riddle you present. How say you it again?
The cousin to my cousin will tell it.
The riddle is this. In a far place dwelt a wealthy man. He prized his gold and his jewels above all, save his son. His son, to him, was as the gentle rain and the shining stars. Yet, impoverished, he kept his son. And the riddle is this, Fakir. Would not the earth spin more easily if such a father would die and be delivered of his wealth to his noble son?
I like riddles.
Well, would not the earth spin more easily, as Raschi has said, if such a father...
Rather consider such a son. If such a son be dead, would not the father have an easier time? 20 rupees, please.
Do not pay him, Raschi. He has told you nothing.
Not 1 rupee, Fakir.
Very well. At least spread the coals for me so that I may walk and soon...
Spread them yourself.
Very well, child. Yet I wish a blessed evening to both of you.
Blessed evening, Fakir. But no rupees. Come, Raschi.
What shall we do, Kamala?
We will think of something.
How shall we start thinking?
With evil. Let us try that, beloved.
Enough food to eat.
Son, why do you mock me in the public market? And what you say is not so.
I am in rags, the son of a rich man in rags, nor is there enough to eat. And villagers, listen.
These lies you are saying, why?
Listen all. My father sits among his riches and draws his hands over them and laughs in his beard. Nor does he give charity without expecting return.
Lies.
It is the truth. And I, his son, must share scraps with his dog. I tell you this, all of you, so if one day I am starved...
A curse on my son. Better he should be dead.
Which happened in the bazaar in the town of Mahadwat, so everybody heard it or was told about it. Results? Much nodding of heads and plucking at beards and mumbling and gossip at the wells. And more so when Raschi was suddenly not around any longer, not at his usual haunts, and no more piping of the reed among the jazzmen. People forgot that Raschi disappeared from town quite often. Instead, they remembered what his father had shouted at him in the bazaar. A father had growled, and the villagers were mumbling. And one day, this happened.
What brings you to my house?
You are my cousin's uncle, Udi. Should I not be in your house?
Speak what you want and go.
I have a letter.
From my son?
No, not him.
Where is he?
I will read you the letter.
Give it to me.
Gently, gently.
Very well, then.
Very well, then. To Kamala, beloved of Raschi. Very well, then.
Read it, read it.
Do you pray me?
I pray you.
To Kamala, beloved of Raschi. The father of Raschi has slain him and has hidden his body.
Lie. What lie is this?
So the letter says.
Who sent such a letter?
I found it at my door. There is no name to it.
It is a lie.
Nevertheless, I will journey to Gumbau, where there are people of England who are called police. And I will show them this letter.
Kamala, child.
I will journey now.
I pray you.
This minute.
did. She showed the letter to the police. They looked all around the village for Raschi. One of the more alert of them noticed that the crocodiles in the pit had been dozing for the last 2 days, which meant they had eaten a lot, which made the police drag the ooze. They found a bone. So they arrested Udi for the murder of his son, Raschi. The penalty for murder in the village was tearing a person in two.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. This Friday night, hear the death bargain murder case, one of the most thrilling yet for Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons. Under the terms of a strange agreement, 2 beautiful actresses find themselves in the shadow of violent death. It's a puzzler that calls for fast action and deduction by the old investigator, Mr. Keene of CBS Radio. Don't miss him Friday night on most of these same stations. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics and his report to you on Raschi among the Crocodiles and the prank he played.
A few words about South Konkan, India, in the summer of 1894. The weather was fine, and the jute crop was phenomenal. Sir Ramsay Gwendon, better known as Sir Ramsay of the Loom, had just endeared himself to the populace by establishing the first twine and rope factory in the area, utilizing all but a small portion of the available jute. True, Sir Ramsay was later vilified as a slaveholder and his factories torn down by hand by enraged natives. Nevertheless, he is down in history as one of India's first prime users of jute. Now, of the town, Mahadwat is, as we know, a rather insignificant part of the province. And in the summer, it is apt to run against the grain, especially the grains of Englishmen who are not much used to the brutal heat and swelter. So it came to pass that the Englishman who happened to be in town at the time, and who was a policeman, is an Englishman who should be admired. His name, Roger Sharman, a man of infinite patience.
Go on. I did not kill my son. I did not.
Well, go on.
I loved my son. He was my strong right hand and my boon.
A moment. My dear.
Yes, sir?
What is it that you tell me has been bruited about in the bazaar? Child?
Ask anyone.
No, I ask you.
That this old man hated his son, cursed him, and threatened to kill him.
Saab.
Go on.
Do you know of this girl?
No. No, what about her?
She walks slow and smiles with ease.
Go on.
She is not to be trusted. She speaks lies.
Oh, good fellow. How do you explain this bone? Well?
Pardon, sir?
This bone. How do you explain it? The one we found in the crocodile pit.
Sab?
Yes, child.
The old man cannot explain the bone, for it is the bone of Raschi. Of his shoulder.
I swear to you, I would not kill my son. I swear it.
Is it not true that you argued?
True.
And that you wished him dead?
In the fit of...
Dear man, I'm afraid you're under arrest.
When will you tear him in two?
Child, listen to me.
Yes?
No longer the law of the jungle, but the civilized law. Udi Mataba will be tried, and justice will prevail.
Justice will prevail. This means death?
If he is guilty.
I am not guilty.
Dear fellow, you say that so often. What are you trying to hide, dear fellow?
History is full of coincidences, not the least of which the fact that the Sikh Pedwar was at this very moment in the village studying fossils. Amazing, you say. Nevertheless, a fact. Sikh Pedwar, but lately returned from postgraduate study at Cambridge, was hunting bone shards and artifacts at the old formations outside of the village. And it was to him Inspector Roger Sharman came.
I hope it won't be too much trouble, old boy.
From this?
Yes. I've heard it's done to reconstruct the figure of the man from a bone section.
Yes, yes, it is. However...
Yes?
What are you trying to prove?
Dear fellow, should the figure you construct be 5.5 feet in height, of wide construction, and neck a bit longish, I'm told, then we shall have proof that a young man named Raschi has been chewed by the crocodiles.
Yeah. I'll do my best.
Well said, old boy. Well said.
And 2 days later, Roger sent a runner to Pedwar, asking for a progress report.
Tell the sub I haven't yet begun to work on his project.
And a week later...
Some progress. Tell the sub to give me a fortnight.
And in a fortnight...
Tell the sub I'm sorry I was interrupted. My sister came of age, and there was a celebration.
And a week after that...
Tell the sub he's welcome to come to see the reconstruction. Tell him I suggest he bring along the chap who's accused of the deed.
Which the runner did.
Good. Very good. Excellent. Thank you. Bully.
This way, gentlemen.
It is not my son. It will not be my son. But if it is my son, I did not do it. I swear it.
Well, you keep saying that, old chap.
Right in here. There.
I say.
It is not my son. It is not
Of course it is not. It's a water buffalo.
Oh, I say. But then a joint of water buffalo was thrown to the crocodiles and not Raschi.
I would say so.
Then I am free.
Hold on, old boy. Only a part of your case against you has been destroyed. Your son is still missing, and we don't know what you've done with him. You're charged, and you must stand trial. It's the law. Come along. Pedwar.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In the north, dear Kamala, towards Scotland, when the summer comes in gently, there are nights such as this.
And are you very rich, Inspector?
Oh, please, child, call me Roger.
Are you very rich, Roger?
Rich?
Yes.
How do you mean, child?
Money.
Child, you must listen to me.
To what?
The letter.
Letter?
That you received that said Udi murdered his father.
He did.
That said he threw his son into the pit with the crocodiles.
He did.
And the bone? It is the bone of a water buffalo, child.
How could you know?
But you knew.
How could you know? How wise you must be.
And Raschi is alive.
How very wise you must be.
Is he alive?
Come. I know a place nearby.
Kamala.
Come.
No.
Come.
Kamala.
Why?
Kamala, you cannot let an old man die. If Raschi is alive...
If Raschi is alive. If Raschi is alive. Find out if he is alive. Go.
Roger Sharman was a conscientious constable. Neither warm summer night, nor scent of lotus, nor closeness of Kamala, who wore a jewel and bells on her ankles, none of these distracting elements could keep him from his appointed tasks. His next move was obvious. Armed with a full description of the lad, he traveled downriver to the town of Gumbao, and there made inquiry.
Raschi, of the village Mahadwat. Therefore a stranger to this village. Have you seen him?
And the answer was no.
About this high, given to wearing beggar's clothes?
And the answer was a shrug. So, journey to Maharashtra, and the inquiries. No, and the shrug. And to Pune of the fabulous temple of Shiva, and there was a beggar in front of it.
Of the village Mahadwat,
Exactly.
and of this height,
Precisely.
and young,
Yes.
and nose not too prominent nor yet too small,
Yes.
and dressed in rags beyond belief,
Good. Very good.
and his name,
Raschi.
of the village Mahadwat,
Exactly.
and of this height.
Oh, yes, I understand, old boy. Only sporting.
A week ago, Raschi of Mahadwat went to Shadow to the festival of Vishnu.
Alms for the love of Vishnu! Alms! Oh, may the goddess Vishnu embrace thee with all
I say, old boy, isn't your name Raschi? Aren't you from Mahadwat? Aren't you? I say, don't try to run. You. Oh, very well. I say, now. Don't tussle. No, it's useless, you know. You're caught. You're a prisoner of the crown. Now, come along.
I therefore present to the Crown this thesis, that Udi Matabar strangled his son until he was dead, then in the still of the night he did...
I did not, I swear it.
He did dispose of the body of his son Raschi. I ask the court to look at the accused. Where in the court's memory has he seen such evil in a face, such depravity?
I am a good man. I have never harmed even a fly.
A face eaten by lust and avarice. His tongue tells the lie of serpents, and his eyes mirror the wantonness
No. This is my face, but I'm older.
So in summation, I ask that this symbol of wickedness incarnate be condemned to the gallows and...
Let us through. I say let us through, won't you?
What disturbance?
I'm sorry to spoil the show, old boy.
What is this?
Well, there's been no murder, old boy. This bundle of rags is...
Raschi, my son.
It is I, Father.
Ah, you see?
What a show.
Raschi.
They would hang you.
No. I knew you would come back.
You knew?
Yes. Because you are my son.
Father.
Yes.
Once I was not your son. Now I am.
Did you hear?
Father.
Yes, son.
It is written, when the moon is Ganges plucked, Vishnu looks with favor on a son who does not stray.
Well said, old boy. Bully.
And arm in arm they went home, father and son. And the father was more generous with his wealth, and the son more generous with his love. And the girl Kamala? Why, Raschi married her, and they had a lot of trouble with their children. And the Ganges flowed down to the sea.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. Raschi Among the Crocodiles, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Jack Edwards was heard as Raschi, Jane Webb as Kamala. Edgar Barrier as Udi, and Ben Wright as Roger. Featured in the cast were William Conrad, Jack Crucian, and Eric Snowden, Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, the Caribbees in the year 1704, when a girl could get a wedding present that meant something, like an island, even if it hurt her husband's career. My report to you will be on Blackbeard's 14th wife, why she was no good for him. Thank you. Good night.
CBS Radio will follow you wherever you may go. So if you want the very best, tune us in and be our guest on CBS Radio.
Lionel Barrymore's Radio Hall of Fame is great Sunday night drama on the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. Listen. The man in nondescript uniform dropping stones into that well is a mercenary soldier, more recently a deserter. He's testing the depth of the well, the only way he knows, since a length of rope is not immediately available, and more complicated machines are as yet undiscovered. This is the year 1778, and the deserter is named James Buchanan. Next to him is his friend, another deserter whose name is William Brooks. These men are in the employ of Mrs. Bathsheba Spooner of Brookfield, Massachusetts, whose well it is. Mrs. Spooner will pay these men immediately they deposit the body of her murdered husband, right down there. And tonight, my report to you on the crime of Bathsheba Spooner, the first woman to be tried for murder in the United States.
Crime Classics, a new series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
The place is Brookfield, Massachusetts, the year 1778. Scene, the home of Joshua and Bathsheba Spooner, a large and respectable dwelling, 2 stories in height, situated on the north side of the road from Brookfield to Worcester. In the front of it, and nearly opposite on the south side of the road, are stately elms and a well. And in the living room, there's this.
What manner of woman are you, Bathsheba? There's no content in you and no happiness.
And what happiness have you given me? A life that dies quickly, cooking and sewing, and from you, drunken sleep.
And you've not answered me. You would like to see me dead, would you not?
Listen to me, Joshua. When you returned this morning from Worcester, my heart sank in me. I'd hoped you wouldn't come back.
That I would have an accident. That in some way I would be killed.
Yes.
That you would be free then.
Yes.
To walk the town, newly widowed with a wandering eye.
Yes.
And you listen, shrew. I am your husband, and I'm your lover, and that's the way things are.
Old man! Old man! Ezra? Ezra?
I've been waiting. Bathsheba.
Wait.
No more waiting, Bathsheba. The time I was away from you with your husband in Worcester. The thinking about you.
And there'll be more waiting. Until it's done. Until you kill him.
I tried, but I could not.
He asked me a question, my husband did. What manner of woman are you, he asked. Now I wonder. What manner of woman am I to love such as you, a youth? A boy who pretends to manhood. You without the courage to...
The poison you gave me, there was no opportunity, Bathsheba.
And a boy who lies. Opportunity. When it becomes nighttime, my husband becomes a drunkard. You know that. To empty the poison in the cup when you were with him, a simple thing like that you couldn't do.
I swear it to you, Bathsheba. He'll die.
When? Go to him now. To the tavern where he is. Empty the poison.
I threw the poison away.
With no courage.
Bathsheba.
Speak my name and bedevil yourself with it.
Just kiss me, Bathsheba.
No kisses. No secret whisperings. None of that. No more. Until my husband is dead. Laugh then. You'll see I mean it.
There's a wench, Bathsheba, at the other end of town. And she watches me when I walk by.
Then go to her.
All right.
Wait. Don't leave me.
You almost let me go.
Boy, you...
Bathsheba.
Kill him. Kill my husband.
Later.
And that was Bathsheba Spooner. You've come to know her pretty well. You've seen her hating, you've seen her loving. There's more you should know. She was the sixth child of an illustrious man, General Ruggles. The general was a man of great wealth and lived in a style of unusual luxury for that day. He kept 30 horses and had a park of 20 acres for deer and a pack of hounds for the amusement of numerous visitors. He was a man intensely loyal to the British Crown and never hid his loyalties. And so, at the outbreak of the Revolutionary War, he was forced to give up his estate and to leave the country. His married life was also pretty bad, and he and his wife did not set a good example to his children in their conjugal relations. Bathsheba sprang from that kind of a household. Her loyalist background in time of war, and the very fact of the name she had, Bathsheba, were sufficient cause for the town in which she lived to view her with alarm. But keep this in mind. Bathsheba Spooner is going to murder her husband. How? Well, let's see how time and motive and circumstance conspire to get a man violently dead. The man, Joshua Spooner. Let's pick him up and see what he's doing. It's the same evening, and since it's after dark, he's drinking. And in Brookfield, there's only one public house in which to drink, Cooley's Tavern. And that's where he is.
Oh, no, Doctor. Then what would you do? To trap General Burgoyne, very simple. Hand me your tankard, Dr. King. Now, and here, this spoon, the line of march of Burgoyne. And your tankard and mine, 2 sections of the troops of General Washington. Now watch. And that's how we take care of General Burgoyne. Yeah. Barkeep, more ale.
Joshua Spooner talks of strategies and drinks his ale. But mark this. Near the bar, another table. 2 men in nondescript uniforms, deserters from the army of General Burgoyne. Their names, James Buchanan and William Brooks. They've made known the fact that they've deserted the enemy, so their drinks are on the house and the appreciative customers. They're having a fine time.
Drink your ale, Will. Make me a toast and I'll drink with you.
And a toast you shall get. Burgoyne is a scurvy...
Louder, Will, louder, else we'll pay for our own ale.
Aye. A toast. Aye, I'll give you a toast to that scurvy, plump-bellied Burgoyne. May he rot in the wilderness.
That is, if he don't drown coming across the St. Lawrence.
Gentlemen.
And a merry evening to you.
Joshua Spooner is my name, and it would do me proud if you would permit me
Ale is what we're drinking, sir.
Ale for the patriot!
And patriots we are, indeed, to goodness.
Oh, yes. We joined General Washington, sir, and his colonials. You should know that. And from here, we go to Worcester, where a column of Washington's hearties are... Oh, ale. To you, sir, and thanks to you.
My pleasure.
Willibach, your tankard is dry, and so is mine.
If you will permit me, gentlemen, it would be my pleasure. My pleasure indeed.
It would be Mr. Spooner's pleasure indeed to buy the lads more ale, as was the custom. True, it was 1778, but the etiquette was the same. Nothing too good for our boys. And the deserters in Cooley's bar were off to join our boys. As a matter of fact, it was Mr. Spooner's pleasure to direct James Buchanan and William Brooks to Worcester to become soldiers in Washington's army. It just happened that one of the landmarks that Mr. Spooner gave the lads went something like this.
Now, mark you. A file of elms and a well. And across the road from it, my house. When you pass there, you'll be leaving Brookfield. And you will know you're on your way. We'll have another ale before you leave.
You're a gentleman if I ever met one.
Oh, a true one, James, my lad. A real gent.
So they touched tankards, the deserters and Joshua Spooner, and they made tearful farewell. And the deserters left and walked the road toward where the elms were, and a house, and a well. Let's go on ahead of them. Let's get back to the lady. Bathsheba's home. Bathsheba's fixing her hair. And the youth Ezra, he's tying into it night ribbons, a lover's tender gesture. Their talk, however, is shocking.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps the best way is not to poison him.
I say shoot him.
Perhaps, in such a way as to make it appear as an accident. Will you shoot him, Ezra? Tightly with the ribbon, dear. Ezra?
I have not the courage for it.
But you know of guns and shooting. You were in the army for a year.
I marched. I shot no one. I marched upon an ambush and was wounded. Myself, I never pulled a trigger.
If not you to kill him, Ezra, then someone.
Yes. Turn from your mirror, Bathsheba, and look at me.
Oh, listen. Do you hear?
Yes. Drunkards.
Someone. Go to the window.
Drunkards. 2 of them by the moon. British deserters. I've seen them in town.
Call to them.
Bathsheba.
Call to them.
Hello! You there!
What do you want?
I'll talk to them.
A lady wants to talk to you.
A lady? At the ladies' service any time.
Let them in, Ezra.
The Bathsheba Spooner who greeted the deserters must have been quite a sight. Tall, long hair, and blue ribbons. There must have been a fire in the fireplace, and in all probability she was standing in front of it. Her manner was gracious, and she was smiling. Ezra served the liquor. All in all, it was the nicest thing that could possibly have happened to 2 fellows who had deserted General Burgoyne.
And now, gentlemen, a question.
We bow. Bow, James, my lad. Say on, my lady.
How would you gentlemen like 500 pounds to see you on your long journey?
Merchant would warm the cockles, wouldn't it, Will?
'Twould. Does that answer you, my lady?
And what would you do for it?
There is nothing that Will and I have not done, and for less handsome payment from less handsome women.
Far less.
Kill my husband.
This lad, the one you call Ezra.
Come here, lad. The next skinny ones don't take long for twisting.
Not him. Not Ezra.
Not him, James.
Then who?
My husband will return from his drinking. Will you wait for him? Kill him? When he returns, meet him outside at the door and greet him. Will you?
Not only for the money, dear lady, but for the pleasure of your presence to 2 tired soldiers. Right, James?
It's the truth.
You be the master of this house.
Huh? Yeah. And you are the two...
That we be.
This one was a struggler, eh, Will?
Get the woman. The one she calls Ezra.
Aye.
Mrs. Spooner, come see. It is done.
And a tidy job, if I say so myself, Mrs. Spooner.
And now he's dead.
What will you do with him?
There's a well across the road.
Ah. Give us a hand, James.
And you, Ezra.
There.
I'll walk with you.
It's a deep well.
Poor little man.
And that's how Joshua Spooner died. And that's how Bathsheba Spooner killed him.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. Later this evening, the Lux Summer Theater stars Fred McMurray in a full-hour adaptation of the romantic mystery comedy The Lady and the Tumblers, an odd triangle composed of a beautiful girl, a suitcase full of explosive letters, and a murdered man will make The Lady and the Tumblers' most unusual dramatic fare. Listen to it on most of these same stations later this evening when CBS Radio presents the Lux Summer Theater. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics and his report to you on the crime of Bathsheba Spooner.
Listen to this. It's awful and dread, this tale that I tell. Joshua Spooner lies dead in a well in Brookfield town in 78 from 6 stout whacks across the pate. Small poem by an anonymous contributor to the Worcester Spy, the local newspaper of the day. A change of scene now. Across the road from a cold well into a warm living room. Tableau, 4 people.
Mr. Spooner was such an elegant man. What will become of his clothes in his closet and his horse?
You may have them.
Come away from the window, Bathsheba. Here, to me, close.
The stars are dancing.
You're shivering. Are you cold?
No.
Will is very weary, Widow Spooner. We'll not go on to Worcester tonight.
Then wait till morning. You can make a place for yourselves in the barn.
But the money we'll have now, and the clothes and the horse.
Yes, all of it. Ezra.
Yes?
In the morning, you will go to Cooley's Tavern. Inquire of Joshua. Tell them he's not been home. Tell them I'm frantic for his welfare.
Yes.
Good night, gentlemen. A very good night.
Mr. Cooley.
Aye? Hot grog on a nippy morning, Mr. Ross?
I've been sent to inquire of Joshua Spooner.
Who sent you?
The wife of him, Bathsheba.
Did she now? And why?
Last night he did not return home, and Mrs. Spooner is frantic for his welfare.
Not home? Well, he's not here. Last night he sat right there, my lad, and discussed military strategies with the doctor. Then, to the best of my knowledge, he went home.
Dr. King. Doctor, wake up. Please, Doctor, wake up. It's important.
What is it? What?
Where is Joshua Spooner?
Where is he?
Mr. Cooley says he sat with you last night.
Well, as he did, then left me.
He's not home.
Not?
Mrs. Spooner sent me to fetch him. She's troubled that he's not returned.
But where else could he have gone if not to his wife?
We must find him, Doctor.
Yes, by all means.
Ezra did that very well, with the precise shading of alarm in his voice, the concern. A man on an errand for a troubled lady. Everybody was impressed. Mr. Cooley closed his bar. Dr. King appealed to the neighborliness of the other customers, and everybody went looking for Joshua Spooner. Immediately, they called on Mrs. Spooner, whom they found in the greatest apparent distress. Upon an examination of the premises, in the neighborhood of the doorstep, they observed the tracks of several persons on the snow. And on further search, they found Mr. Spooner. You know where. In the well. So far, only horror and suspicions. But now, let's pick up Willie and James. They haven't left Brookfield. Stupid of them, isn't it? But then you've got to examine it from their point of view. Why become soldiers in Washington's army, especially in the winter, and suffer the privations of the military, when they could be warm and rich as a civilian? So, imagine it. Two tatterdemalion deserters, suddenly elegant, in Mr. Spooner's clothes, which were somewhat tight-fitting. But elegance and tight-fitting are somehow akin. Now, there lived in Brookfield a certain wench whose name is lost in history. This much is known about her. She had an eye for tight elegance. This much is known about her, too, that she went riding with Willie and James on their newly acquired horse.
I'll help you down.
Now, James. No.
Give us a bus, dearie. That's a dearie.
Will?
Aye.
How is it we are riding Mr. Spooner's horse?
Why, dearie, we don't know a Mr. Spooner.
Aren't these Mr. Spooner's silver buckles?
No.
Aren't you wearing his clothes?
These are our clothes, dearie. Come, let's ride some more. It brings the pink to your pretty cheeks.
But the cat was out of the bag. The girl told her mother, and her mother her father. And it so happened that her father was at that moment on his way to look for the murderers of Joshua Spooner. So the father told some neighbors, and they located James and Willie, brought them all together. The two deserters, Ezra and Bathsheba. And this is what happened.
The jurors for the government and people of Massachusetts Bay in New England, upon their oath, present that William Brooks and James Buchanan and Ezra Ross in the county of Essex, not having God before their eyes, an assault did make upon Joshua Spooner, feloniously, willfully, and of their malice aforethought, on the 1st day of March last past, with force and arms, also by striking, beating, and kicking aforesaid Joshua Spooner, so as to inflict several mortal bruises, of which Joshua Spooner died. And that Bathsheba Spooner, widow and late wife of Joshua Spooner, being seduced by the instigation of the devil, did incite, move, abet, counsel, and procure the murder of aforesaid Joshua Spooner. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
What statement have you, Bathsheba Spooner?
I am the wife of the deceased. If what you accuse me of be true, what end could the death of my husband serve? Were there any reasons, persuading, hopes, inviting, or advantages arising from the death of my husband? By depriving myself of husband, I would subject myself to the burdens of a widow. If I hated my husband, as such has been said, could I not have separated from him, gone to my father or to my brothers? What foolishness is this to say I've loved Ezra Ross, when one of my station might have any gallant I please? Gentlemen, if I be guilty, I was not of sound mind.
To the sheriff of our county of Essex, greetings. We command you that on Thursday, the 4th day of June next, between the hours of 12 and 4 of the clock in the afternoon, you cause William Brooks, James Buchanan, Ezra Ross, and Bathsheba Spooner to be conveyed from our jail, where they are now in your custody, to the usual place of execution, and there to be hanged by the neck until their bodies be dead.
The motive, the crime, and the sentence. Justice was simple. And quickly, too quickly for the 4 prisoners, the 4th day of June. This is a copy of the Worcester Spy dated that day that I have here. I'd like to read from it. It was about 2:30 of the clock in the afternoon when the 4 criminals were brought out of prison and conducted to the place of execution under a guard of 100 men. The 3 men went on foot. Mrs. Spooner was carried in a chaise, being then, as she had been for several days, exceedingly feeble. The procession was regular and solemn. Just before they reached the place of execution, one of the most terrific thunderstorms that had incurred within the memory of the oldest inhabitant darkened the heavens. There followed an awful time. The loud shouts of the officers amidst a crowd of 5,000 people, the horses pressing upon those in front, the shrieks of the women in the tumult and confusion, the malefactors slowly advancing to the fatal tree, preceded by the dismal coffins, the fierce coruscations of the lightning athwart the darkened horizon, quickly followed by loud peals of thunder, conspired together and produced a dreadful scene of horror. It seemed as if the author of nature had added such terrors to the punishment of the criminals as might soften the stoutest heart of the most obdurate and abandoned. At length, the place of execution having been reached, Ross, Buchanan, and Brooks ascended the ladder to the stage.
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Ross made an audible prayer. The other 2 were engaged in silent devotions until they faced the noose. Mrs. Spooner, as she approached the tree, was seen to bow gracefully to many of the spectators with whom she had been acquainted. Then she crept up the ladder on her hands and knees. When the eyes of the malefactors were covered and all was ready, Mrs. Spooner took the sheriff by the hand. And for the first time, Bathsheba Spooner accepted the verdict of justice.
My dear sir, I am ready. In a little time, I expect to be in bliss. And but a few years must elapse when I hope I shall see you and my other friends again.
And that's the way the newspaper recorded it. This has been my report of the crime of Bathsheba Spooner, the first woman tried and executed for murder in the United States.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's Crime Classic. The National Blood Program has been made part of the Department of Defense. That's how vital a continuing growing stockpile is against emergencies of war or peace. In the warm weather months, donations fall off. In the first week of June alone, donations dropped 20%. This must be offset immediately. Before you go away, please phone the Red Cross for an appointment to give a pint of blood. You will enjoy your vacation more for having done it. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, we'll be with you at the same time, although geography and year will change. The place? Pimlico, England. The year, 1879. My report? on the shockingly peaceful passing of Thomas Edwin Bartlett, greengrocer. Thank you. Good night.
Bathsheba Spooner, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. Bathsheba Spooner was played by Mary Jane Croft. The cast included Herb Butterfield, Sam Edwards, William Johnstone, Georgia Ellis, Tudor Owen, and Ben Wright. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Gary Moore with Arthur Godfrey's Talent Scouts, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. And remember, for mystery mixed with merriment, join Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That's the way Robert Robby-Boy Balfour walked across the room when he was angry. And this was one of the angriest days of his life. The object of his disaffection, a schoolteacher. And this is what Robby did. Hit the schoolteacher across the mouth with his leather glove, which was, in that day and age, a challenge to a duel.
Not me,
said the schoolteacher. Said Robby. Went Robby with his pistol. Tonight, my report to you on Robby-Boy Balfour, how he wrecked a big prison's reputation.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
In 1707, the current saying around Inverkeithing, Scotland, went something like this.
"'Tisn't it bad enough we suffered the Glencoe massacre? 'Tain't awful enough about the Darien scheme, but they had to go and join up with England and call us now the United Kingdom."
Sentiments of the time among the kilted folk, whispers of bribery in the Scottish Parliament, threats of war, talk of open rebellion, a time of angers and furies. And between these passions, gentler ones.
"'Tisn't bad enough we suffered the Glencoe massacre. 'Tain't awful enough..."
Hush, hush now, Robby-Boy. You're saying that so often, I'm wondering whether you believe it.
I believe it plenty else. Why am I going away?
Oh, Robby-Boy.
Aye.
Let's get to the parting. Let's through with the harshness of it and come to its softness.
Aye. Aye, Glenys.
Or say to me something soft with those sweet lips of yours.
Aye. And Spain, I'll long for you, Glenys.
Oh, they say the hotness of the Spanish sun makes a warm torrent of your blood, and ever and always there are Spanish maidens.
I'll not look at them.
Oh.
I'll not look at them.
Aye, but they'll look upon you, handsome Robby, bonny Robby, and say things in that strangling tongue, and turn your head aside and make you forget a healing lass named Glenys.
Upon my father's tartan, I swear it, and upon his barrel. I go to Spain only to protest what is done here. This exodus of the Scottish young men will show them true how we feel.
Oh, I'm proud of you that you do not stoop to violence, that you do not stay to fight the English, but make witty protest by going away.
They'll see. They'll see.
Oh, harsh again the conversation turns. Soft, soft, Robby-Boy. Make soft words and close.
Aye, Glenys. Glenys of the heather. Glenys of the gorse. Glenys of the gloaming.
And you'll come back to me. And you'll come back.
Robby-Boy Balfour sailed away the next day, and some 43 days later he got to a city in Spain named Madrid, where he met some of his Scottish friends, and together they did protest Scotland's union with England. And at home, Glynis waited. She busied herself with spinning flax and arranging wildflowers and brief walks in solitude, the normal everyday things a girl did in Inverkeithing when her Bonny was over the ocean. Then, on a day in April, an event in the village. Mr. Henry Stenhouse appeared.
I'm the new schoolmaster, knowledgeable of books and syntax, excellent with arithmetic and the sciences. Certainly do I boast of my penmanship. For look.
Oh, lovely.
And certainly for my manner of composition. For listen. You are comely, and you walk with the gentle sway of silken stalk.
Oh, lovely.
And was taken to the hearts of the villagers, for many of them had told each other their need for learning, and Mr. Stenhouse could fulfill it. So they gave him a celebration.
'Tis true, Mr. Macpherson. The sum of the square of the other two is...
Mr. Stenhouse! Mr. Stenhouse!
Yes?
May I speak with you for a moment?
Of what?
Of a favour to ask.
Favours asked neath the moon are favours to become boon. Or so Radcliffe said, poet that he is.
Oh, neath moon then, Mr. Stenhouse.
Aha. Now, to the favour.
Oh, yes. I've a lad.
A lad?
A bonny, a love. And he's in Madrid.
Protesting?
Aye. And I wish to write to him of how I miss him.
You cannot write.
Only scratchings and simple words. But such as you...
Could help you.
Yes.
Tell you what to say.
Oh, yes.
Sweet words.
I want you to.
Glynis.
Aye.
A thing just happened.
What thing?
I saw the moon. And immediately then I looked into your eyes. And the stars were there. Come close to me, Glynis, so that I may look into a star.
Oh.
That I may press my lips into your hair.
Oh, Mr. Stenhouse. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no.
Come in. What? Glynis? I thought it was my landlady with my evening gruel.
I've come for the favour, Mr. Stenhouse.
To write your love, your Bonny.
Aye.
Then sit there. And take quill to hand and write as I say it. My darling, my own sweet love. There is a wraith of mist over the heather now, and in it, mysterious, my beloved's heart beats. Or is the flutter of some red and crested bird?
Oh.
Or perhaps it is only this throbbing within me.
Oh, my.
Oh, my beloved, how though the space between, how I feel you near to me, cheek to your dear cheek, and my breath on yours.
Oh, look what I've done. I spilled the ink and...
Come to me.
I cannot help myself. Your words.
Dearest, dear.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Come back later, Mrs. Macpherson. I dinna want my gruel the new.
Yo te amo.
What does that mean, lass? Being in a strange country and finding need to learn the language.
I love you.
What does this mean? What it says here? La mujer está en la casa.
It means I love you. Everything means I love you. Put down the book, Robby-Boy. Robby,
Aye, lass.
I love you. You must know I love you.
Lass.
See, querida.
In Scotland, far away, there's one to whom I've promised myself. She waits for me.
What woman waits for what man?
Glynis waits. I'd stake my soul on it.
And the days rolled into weeks, and the weeks into months. And in Inverkeithing, this was going on.
Oh, how sweet you are, Henry. Oh, you've sweetened my life.
While in Madrid.
No, Pepita.
And in Seville.
Sorry. No, later, less.
And in Barcelona.
No, Rachel. No.
And in Cuernavaca, a town in Andalusia, famed for its beauties.
Well, no, I'm sorry, Madalena. I'm sorry, lass. No, I'm promised to another.
Well, listen how things progressed in Inverkeithing.
Glynis,
I love thee.
I've written it down and drawn a line beneath it and added it up and subtracted and added it again, and there is an answer to it all.
I love thee.
We'll wed.
Yes. Oh, yes.
There now.
Oh, how happy can a maid be? Oh, Henry.
Yes?
Robby-Boy. What him?
Oh, what of him?
What if he comes back?
Oh.
What if he comes back, Henry?
Oh, he'll not come back. Those young men who have gone to Spain, how many of them come back?
My own brother did.
Oh, for a week, and went back to Spain again.
Aye. Then there's not to bother of Robbie.
Not.
Then we'll wed. Come good Charlie Kensington Day, we'll wed. Come that day.
Making a vow like that, and not knowing that even as she said it, Robby-Boy Balfour was on the high seas, sick of Spain and sick with love for Glynis. And there was a good wind and a good sea, and swiftly sailed Robbie into Scottish seas and friendly shores, and the remembered and loved weather of mists and leaden sky, away with the sun-drenched brightness of Hispaniola, on with the kilt and to horse.
I'm home again, so ride me to Glynis, you bonny seed. Ride!
Across moors and skirt the bogs, across glens, upland, and hooves on stone and field. And Robby-Boy was at the home of his beloved.
Glynis! Oh, the blush that comes to you. Oh, the blessed cheek, the softness.
Where shall we put the pewter, Glynis?
Who's he?
Who's he?
Robbie, this is Henry. Henry.
So that you'll know who I am, sir. So that there'll be no quibbling about it. I am the betrothed of Glynis. And when the sun comes up on good Charlie Kensington Day, we shall wed.
Is this the truth, Glynis?
Oh.
Say it, lass. Tell me, is it truth or no?
It's truth.
And now, sir, we were discussing, Glynis and I, of the placing of the pewter, so...
Sir, this mark upon the floor. I dare you to step over it.
And if I do, there will be a duel?
Aye.
I do not wish to duel. Therefore, I'll not step over it.
Sir, this bun block I put upon my shoulder. Knock it off.
No, for I do not wish to duel.
Then I'll put it down. And then this I do. My gauntlet in your face.
You want me to duel? Not me. Sorry? Not me.
Said Robbie. Went Robbie with his pistol.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. No actors, no tricks, no special effects will be used in Night Watch, the new CBS radio thriller making its debut next Monday night on most of these same stations. Actual tape recordings are made at the scene of the exciting action met by a prowl car in its nightly rounds. These will be what you'll hear on Night Watch. A reporter and a police sergeant ride the Night Watch and bring out the authentic material you will hear. Night Watch, premiere next Monday night. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland in the second act of Crime Classics and his report to you on Robby-Boy Balfour, how he wrecked a big prison's reputation.
A word to those who have grown rusty in their knowledge of the Code of Honor, as it was practiced in the early 18th century. The Scottish Code was different from all other codes in that seconds were dispensed with. Why, you ask? Well, it may have been because of the notorious Bruce Trolley affair, where the seconds were slaughtered instead of the duelists. Or it may have been because of the famed edict of Prince Jamie of Glon. Whatever the reason, and the reason is still hotly contested by experts, that is why Robby shot the schoolteacher where he stood.
I gave him an opportunity.
But he wasn't armed.
Armed or not armed, he didn't want to fight.
There are men like that.
Cowards. Cowards who steal other men's lasses when other men are overseas.
He is not dead.
What?
I think you have only wounded him.
Only wounded him, but...
In the shoulder, see?
But I shot him twice with each of these pistols.
And you hit him twice, see? One in each shoulder.
As I meant to.
Oh, truly.
Truly what?
He was a coward.
And yet you loved him.
I did not know he was a coward.
What'll you do now?
Robby.
Aye.
Robby-Boy.
Aye.
Oh, how sweet it is that you are home.
Sweet for whom?
I close my eyes and I'm in your arms again.
Now open them. What do you see?
You apart from me.
As it will always be. As... Your love cries out, Glynis.
He's hardly scratched.
For a coward grievously hurt. Go to him, my girl. Bend to him. Heal him.
The power of public opinion in Inverkeithing was as strong then as it is now. A wedding day had been set on good Charlie Kensington's day, and a wedding there was. Glynis MacFarland and the schoolteacher Henry Stenhouse, the latter worthy on a litter. And what of Robby-Boy Balfour? He was a hero, a man who had avenged his honor, who had come out of Spain unscathed by the dangers there, had come home to find his beloved in another's arms, and had known what to do. And now, at the schoolteacher's house, now that he had a wife...
Spoon me my gruel, wife.
Henry,
Aye?
it was forced upon us, you know.
What was?
Our marriage. The folk would not have tolerated the severing of our vows.
I know it. The gruel, lass, that gruel.
Henry, I cannot love a coward. I cannot.
Oh, who else will you love?
Him. Only him, Robby-Boy. Him.
Glynis! Glynis, don't leave me! Glynis! Come back! Come back!
And I cannot stay with him.
He's your husband.
Oh.
Your husband, chosen by you.
Oh, Robby-Boy.
Aye.
Go to him.
For what reason?
Finish him.
Kill him, you mean?
You started to do that.
Aye. Aye, that's so.
Then do it. Go and put another bullet in him.
I tell you a thing.
Aye.
You're wild, Glynis. Your heart's a stone that snuggles into the gorse, and yet...
Yet what?
I can't live without you.
Open! Open the door!
She was seen entering, she was. Glenys Stenhouse, wife to schoolmaster.
She is here, what of it?
I must see her.
Glenys, that's the surgeon of Inverkeithing, and he wishes words.
What will you, surgeon?
There was a screeching and a yelling about, and a neighbour entered into your house to see what the matter was. Your husband it was, your husband of one day. In a delirium he was, and I've come to tell you.
We'll give to him what potions are necessary. I'll come presently.
He needs only prayers.
What?
He lies a-dying, only a miracle can save him.
But it was only a shoulder wound.
He got out of bed to fetch the bowl of haggis and slipped. Infection immediately set in. He lies a-dying. Your husband lies a-dying.
Now, this might have looked like a happy turn of fate for Glenys and Robby-Boy.
Oh, what a happy turn of fate this is for us.
Glenys certainly thought so.
Aye, it is.
Robby thought so, too. So, when Glenys went home to her husband...
He are a-dying, Henry.
Hold the quilt to me, Glenys, for I'm shivering.
Twill do you good. The quilt will overheat you.
While back at Robby's house, he had some news.
It's my duty to tell it to you, Robby-Boy, Robby lad.
Tell me what, Judge?
As judge of the county, I'm telling you what's true.
Tell me what, Judge?
Though we may admire you for what you done.
Shooting Henry Stenhouse.
Though we may admire you for defending your honor. There's a law, Robby-Boy. There's a law, Robby lad.
What law?
That death goes with death.
What are you saying, Judge?
That death goes with death. An English law. And now we're one with England, our law, too. If Henry Stenhouse dies, then he'll be dying of his wounds. If Henry Stenhouse dies, he'll be dying because you put them there.
Oh. Therefore...
You're standing trial for his dying.
Oh, now out of my way, Judge.
Oh, where are you going, Robby-Boy? Where are you going, Robby lad?
To see the schoolmaster. Tell him a thing.
Not to die?
Not to die. So out of my way. If apologies will keep you alive, schoolmaster, I apologize. If humbling myself before you will keep you alive, I humble myself. Stay alive. Spring in Scotland, the most beauteous time. Stay alive. There's music to be heard in the land. Stay alive. The sounds of the seasons to be heard and the colours to be seen. Oh, now, it'd be foolish to die. And for a man of such learning as you, for a young man such as you, stay alive. That's the word. It did not be fair to those of us who love it. It did not be fair to leave an emptiness in...
Robby-Boy.
He looks better, doesn't he?
He's dead. Robby-Boy? Robby lad?
Aye.
You're under arrest. Robert Balfour, the jury, by the plurality of voices, having found it proven that you did discharge a pistol against Mr. Henry Stenhouse, and that Mr. Stenhouse did die within 2 days of the day he was wounded, then are you adjudged prisoner, and you will be beheaded at the Cross of Edinburgh on the 7th of May, 1710, and ordained of all your goods.
Thank you, jailer. Robby-Boy. Awake now, Robby. 'Tis your love, and come to visit you to give you comfort. Oh, it's pale and drawn you are. Even in this poor light I can see.
No one man expects to look healthy on the eve of his beheading.
I have a plan, Robbie.
What?
A plan.
What do you mean?
For your escape.
Oh, you're daft.
I'm daft with love for you.
Then being daft, why do you talk of plan?
Listen, it's a good plan.
There's no plan to get me out of this prison.
There's a way to do it.
What way?
Tell me this. Where is the jailer? Look past my shoulder and tell me where he is.
Is in the corridor at his supper.
Then keep the talk flowing and make laughter or tears, whatever suits your fancy. Yet only do what I do.
Very well.
Talk.
I heard the song. The melody I cannot sing yet. Goes like this. Bonny Charles is now away, safely o'er the bounding sea. Many's the heart that'll break at twilight if he doesn't come home again.
What?
I don't know what else to say.
Babble, then.
This I want to say to you, nor is it babble. I love you true. You're comely and you're worthy of a loving.
What does the jailer do?
He sups.
Are you ready?
Aye.
Then I'll call to him. Jailer, I wish to leave. I will meet you in Aberdeen by Auntie Bledho's there.
Aye.
Now, here's what happened. While they were talking, they changed clothes. And, dressed in Glynis's clothes from tartan to tam, Robby-Boy walked out of jail. The switch wasn't discovered until the next morning when the headsman came in the cell to take his victim to the block.
I'm not a Robby-Boy. I'm Glynis, and you can't cut my head off.
But she was wrong, as wrong can be. She was ignorant of an old Scottish law. If a body help a body escape a felony, a body then must stand in a body's stead, and ignorance is no excuse. That finished Glynis. The authorities looked for Robbie all over Scotland. They left no stone unturned, but didn't find him because at the very time they were looking...
Yo te amo.
In Spain.
Yo te amo too, Carmen.
Robby-Boy. Sadder, but wiser.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's Crime Classic. Robbie Balfour, tonight's Crime Classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Ben Wright was heard as Robbie, Betty Harford as Glynis, and William Johnstone as Henry. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Steve Roberts, and Norman Field. Bob Lamont speaking. Here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, St. Petersburg, Russia, in the year 1801. The river Neva was frozen solid that year, but if you cut a hole in the ice, it was a marvelous place for a girl to put the suffocated corpse of an officer. It's listed in my files as The General's Daughter, The Czar's Lieutenant, and The Linen Closet, a Russian tragedy. Thank you. Good night.
Jack Benny of CBS Radio will be on hand again this Sunday evening, wistful for Waukegan, boastful about Beverly Hills, violating all rules for violin playing, daring all to deduct $1 from his tight grasp. Jack's magic turns it all into some of the finest comedy on radio. Be listening for our Jack Benny show this Sunday evening and share it with the whole family. Lionel Barrymore's Radio Hall of Fame is great Sunday night drama on the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. The sheriff of Knaresborough places a skull on the table. Now a fibia. Now a tibia. These bones have recently been dug up from St. Robert's Cave, a favorite trysting place of the town. And now he puts a femur on the table, and the skeleton is almost completely reconstructed. A jawbone, fingers and toes, and just let them lie there. The sheriff can see for himself who the skeleton is.
Daniel Clarke, all right. So that's what he's been doing these 15 years.
Tonight, my report to you on Mr. Clarke's skeleton in Mr. Aram's closet. The noise it made. Crime Classics. A series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland. The Huxley Seminary for Genteel Females is extinct now, and a moral might be drawn from that. Last year on a stroll in London, its campus was defined for me. A triangle bounded now by a barber shop, a shear sharpener, and a free kitchen for a type of wanderer. Gone is the ivy, gone the girlish laughter, vanished the sound of silver bells that filled the young ladies from classroom of Greek to classroom of how to conduct oneself at 5 o'clock tea. Silent now the small excitements of spelling bees. Only the imagined echo heard of Mr. Aram's Latin class. The problem, for example, of the Latin's preference for the use of the gerundive. Concilium urbium capiendarum, a plan of capturing the cities.
Is that right, Mr. Aram?
And it was so important that it be right. For Janice was 17, and it was necessary that Mr. Aram approve her Latin, for this was her plan of capturing Mr. Aram.
Why, studied and studied. I do hope I'm right.
Of course you are.
And listen.
Yes.
When an adjective modifies two or more nouns of different gender, the agreement is as follows. The attributive adjective agrees with the nearest noun.
As, for example, multi urbis, opida, vicique.
Yes.
You're a very good student, Janice.
Thank you.
I think now you've made up all the time you've missed so that I shall not have to tutor you in private anymore.
Mr. Aram.
Yes, Janice.
I love you.
Child.
I love you truly.
Homo laudandus as...
Oh, please don't try to prove anything to me in Latin, Mr. Aram.
Child, many girls fall in love with their teachers. And...
Oh, every girl in school is in love with you, Mr. Aram. And I love you the most.
That's very sweet of you.
And I don't care that you're married.
Now, please, Janice.
Look.
Huh?
This poem I've written to you in the corner of my book. Oh, please read it.
All right.
Well, I know there's some mistakes in syntax, but...
I think you've expressed yourself quite clearly.
Sincerely, too.
I think you'd better go now, Janice.
Don't you think I'm beautiful?
Lovely. Truly lovely.
Oh, then you do love me. You're just afraid that
No. I'm an older man, Jenny. Then my wife and I are blessed with happiness and love. And I cherish the life I have with her.
Then what of me?
Why, if you truly love me, you will suffer a broken heart. It will make you more beautiful still. Now go.
Now, this was no singular occurrence in the academic life of Mr. Eugene Aram. The young ladies, each genteel female of them, were caught in the web of his tender and warm charm, though never caught in his embrace. For Mr. Aram was a good man, an understanding man, a scholar of Greek and Latin and Hebrew, and a gentleman in any language. He was 38 years old, and for the last dozen years, his chief devotion was Ellen, his wife. For example, that very night.
Close your eyes.
Very well.
Hold out your hands.
All right.
Now, open them. Well, Eugene.
If you only knew how much I've wanted this for you. My dear.
Yes, dear.
To have bought this, how you must have scrimped.
Such a horrid word, scrimped. I call it saving for your joy.
Ah, you're my beloved.
Yes, I know. How was school today?
Well...
You're smiling. What happened? Tell me.
One of my Latin students.
Oh, again?
This one thought to woo me with an interesting Latin construction.
Oh, poor child.
Well, it will pass with her as it passes with all the others.
Only to fall prey to Mr. Black in manners and numbers section.
Oh, come now, let us not judge.
You're too kind.
Well, there's not time in this life for malice.
Too gentle. Too good.
Truly? Do you believe that?
No, of course not. You're my husband, and you're my love. Come, sit you down to your meal.
And this was no singular homecoming in the domestic life of Eugene Aram. His wife, the whole being of her, was caught in the web of his tenderness and his love. And she, unique among women, was caught in his embrace. Some other things to know about Mr. Aram. Though his salary was a small one, he gave a considerable portion of it to his church and to charities. Each holiday would see him bringing baskets to the poor, and his name was breathed in prayers all over the neighborhood. How, you might ask, did he get along at work? With his employers, for instance.
Mr. Adam, of all the tutors here at Huxley, you are truly a prize.
Well, thank you, Mr. Huxley.
I have here a letter from the proctors of the university, Mr. Adam.
Oh, yes?
It caused us very pleased.
Oh?
Having propounded the proof that Latin and Greek are cousin languages and not mother and daughter languages.
Yes, I wrote a paper to this effect and sent it to them.
I applaud you.
Thank you.
You're a good man.
Thank you, sir.
A true scholar and...
Jane Huxley?
Yes?
Then this other gentleman must be Eugene Aram. Am I not right?
Who are you, sir?
Moorbang, Sheriff of Knaresborough.
Yes?
I've come for Mr. Aram.
Come for him?
To arrest him.
Arrest him?
For murder.
Sheriff.
Yes, sir, Mr. Aram.
Will you loosen my shackle, please, for a moment so that I may dip a snuff?
Of course. All right.
Yes.
Too tight?
No. Sheriff.
Yes, sir, Mr. Aram.
You said...
murder. Which is the reason you are being taken to Knaresborough in chains.
Murder of Mr. Daniel Clarke.
That's right, sir.
Who is Mr. Daniel Clarke?
He was the shoemaker.
Why am I called to attest to his murder?
You've been named.
By whom?
Mr. Theodore Houseman.
Houseman?
Houseman.
Who's he?
You don't know him?
No.
He said he was a good friend of yours. 15 years ago, that is.
I never heard of him.
Well, sir, this is the way it was. Last month or so ago, a workman was digging in the limestone pits in Knaresborough. You remember where they are? You remember Knaresborough, don't you, sir?
It's been so long since I lived there.
Ah, precisely, sir. 15 years. Well, to go on.
Yes, please.
Well, sir, this workman was digging and comes across a skeleton. Now, the townspeople there couldn't for their life figure out who the skeleton was, since pride is taken in resting people proper in the graveyard.
Yes, I can see what the problem was.
Well, sir, someone remembered that 15 years ago, a certain Daniel Clarke, shoemaker, disappeared. And it was remembered, too, that Daniel Clarke had a close friend still about named Theodore Houseman.
And you spoke with Mr. Houseman, I take it?
Yes, I did, sir. And Mr. Houseman proved conclusively that the skeleton taken from the lime pits was not Mr. Daniel Clarke at all.
Then I don't understand.
But he took us to St. Robert's Cave, showed us where to dig, and sure enough...
Another skeleton.
Right. Right you are.
Which you identified as Mr. Clarke's remains.
All right. Right you are.
With certainty.
Of course, sir.
How do you know it was Mr. Clarke?
Why, who else would it be?
Oh, I'm sure I don't know.
Besides...
Besides what?
This skeleton had a skull bashed in.
What does that prove?
That it was Mr. Clarke.
But how do you know?
Why, who else could it be? Come along now.
And to underline his logic, the sheriff, on the dusty ride from London to Knaresborough, would repeat himself.
Why, who else could it be?
And smile smugly. When the carriage reached Knaresborough, the beloved schoolmaster was stripped of his clothes, given some rags to wear, and was thrown into the Knaresborough jail. 15 minutes after this happened, he had a visitor, the town stapler, a man chosen by the townfolk to staple desperate criminals to the jail wall. Mr. Aram was secured in such a way as hardly to be able to move at all. Certainly he was immobile to such a degree that he could not dip a snuff he dearly loved. 15 minutes after he was stapled, Mr. Aram had another visitor.
You remember me, Eugene?
Vaguely, I think. Turn to the light.
Well, remember me from when you used to live here?
I think. I'm not sure.
Teddy.
Teddy.
Teddy Houseman.
Oh, you're the one...
Who named you murderer.
I see.
First, I was named. Went to trial, too. But I was acquitted. You know why I was acquitted, Eugene?
Why?
Because I named you. I'm speaking against you at the trial, Eugene. I'm giving evidence against you. I'm the reason you're going to hang. Is there light enough, Eugene? Can you see who I am? Can you remember me?
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland, and his report to you on Mr. Clarke's skeleton in Mr. Aram's closet, the noise it made. About Yorkshire County, England, for in it, almost athwart the boundaries of East and West Riding, lies Knaresborough, Well, Yorkshire is a county rich in historical associations. The Romans were here, and the Danes, as well as the Celts and the Normans and the Northumbrians. So you see, it's really one of the most invaded places in the world. As a matter of fact, there was a time there among foreign armies when Yorkshire County was a standing joke. Roman roads can be seen, as well as ruins of all types. And caves are constantly found with artifacts and shards and bones. And in such a cave, the bones of Daniel Clarke.
I'm sure it's Daniel Clarke, for I remember when Eugene Aram dug a hole and put him there 15 years ago.
If it's not Daniel Clarke, then who else is it?
Hit him over the head with a shovel and buried him, Eugene Aram did.
Of course it's Daniel Clarke. Who else could it be?
But my husband is such a good man.
Did you know him 15 years ago, Mrs. Aram?
No, I didn't.
When did you meet him?
12 years ago, in London.
How?
I was to market, and he followed me home.
Did he?
And he walked up the steps behind me.
Did he?
And I turned, and I was about to tell him to hie away. But he closed my mouth with a kiss.
Did he?
Yes.
Then what kind of a man would do that now? Would a gentleman do it, I ask?
My husband is a gentleman and romantic. And I wanted him to kiss me.
Did he tell you where he was from?
From Knaresborough, he said. Come to London to study and to teach and to take wife. And he said he needed to take wife before he could study or teach.
Did he say out about a man named Daniel Clarke?
He spoke of poets, not shoemakers.
Did he say about a man named Theodore Houseman?
He spoke of philosophers, not liars.
Did he? Did he now?
An intimate of poets and philosophers.
Is he? Is he now?
Indeed, Mr. Aram is. A scholar himself, for listen what he has done.
What?
Self-taught he is in Latin and Greek and Hebrew, as well as knowledgeable in other Sanskrit languages, as well as knowing history and doing sums without a backus board. And he writes in a hand elegant and fine, as well as propounding theories as to the relation of one language to another. Cousins he called Latin and Greek, not mother and daughter, as do Hessel and Roth.
Does he now?
Beloved by all.
Oh.
Kindly and admired.
Yet
what?
It looks as if he is a murderer.
No, I'll never believe it.
No, I'll never believe it.
And why not, miss?
Because I'm his Latin pupil.
Yes, I know.
And I offered him my love.
Did you? Did you now?
Yes. And he did not accept it.
And why not?
Because he's a good man. And he has a wife.
And you say he could not kill?
Oh, no. Not such a gentleman.
You admire gentleness?
No more. It's broken my heart.
Sheriff Mobank went back to Knaresborough with definite impressions that Eugene Aram was loved by one and all, and that he was a mild man, and that no one would believe he could commit a crime so horrendous as murder. And nevertheless, Eugene Aram was brought to trial, and the greater part of the trial was devoted to Theodore Houseman's testimony, and this is the story he told. 15 years ago, he said, he and Eugene Aram had been friendly with Daniel Clarke, the shoemaker. And one night, when they were all together, Daniel said,
I have an idea, gentlemen.
Concerning what, Danny?
Concerning a way to make us rich.
Do you now, Danny? How?
Well, I'll tell you. You know of my wife?
That she comes into fortune?
You're a lucky one, Danny.
Oh, but she's been coming into fortune now for over a year. And I'm still making shoes for the folks of Knaresborough. But this idea now.
Tell us, Danny.
Now, all the shopsmiths of Knaresborough know that one day I come into a sum of money.
True.
And all I've to do is to buy on credit. An advance, so to speak, until my wife inherits her fortune.
Now, that's an idea if I ever heard one.
And on credit you could buy the finest clothes.
For all of us.
Sure.
For all of us.
Silver things.
For all of us. For me.
For me?
For me.
For all of us. And then we could go to London.
And live the fancy life.
And beguile the London ladies.
Where are you from, you handsome lads, they'll say.
From Yorkshire, ma'am, we'll say, and give us a kiss.
And they'll do it. They'll want to.
Because we'll have money.
And be dressed fine.
Then do it, Danny. Do your idea. Do your plan.
Danny.
What?
What of your wife?
When we're in London, she'll be here to pay the bills. When she gets her inheritance. When she gets it.
And Houseman went on with his story. He told how Daniel Clarke went to the shopkeepers. And from Mr. Chesney, he got several services of pure silver plate, and on credit, mind you. And from Mr. Malcolm, the jeweler, a fistful of diamonds and pearls. And from Mr. Fiveck, the tailor, garments of leather and garments of brocade. And all this and more he brought to them, and ales and wines to have a party. And do you know where they had the party? Teddy said they had the party in St. Robert's Cave.
It was easy.
Tell us, Danny, lad.
I told Mr. Chesney that I only wanted one silver service. He insisted I take 3. I told Mr. Malcolm I was just looking about. And he asked me, wasn't I the lad whose wife is coming into a fortune soon as the court allowed? And I said, yes. He pressed a handful of diamonds and pearls on me. And Mr. Fiveck, greediest of them all, bolts of brocade and leather he piled me high with.
What a fortune is here.
Oh, let us drink, and then we'll go to London. And then we'll...
Danny.
Oh, I like you, Eugene. Oh, warm friend. Oh, what a kind, gentle, warm friend you are.
Danny.
Good friend.
Why? Why are you laughing?
The trick the shadows make in this cave.
Oh?
As if you're holding high a shovel above my head. As if...
Well, now, I believe you've killed Danny, Eugene.
To have cheated his wife like that.
He was a cheater, all right.
You take half, and I'll take half of what he cheated her of.
And what will you do with him?
Bury him. Bury him. Bury him.
And so Teddy Houseman finished his story. Then, you remember, the sheriff walked over to a table in the courtroom.
My lord, this is the skull we found. The fibia, the tibia. The femur, the jawbone. And these are the fingers and toes. This is Daniel Clarke, all right. Who else would it be? As sheriff of Knaresborough, I've been asking that all about, and no one can give me answer.
Oh, it's Daniel Clarke, all right. Oh, my name isn't Teddy Houseman. And Eugene Aram put the side of the shovel to him as true as I stand.
And what have you to say, Eugene Aram?
My lord, I labor not with guilt, but with perplexity. For my whole conduct in life contradicts every particular of this indictment. I concerted no schemes of fraud, projected no violence, injured no man's person or property. My days were honestly laborious, my nights intensely studious. It is deserving of attention, my lord, that no person, after a temperate life, plunges into the very depths of evil. A man is never corrupted at once. Villainy is progressive, step by step. And therefore you cannot believe that a man such as I committed this most hideous of all crimes. Permit me, my lord, to observe a little upon the bones which have been discovered and lain upon this table by the sheriff. It is said that these are the skeleton of a man. But is there any certain known proof which distinguishes the sex of human bones? Perhaps at some future time scientists will be able to tell the bones of a male from those of a female, but not so today. Now, here is a human skull produced, which is fractured. But was this the cause of death, or was it the effect of natural decay? If it was violence, was that violence before or after death? In May 1732, the remains of William, Lord Archbishop of the province, were taken up and the bones of the skull were found broken. Yet certainly he died by no violence offered to him, for we all know he died serenely in his sleep. More, such a deed as I am accused of is wholly repugnant to every part of my life.
I put myself upon the candor, the justice, and the humanity of your lordship, and upon yours, gentlemen of the jury.
Eugene Aram, having been found guilty by a jury of your peers, it is the sentence of this court that you be placed in Knaresborough prison alone so that you may commune with your soul and ask peace of your Maker. And from this place be taken to the gallows and there hanged until you are dead. And your body shall then be delivered to the surgeons. May heaven rest your soul.
How can they hang you, Eugene? The judge himself said that yours was one of the most clever speeches he'd ever heard. I know you didn't kill that man, and all of England knows it. They're forming committees.
People are kind.
Good news, Eugene. I've gotten up a petition. Scholars and teachers were banding together, and we'll save you. You have nothing to fear.
That is wonderful of you people. Humanity. Another victory will be yours.
Hello, Mr. Aram. You remember me, do you not? Janice, your Latin pupil. I'm so out of breath, I can hardly tell you. We've gotten up a paper, all kinds of signatures, boys and girls, students from all over England. Oh, certainly they won't hang you now.
As you no doubt have noticed, we are left now with an unexplained skeleton, the first one which sent the sheriff to Teddy Houseman. Well, we're left with it. It has never been identified, and nor exactly why Teddy Houseman was acquitted. Wherever true crime fanciers get together, and the case of Eugene Aram is mentioned, there is, without fail, a discussion as to whether or not he was truly guilty. And nevertheless, Eugene Aram mounted the scaffold June 12, 1758. Poised there, he was about to deliver another speech of eloquence when... And needless to say, everyone felt sorry for him. People from all over wept. Oh, such a nice man. In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about our next crime classic. Mr. Aram's Closet, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Van Wright was heard as Mr. Aram. Featured in the cast were Betty Harford, Ellen Morgan, Herb Butterfield, Charles Davis, Richard Peel, and William Johnstone. Bob Lamont speaking. Here again is Thomas Hyland. Paris, France, in the year 1673 will be our next concern. That was the year almost everyone had the virus, the deadly kind, or so they thought. It's listed in my files as the lethal habit of the Marquise de Brinvilliers. Thank you. Good night.
to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. You have just been within earshot of a drowning. Not such a drowning as will cause shouts of alarm throughout the world, nor even a headline. Just tears, quiet remorse. For the lady who is weeping just drowned her doll, and a part of her life, and a part of her reason. She'll go on from here to people. She'll go on from here to kill by poison. So tonight, my report to you on the torment of Henrietta Robinson and why she killed.
Crime Classics, a new series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
The year is 1845 in the city of Troy, New York. It was summer, and the Trojans were all excited about the town's 56th anniversary, and showing it. Each weekend, the banks of the Hudson were strewn anew with burned-out fireworks and chicken bones, and the broken crockery mixed well with empty clamshells. The Trojans took easily to gay festivals, and the chronicles of Troy of the times tell us that 1845 was, and I quote, of glee and profound merriment. The scene we're interested in took place on a Sunday in summer twilight and has to do with a boy and a girl. They found an idyllic spot, as young lovers will do, which consisted of this: a grove of white birch and sumac, and a pond, a clear and shallow pond of still water and sandy bottom, and a soft, warm breeze. Young lover?
Just sit as you are, Henrietta.
Young lover.
Like this?
Oh, happy time, gentle time.
So I can remember how beautiful you are.
To you, Joseph, I'd lower my eyes, but that I wish to look at you constantly.
Henrietta.
Yes?
The doll.
Here. You may hold her. You may go to Joseph Cecily. Take her. She likes you.
No.
No?
Listen, dear.
What?
Why do you bring her always with us? Why do you pretend she's a person?
Well,
like...
she is. Aren't you, Cecily? She is.
My sister threw away her dolls at 15, and you're 17. And because one day I hoped...
Shh.
What?
Shh. This world we're in, the quietness of it, trees and the sky, how very blue it is. And look there at the wildflowers, the hummingbird.
And you.
And you, dear Joseph.
May I kiss you?
Oh, please don't. There, I protested. Now kiss me. Oh, wait.
What are you doing?
Cecily's watching. I'll turn her face about. Stop it.
Henrietta.
You're making fun. Stop it.
All right.
I'll show you.
Oh, dear, what?
Show you.
Henrietta, put down that stone. Henrietta.
No one will ever know.
What?
This place we're in, this time, and how we love each other. Ask me again, Joseph.
About what?
Not to go back home to Quebec,
to write my parents that I've found my true love. And you want to marry me and keep me here.
I do.
You were going to kiss me. Please kiss me. Cecily didn't watch.
All of us have our darknesses and silent screamings, but most of us don't throw stones at people. Henrietta Robinson did, and she treated her doll like it was a person. But outside of that, Henrietta was quite a successful girl of 17. Her small, quick angers were rare intervals between serenities and sweetnesses. She was beautiful and fairly formed, and possessed of a background of elegance and wealth. Her parents in Quebec had realized a considerable fortune from a fox trap, much used in the Hudson's Bay area. When Henrietta's mother received a letter from Troy, New York, which stated that her daughter was deeply in love, she summoned her husband immediately from his fox traps and held family council, a result of which Henrietta was summoned home from her school in the United States. And as soon as she entered the house, a scene was made.
I will not have it. I will not have it.
Imagine. But I love him truly.
I forbid it. Do you hear me? I forbid it.
How could you? Joseph is handsome and he's gentle.
A farmer's son, no background.
Oh, I'm so ashamed. I'm not. I want him for my very own. What joy to hold him. Oh. And when he kissed me, heaven was close. Oh. And he will be mine forever and ever. No matter how hard you hit that table, Father.
Oh, girl, listen to me. You will not marry a farmer boy. You'll not ever see him again, nor think of him. And as for marriage, you will marry whom I say.
And his name is George Locious.
And his name is George Locious. And he is a gentleman and a horseman and a soldier, and has wealth and castles in England. He has seen a portrait of you and loves you madly.
What are you doing, Henrietta?
And he...
John, look at her.
And he...
Henrietta, what's wrong with you?
Stop carving up my table with my letter. Open up.
Child. Henrietta!
She ruined a fine Regency table, her father's favorite for pounding. But nevertheless, she did meet George Locious. And, surprisingly enough, they got along well together.
Can you imagine Lady Melville dropping her fan at such a moment?
And later...
Take a card, dear Henrietta.
This one?
Anyone at all.
You take one, Cecily. Here, I'll help you.
Your doll took the 3 of spades.
Oh, that's very close.
He wasn't very successful with card tricks, but he was an expert horseman, a daredevil of the high jumps.
Oh, it's exciting watching you, George. Isn't it, Cecily?
Give us your hand. Up we go. Now, hold tight. Now, you got it. Take the square.
And one night, in a place young people always seem to find, beneath a maple tree whose leaves shone silver under the first autumn moon.
I believe Cecily likes me, Henrietta.
Oh, she does.
And you?
Cecily wouldn't like you unless I did.
Henrietta, I've loved you since the moment I saw your portrait. What are you doing?
You'll want to kiss me, won't you? I'm turning Cecily's head away.
Oh.
Now you may kiss me.
Dear Henrietta. I said, dear Henrietta.
Daddy wants me to marry you.
Will you?
And Mother wants me to marry you.
Will you? Well?
Let's marry him, Cecily.
Henrietta? Henrietta, dear. Cecil. Henrietta! Where are you hiding, Henrietta? One doesn't hide on one's wedding night, Henrietta. Where are you? Henrietta!
Higher!
Henrietta!
Higher, guard!
What has happened to you? Why are you teasing this stallion? What's happened? Come, I'll take you back to the house.
No!
You're my wife. You'll do as I say.
No!
Wife!
Hold me.
It was the beginning of October when they set off for George's home in Europe. They booked passage on a steamer out of New York, and to get there, they stopped overnight at Troy.
I must do some last-minute shopping, George.
But why are you taking Cecily?
Cecily always liked Troy.
And the two of them, Henrietta and her doll Cecily, instead of shopping, went down to a place which consisted of this: a grove of white birch and sumac, almost leafless now, and a pond of water growing cold. A place dying the season's death, but remembered for the time when young lovers sat in summer. And one was called Henrietta, and the other...
Joseph. Joseph. Gone are you, Joseph? Where are you? Are you dead? Are you dead, Joseph? And cold? Go to him, Cecily, and warm him.
She just drowned her doll, and a part of her life, and a part of her reason, and grew closer to violence. Closer.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland.
The year was 1849, the time when everyone was heading toward California and Mr. Sutter's farm. But Henrietta and husband George Lotius set sail for England. It was a leisurely and serene trip under sail, marred only by one occasion. One of the voyagers on the last night out claimed that Henrietta tried to push him into the sea. The statement, however, was met with disbelief, since there had been a gay party aboard and everyone had dressed like pirates, and there was much mock villainy and talk of walking the gangplank. In England, George Lotius brought his wife to his estate a few miles north of London. Here they lived the life of English aristocracy, riding to hounds, puttering among the primroses, and having 2 children. It was the good life in a drafty mansion. There was, however, a servant problem. It seems that every upstairs maid got the feeling somehow that Henrietta was trying to throw her off one parapet or another. Each, in her turn, the maid would complain to Squire Lotius, who would do this. That's the way George scoffed. And he would do this.
Here's a week's wages, and I'll write you a letter of reference. Then please pack your bags and leave.
But on about the 6th upstairs maid, this happened.
And I'll write you a letter of reference, and please pack your bags. No. Wait here a moment.
Yes?
May I come in, Henrietta?
Just a minute. Now you may come in.
I want to talk to you, Henrietta.
Do you like this gown, George? It came from Paris this morning.
I never like you in black. You know that. Why are you always wearing black these days? And why...
Why what?
Why have you taken to wearing that heavy black veil when you go about?
You know.
No. No, I don't.
Of course you do. To confuse them.
Oh, now, Henrietta.
Is that what you wanted to talk with me about, George?
Hester said you tried to push her off the east parapet.
Oh?
She said she was shaking the mop and you came up behind her and pushed her.
Wouldn't you?
What are you talking about?
She's one of the people, George.
Oh, now, for heaven's sake, what are you...
Oh, it's entirely a matter of self-preservation. She was put here to get rid of me.
Hester, to get rid of you?
One of the people. Come to the window with me, George. See there?
What?
Don't pretend.
What am I supposed to see?
It's useless to talk with you.
But what am I supposed to see?
Simply what's there out in the garden. The faces.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
And something else I'll show you, too. This.
A pistol? Really, now? When did you buy a pistol?
If they should try to come close to me...
Henrietta! In the name of...
Whether or not she was aiming at George, we cannot know. We do know she didn't hit him. We do know that when she deserted him and their 2 children and returned to this country, he made no effort to bring her back. Nor did he ever have any trouble keeping an upstairs maid. Of the further history of George, we know nothing definite. We can assume he brought up his children to be every inch as good an Englishman as he, and as good horsemen, and probably much better at card tricks, and undoubtedly more finicky about wives. Henrietta went directly to Troy, New York, and of her stay here, I'd like to quote a bit from a newspaper of the day. Henrietta Robinson, as so she called herself, was found wandering through the city clothed in night apparel. She drank and raved over her broken hopes. She was found groping in the dark through the halls of public buildings, inquiring for the police office, and demanding of authority assistance to protect her against imagined persecutions. She wandered about the city armed with her revolver and presented it on several occasions at the breast of anyone who had the curiosity to observe her movements. So we have come to the point in the history of Henrietta when she had become a very real menace. But no one did anything about it. They let her roam and wander and grope and present her revolver, and one day she was no longer young. And one dusk in the springtime she wandered down to a certain pond, which was surrounded by birch and sumac, and there was a youth there.
Hello.
Oh, good evening.
Isn't this a lovely place?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I stumbled upon it.
Is your name Joseph?
Why, no.
Sit with me.
I'd like to. Do you, come here often?
Whenever I can.
Why?
To sit here. To look into the pond.
Why?
I try to remember why. I always try to remember. There's something... I don't know.
I was waiting for someone.
A girl?
Yes, but she's very late. I suppose she'll not come. I'd best be going.
Oh, wait. Sit here with me for a while. Talk to me.
Talk to you?
Is your name Joseph?
I have to go.
If you leave me again, I'll kill you.
What?
I would.
But that's A real gun.
I would.
I have no money. I don't understand. Please, I was only waiting for...
Where did you go when you went from me long ago? Don't be frightened of me. See, I'll put away this ugly thing, this pistol. No, don't be frightened. You always go away, and there's always the sound of you going away. Then why do I come here? To this pond. And remember. Remember what? Remember what?
Dum, 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 dum. And that's all you get.
Buy me a drink. Buy me a drink.
Kitty, you've had enough.
I know. But you're a friend of mine, and you're also the barmaid here.
And you have no money.
No. Kitty.
No drink.
Lend me $2.
I don't have it.
Then I'll lend you some. Hundreds.
You ought to go home.
Oh, please, Kitty. A drink. Kitty.
Hey, Henrietta.
I was asking Kitty to buy me a drink. Tell her how good my credit is, Mr. Lanigan.
You ought to go home.
Your barmaid thinks my credit's no good. Tell her how good it is.
Here in my place, you got no credit.
Dance with me, Mr. Lanigan.
Hmm?
Oh, come on. Dance with me.
Oh, get away from me.
Oh, you won't. That fella there just came in, Will. Young man.
Well, now, sister.
Young man, will you dance with me? And having danced with me, will you buy me a drink?
Dance to what?
Dum, 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 dum. That. Well?
Well, sure, I'll dance with you.
Oh. Dum, 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 dum. Oh. Oh, there, young man. Did you enjoy your dance? Then buy me a drink.
What's your pleasure?
Oh, Kitty, gin. Oh. Gin's my pleasure.
Well, drink away.
Oh. Young man.
Yeah.
Another?
Why, sure. Hey, Lanigan, where are you going with that gin bottle?
She can't have no more.
Young man, tell him.
Lanigan's saloon, sister. He says what goes.
I danced with you.
You got your gin?
Get out of here, Henrietta.
What a way to talk.
Can I take her home, Mr. Lanigan?
Just get her out of here.
Come on, Henrietta.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
I told you to get out of here. Now I want you out of here. Outside. Out.
Let go of me. Stop it. Stop.
Someone still could have stopped her. Someone who could see the stricken face, hear the mumblings, and realize that such a woman, one who brandished a gun every place she went, one who lived in a world of tortured fancies, and set the cry for someone named Joseph tumbling down alleys and dark streets, and always there was the gun. Someone still could have stopped her, but no one did. She was a whole night away from murder. No one stopped her. Perhaps it was because she was a familiar sight in Troy by this time. Perhaps it was because the Trojans hadn't run out of their jokes about her. Perhaps it was because of the way she finally killed. She pawned her gun for $3. Then she went to a druggist. She bought $2 worth of arsenic. In the early afternoon, she was as sober as she had been for a year. She went back to Lanigan's saloon. Arsenic hidden, but waving her last dollar bill.
Good afternoon, Kitty. Here, take this money.
Oh, you don't owe us anything. She owe us anything, Mr. Lanigan.
Well, if she does, we'll forget it.
That's kind.
Yeah. Mind if I tell you something, Henrietta?
Yes?
When you're like this, when you're sober, you're almost what I'd call pretty.
Now, don't you start that like the rest.
Well, I was only trying...
Now, don't you start that, that's all.
Oh, he didn't mean anything. He was telling the truth. I bet you were a real beauty when you were my age.
Henrietta?
Yes?
Someone once told me you were married to an English baron or something.
I think so. I think I was. I think I had...
I fetched your comb. I comb your hair if you want.
If the both of you will join me in coffee first.
I'll get some from the urn.
No, let me. I love to serve.
I'd consider it a pleasure.
And I would, too.
Just turn that brass spigot on the urn. Did you hear me? I said...
I was just getting the cups ready. Do you wish them sweetened?
No.
Nor I.
Yours, Kitty, and Mr. Lanigan.
Thank you.
And where's yours?
I'll get it. Now, we can all sit and chat.
Is this that new brand coffee, Mr. Lanigan?
Oh, no. This tastes funny, doesn't it?
I remember now.
What?
About England. There was a huge mansion, and I was lady over all of it. Would you like to hear about it?
Oh, yes.
Drink your coffee, and I'll tell you. It was a very large house, I think, and it sat upon a gentle hill. And...
Strange taste.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing. I'm sorry I interrupted. Go on.
And it was drafty, but there were great roaring fires. And sometimes in the great hall...
Kitty, the barmaid, died from arsenic poisoning that night. Mr. Lanigan the next morning. Henrietta was tried and found guilty of murder and sentenced to hang. There were murmurings, however, and talk of insanity, and one bright young lawyer made a plea based on the responsibility of society toward a tormented woman. On the basis of this plea, Henrietta was not hanged. They put her in prison where she sat for the rest of her life behind bars and a black veil. And this is the story of the world and Henrietta Robinson.
Henrietta Robinson, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Sammy Hill was heard as Henrietta. Featured in the cast were Betty Harford, Joseph Kearns, Sam Edwards, Lamont Johnson, Paula Winslow, and Ben Wright.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. A maiden's laughter. A maid of India with bells on her feet that jingle when she runs. She's having a lovely time. The picnic's been a great success, and now her husband's chasing her through the tall grass. Here he comes. For an older man, he's got a pretty good stride. And before she knew it, he had his wife circling around an almond tree. Caught her. Then the thing that ruined the picnic for everybody. Jealousy lurking nearby with a sledgehammer. Tonight, my report to you on Old Sixtoes, how he stopped construction on the B.B.C. and I.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
In 1880, the Great Sepoy Rebellion was already just a memory, and those who had lived through the 100 days of Lance and Torch and British Square had settled back with a tight little smile, waiting. Queen Victoria had been proclaimed Empress, and Lord Dundridge was saddling his first pony in the cool gardens outside Bombay. And to the west and south, Konkan province was welcoming spring. The soft winds up from the Gulf were cooling, and set asway the temple bells. Of other bells, however, those small ones held to the ankles of Boggy with golden wires, she set them asway herself. She seemed to always be running, from this task to that, from this person to that, on this mission or that. And one day she was noticed and admired and bargained for.
I have seen her, and am told you are her father.
As I am.
Has she been spoken for?
Many times. The young men of the village all...
Young men.
They have youth. What have you?
What I gave my youth for. Wealth.
And what would you give for my daughter, Bagi?
2 goats.
2 bullocks and a field to till. My daughter dances lightly to whatever music may be.
If I give you this, then I shall be poor.
If you be poor, then work. My daughter will wait home for you to kiss away the pain of toil. My daughter is slender as the reeds on the river, and as pliant. My daughter's voice is as the lute, and her hands are wings.
Enough. Enough.
Then it is done?
Done.
Bagi! Bagi! Come! Bagi, bow to your husband. Now, greet him.
I have waited long, my lord. Command me.
Command her he did, to dip 3 times in scented water, which was the custom, for they were to be wed this night, to bind her hair in the manner prescribed, to spend the appointed hour with her mother, the appointed hour with her father, and thus, anointed with fragrant oils and wisdom, to come to him in the place of marriage. And the vows were taken, and they were wed, and went to the hut of the newly married of the village, and removed their shoes before entering.
Beloved.
Yes?
You have 6 toes.
Since birth.
A good omen, husband.
Bagi, beloved.
Yes.
Draw closer.
Your command. Oh, husband.
First, a thing.
What?
In the village I come from, far to the north, a ritual which guaranteed identity.
I do not understand.
Identity, beloved. In case you forget who you belong to.
But...
Therefore, these I show you, beloved. Ochre, sienna, vermilion, and a needle.
For what reason?
The tattooing of you.
Please, please do not.
I command it. Be still! Yes. You may ask why I, Sonu, formerly of wealth and station, now hold spikes so that they may be driven by you into the ties which hold the rails. You may ask why I, Sonu, formerly of wealth, am now but an employee of the Bombay, Bengal, Calcutta, and Indian Railroad. You may wonder these things, and I will tell you. I have traded wealth for greater wealth. The lands which I had and the animals, these I bartered for a bride. And such a bride, a child of 18 summers, who is called Marquise. Friend Ondu, muscular youth, wielder of the great hammer while I hold, come home with me, and I will show her to you. Will you come home with me?
Yes.
Well, of course he wants more wine. Fill high his cup. Have I not said it, Ondu, this treasure?
Truly.
Sir.
Yes?
And what do you do on the railroad?
Well,
marvelous things. With his hammer all day long he drives deep the spikes. More spikes and deeper than anyone else.
Oh.
Pour high my cup again. Weary and toil.
This is wine will soothe, husband. Drink.
Good wife. Good.
Sir.
Yes?
The arms of yours could lift him as if he were a child and place him upon his bed.
Yes.
His bed is here. Sleep well, honored husband, toiler, bringer of bread to this happy house.
Baggy.
I know.
Let us walk to where the night will wash over us.
I want to.
Come, then.
Do you love me?
With all the might and passion that is the strength of me.
My husband has 6 toes.
It is written that this is a good omen. A man with 6 toes is said to be blessed.
In this way, he has brought you to me.
Tarry here.
They tarried, and the moon swung over from where it was and became for that brief time their moon, as did all the marvelous things of the night. And Boggy forgot all the vows she made to Sonu and made new vows to Dondu.
Forever, always, always and forever.
And Dondu made promises to her.
Tomorrow night, when the old man is asleep.
Here, forever, always, always and forever.
Which goes to prove, I suppose, that railroading men have a certain fascination all over the world. And Dondu of the B.B.C. and I was certainly one who gave rise to the legend.
Baggy.
Forever.
There is a thing. Listen to what I say.
Yes?
This is wrong.
What is?
You are bride to an old man.
What evil bird hammers at your brain where conscience is so that you say our love is wrong?
Did you not hear it? You are bride to this old man.
Then you want done with our love?
No.
Then what?
If you were widow,
If I were widow?
we would not sneak about as children who do evil tricks.
True.
Think of it, then. If you were widow.
Don't do.
Yes,
I want to be.
and so you shall. So you shall.
And when they reached the village on the edge of it, where they said goodbye, they were startled for a moment. Suddenly it was morning, and they looked and they saw. The sky was blood red.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. 35 years ago this week, a few hundred AEF delegates in Paris founded the American Legion. Today, in 17,200 posts, there are nearly 3 million legionnaires. Service to the community, state, and nation. Service to veterans and their families. These have grown to be hallmarks of American Legion activity, without which the nation and its people would be great losers. Happy 35th birthday, American Legion. Keep up your great work and continue to grow. And now once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on old Sixtoes, how he stopped construction on the B.B.C. and I.
Each country has and is proud of its own history of railroading. It may come as a surprise to some that laying track in India has a lore unparalleled in railroading annals. To give you a hint, there's a saying out of Bombay that never did the tigers eat so good as when the BBC and I put down a steel through South Konkan, the place that concerns us here tonight. Consider the feat, if you will. 116 miles of rail through jungle, swamp, and wasteland. A body died there for every cross-tie. 116 miles of rail plunging progress from Taj Pahor to the sea. And, 2/3 of the way, the living legend of a man, Dondu. And at his feet, holding the spikes, an old man with a young wife.
Dondu, tarry a minute. Say the truth to me.
Of what?
Of my wife.
What of her?
Is she not beauteous?
Yes.
I see how you look at her.
Oh?
As young brother to me, happy for my happiness.
Yes. So no.
Yes.
The next spike. Sight it well. Get close to it and line it.
Yes.
Bring your head closer to it, old man, and make sure.
Midday and time for meal. Why do you stand with hammer poised over your head?
What?
The whistle has blown. Come, let us eat.
Yes. Let us eat. Tired, old man?
You are young. You would not know a sigh of happiness if you heard it.
Oh?
For I have just breathed one.
Oh.
Look how neatly my bride, my joy, my treasure has made for me my lunch. Grape leaves and chutney and coconuts, too. And you, Dondu, what
I bought in the village. The same thing each day. Rice.
Would you like a grape leaf, Dondu?
Well...
I hunger not. Take it.
Well?
I am an old man, and such richness as grape leaves and chutney does not agree with me. In truth, I would prefer rice, but I would not tell my treasure of it, since she pleasures so in cooking for me.
Well, then take my rice.
What is it? What?
That was the young man falling over on his face, because the old man's wife had put cobra venom in the chutney, so the old man would die, so she and the young man could pursue their love unencumbered. But the young man, having eaten the poisoned food, became deathly sick. He had eaten a dose that would have killed a less strong man, but he was the mighty Dondu, and he did not die. A month later, he was well enough to tryst, and this he did.
I dared not come to you, Dondu, you know that.
Yes. Lovely one, what do you do?
Kneel to the gods for having preserved you for me.
Add a prayer, then, of your husband.
That he should die.
For my love for you.
For your love for me. Therefore he must die.
And soon.
I will help.
Together, then.
Yes. Oh, yes.
But the precise opportunity never quite arose. Either there was someone near, or within calling distance, or the old man didn't rise to the bait. There was one night when the bride put a crate, a small and deadly snake, into Sanu's bed, on the very night that Sanu elected to sleep in the hammock outside. Something always seemed to go awry.
I cannot stand him. He must die, or I shall.
There is a festival next week for us at the railroad for the completed section. There he will die.
I cannot stand him. He must die, or I will.
And the days spun away, and a week, until there came a day of festival. And Mr. Graves of the railroad was concerned that everyone enjoy himself.
And what do you do, sir?
I am a spike holder, sir.
Each member of our team is as important as the other.
Yes, sir.
And who is this lovely child by your side?
My wife.
Oh, charming, charming. Rise up, child. Oh, charming, charming, charming. A treasure, sir. You are blessed, sir.
Yes, sir.
Enjoy yourselves.
Yes, sir.
B.B.C. and I want you to have a day you'll remember.
Yes, sir.
Good day, then.
Marquis, did you hear him?
I heard.
He noticed me.
Yes.
Perhaps...
Perhaps what?
This is the start of something, of position again, and wealth, as I was once wealthy.
Yes.
And perhaps again our own land and a house, and bullocks and servants. Beloved.
What?
In your eyes, am I old?
Oh, no.
Then look at me.
Yes?
What do you see?
Wisdom. A face which has pushed aside youthful folly to become lined with love and gentleness and knowledge.
But now, you...
What of me?
So youthful you are. Do you not sometimes miss the folly of youth?
Not I. But it seems that you do. Then let us be foolish.
How?
I will flee from you and you will chase me.
Yes, yes.
Then catch me. Catch me, Sanu.
You remember the maiden's laughter, the maid of India scampering over the field, away from the crowd, and not running too fast so her husband can keep her in sight. And the maiden runs toward her lover, who is hiding in the tall grass with a sledgehammer, right near that tree where the old man caught his wife.
And now it is done.
Now it is done.
Hold me, hold me. As if...
What?
As if a great burden had been lifted up from me.
Now you are widow.
And I must grieve. Then I will be bride again.
Yes. Now we will take this one to the place where I have dug his grave, and put this one in it and cover him with tall grass.
The stride of you as you walk, Dondu, the suppleness, the grace, and you belong to me forever. Always, always, and forever.
Here. Now the old man looks small there in the earth,
I wish to see him no more.
and I will cover him. Maggie,
Yes?
the thing we talked of,
Yes?
do it now.
Yes.
Help! Help! Oh, help! Help! Someone! He's dead!
Child, what has happened? Dead? Who are you talking about?
My husband!
What?
Awful!
What happened? Tell me.
There, down there at the river's edge. We were walking there where the bank was moist. He toward the river, and the bank slid away, and he fell in.
He fell into the river?
Yes.
Oh, crocodiles.
Do not say it.
Child.
I saw it.
Yes.
I saw it. He slipped into the river, and the current was strong, and then the crocodiles, and the river reddened. And
Hush, child. Hush.
now I am widow. Now I am widow.
There was no question about it. Now she was widow, and she observed all the self-denials that ritual called for. For 6 months she went about clad in coarse garments, her skin whitened with ashes, her hair unkempt. And when the allotted time was done, she washed the mourning from her, got out her best silk sari and the bells again, and went into the village and made it known that she was marriageable again. And it goes without saying that the first young man in line outside her father's hut was a hammerman named Dondu.
And what will you give to me for my daughter?
Peace of mind that your daughter is happy.
And what will you give to her?
My strength.
If I refuse you, my daughter?
There is no refusal. We have looked upon each other and found each other good.
Baggy! Baggy! Come! Baggy, bow to your husband. Now, greet him.
I have waited long, my lord. Command me.
I'll help you down, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Graves.
I don't know why the company bothered to send you all the way out here, Mr. Collins, but...
B.B.C. and I has a reason for everything, Mr. Graves. Now, let's look at it. Why you elected to build the spur right here. Why you have all these people building up a roadbed when you could run the road by way of Madwat.
You stand here, sir, and see for yourself. Below, you see how the river curves?
Yes.
Yes, like an eel, in the shape of an S.
Ah.
Therefore, it would take 2 bridges to complete...
But the company chart had but 1 curve.
Well, that's why we have men in the field, sir. Digging.
Have them dig away.
Sir! So, then you'll give a proper report of me, sir, with Mr. Glenner?
What's he want, that digger there waving at you?
Well, let's have a look, shall we? Tell Mr. Glenner it's all been well thought out and the spur will be completed before the monsoon. Yes, my man, what is it you want?
Look, sir, where I was digging to provide dirt for the roadbed.
Well, I'll be dreadful. Skeleton.
Dreadful.
No, look there.
Dreadful.
There's a thing.
Yes. 6 toes.
On each foot. Now, there's a thing.
now, since burning was the manner of disposal of corpses, a skeleton in the ground was something to ponder. A skeleton with 6 toes now. Somebody remembered that an old man named Sonu had 6 toes and a young wife. So the young wife was questioned by the local authority, who happened to be Mr. Graves of the B.B.C. and I.
Child, skull crushed in like that? He did not fall into the river, did he?
I cannot lie.
Yeah, well, then don't.
He did not fall into the river.
No. He was murdered.
He was murdered.
By a man of strength, according to the fracture.
By a man of strength.
Your present husband.
Yes.
Yes. You swear to this?
Yes.
You realize that he'll be hanged?
Yes. And what of me? What of me, sire?
When your husband is hanged?
Yes.
I dare say you'll be right by his side.
Her present husband was hanged. Then she was.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. Old Sixtoes, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Jane Webb was heard as Boggy, and Herb Butterfield as Sonu. Featured in the cast were Jack Edwards, Van Wright, and Jack Crucian. Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, we will concern ourselves with a band of gay conquistadores who decided to conquer the land of Peru in the year 1540. Because of what happened to them, it's listed in my files as Francisco Pizarro, his heart on a golden knife. Thank you. Good night.
This Sunday night, Herbert Marshall stars as the Honorable Edmund Burke, British statesman and member of Parliament. Burke is the man who spoke so eloquently on behalf of American freedom during the Revolutionary War that his colleagues called him a traitor. Hear his story on CBS Radio Sunday night, when the Radio Hall of Fame, with Lionel Barrymore as your host, turns the spotlight back to this stormy time. The Radio Hall of Fame on most of these same stations. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. King Arthur just buckled on his kneecap. Now the quishes, the falls, and observes himself in his brilliantly polished shield. The new leg armor he has just put on is a fine fit. Provides maximum maneuverability. Now the chest armor. Breastplate. Neckpiece. He tucks helmet under his arm, picks up Excalibur, his sword, and walks from his tent into the sunlight. King Arthur is going into a battle against a friend of his. 4,000 men will be killed over a woman, which is known as chivalry. Tonight, my report to you on The Triangle on the Round Table.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Sixth century Britain, a time of myths and legend, of hunting horn and streaming banners and maidens and thistle, of sunlight slanting like a tapestry into cold castles, and pagan rites and magic and stone. And the place that concerns us, Camelot, the court of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. There's just been a meeting. On the agenda, a report from Launcelot why he failed in his quest for the Holy Grail. A report by Sir Galahad on why he'd killed a scurvy knave, a reason being a look askance at Lady Vivian. And finally, a suggestion by Sir Percival that a party be sent to slay the 7 wicked knights at the Castle of Maidens. It was a fine meeting, and it was breaking up in time for some mock jousting. King Arthur was anxious to get out on the field.
King Arthur, tarry. I would speak with you a moment.
Agravain, nephew, what is it?
But a moment tarry, uncle, till the rest of the gentle knights are gone from the great hall. Sir Lionel, would you close, please, the great door when you leave us? Now, uncle.
But your cousin Mordred is still with us. I think he slept at the round table and is sleeping still. Mordred. Wake. Wake, gentle knight. Wake.
Mordred and I both wish to speak, uncle.
Oh? Of what?
Are you awake, Mordred?
I was awakened by the touch of the sweet king.
Speak to me of what, Agravain?
Of Launcelot.
Oh?
And Guinevere.
What is this?
Since he is back from the failure, since he has returned without the Grail, Launcelot is much with the Queen.
In the Queen's chamber.
What falsehood is this?
No falsehood, good king. Gentle king. The truth. I swear on the hilt of my sword.
And I also.
But Guinevere the Queen is with me constantly.
Save when you hunt?
Save when you joust?
Save when you do the merry pie with us all?
Yes.
That is when Launcelot attends your queen.
When you hunt?
When you joust?
When you do the merry pie with us all.
And, king?
What is it?
If Launcelot be slain in the chambers of the queen, what then?
A province to the south I'll give to such a slayer.
Good uncle.
Sweet king.
With King's lady? Have you! Oh, traitors, Launcelot! Halt and take his wretch! Spies! Adam! Vipers! I give you this, Agravain!
And now to you, Mordred.
Hold. Good night. Put up your sword.
Yes, to your throat. That's...
Do not slay me.
What a sniveler you are, cousin.
Do not kill me.
To sneak like a crawling thing and spy.
I have forgotten what I have seen. You and Guinevere.
Say my lady's name again, and your tongue will be fed to my lady's goldfish. Now get from here. Go!
Mordred didn't walk away, nor did he skip. He ran. He told the king that in case Sir Agravain wasn't around anymore, that worthy could be found dead in Guinevere's anteroom from a sword blow delivered by Launcelot. King Arthur, who'd had a bad day at the mock jousts anyhow, having been unseated by lucky lance thrust, well, this is all he needed.
Oh, my queen. What poisonous thing has bited you? You'll die for it. Roast. Gawain! Sir Gawain, come to me. And hark to me, Sir Gawain.
I hark.
It's Guinevere.
Again.
Hark to me.
Sir Launcelot.
Hark to me, Gawain.
The whole court knows it. Now you know it. And you wish her burned at the stake, as it has been 3 times before. But you will forgive her.
Hark to me.
But you will forgive her.
Not this time.
You say that always.
I will feed her to the flames.
And Launcelot.
He is my dearest knight.
How can you say that?
He is dear friend to me.
But he and Guinevere...
She is so beauteous that he cannot help it.
I counsel you to burn him also.
This is your counsel, noble knight.
'Tis.
Then it shall be done. So to it.
When Launcelot heard the news, he didn't wait for a thing. He left. He didn't even say goodbye to Guinevere. Not that he didn't love her, for this he did dearly. But he had a more spectacular plan. He waited for the day when Guinevere was shriven and tied to the stake, and the faggots were thrown and lit. And King Arthur's knights and the people were standing on tiptoes to watch. Then Launcelot and his men went into action. They did a very dramatic thing. Just as a wisp of flame had touched Guinevere's linen, they swooped down and rescued her, killed some 50 people in the process, and rode away with her. She up front with Launcelot on his horse.
Launcelot.
And with him set up house in Launcelot's castle, which was called the Joyous Bastion, after the good times which were had there.
Launcelot.
My queen.
Not your queen, your love.
Forever.
For always. For as long as yon orb of sun climbs in the sky and... Launcelot.
My love.
Tarry, sweet knight, and give look to where I point, to where yon orb of sun climbs in the sky.
Horsemen.
Knights.
King Arthur's knights of the Round Table.
I chill at the sight.
Chill not. Nothing will befall you. Never will the king take you from me.
And a little while after that... War, siege, clang of armor, yell of battle, and scream of alarm. Many knights died, and many were wounded and borne away. And after a month, the papal bull was issued, which said that the war between Arthur and Launcelot was a war of brothers, and it was to cease. And Guinevere was to be brought again into the favor of Arthur. Launcelot went back to France. Guinevere went back to Arthur. And everybody was happy. Until one day...
If I offend, O king, by being not announced, but burst upon you like some squall of wind, it is because I've had a dream, and in it... O king.
Rise up, Mordred. Speak you.
And in this dream, a mighty voice... Lancelot sits in France, said the voice.
and makes plans to come here and make battle and win again the Lady Guinevere.
What voice has told you this?
The voice of my father.
And so wise, your father, and sweet. Ere he died a mystic death on the stoop of Lady Bernice.
Sweet father. And he said, tell your king, tell the noble King Arthur to get him to France with all his noble knights and make pursuit of Lancelot. Seek him, feared him, slay him.
He has said this.
Nodding his head, he said it.
Gawain, come to me, Gawain. You have heard what says Mordred, Gawain.
I heard.
What say you?
My father wept when he told me what he did, wept for the death of your 2 boys, Gawain, who fell in battle against Lancelot.
Your father,
compassionate man.
What say you?
But stalwart sons who can never be again, Sir Gawain.
I say go. Oh, brutal day.
At once.
I say go. Oh, day of blood.
To France. Let there be war. Let the killing start. To France. To war.
Sir Mordred was a bloodthirsty one, wasn't he? But he didn't get to go to France. Somehow he made King Arthur make him stay home to watch Camelot, to watch Britain, to watch Queen Guinevere.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. A too much traveled traveling man, a wife who is not what she seems, and a meek husband are the leading characters of this Friday's Broadway's My Beat mystery. They lead Detective Danny Clover quite a chase before he makes sense out of murder. Friday evening on most of these same CBS radio stations. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on Triangle on the Round Table.
Camelot, which was the site of King Arthur's court and round table, has been variously located at Queen's Camel, Somerset, 51 miles east-northeast of Rochester, and at Winchester and Camelford, Cornwall, and at Caerleon. In your Sunday supplement recently, you might have seen where Sir Malcolm Jedifer, FRCA, has tossed a blockbuster by announcing Camelot's location as being 20 miles out at sea, on land now sunk beneath the waves. But wherever it was, Camelot was the place to be if you wanted to become a knight. It was best to start at about the age of 7. There was so much to learn. Manners, morals, battle axe technique, mace wielding, emergency armor repair, lance throwing, jousting, mock and for real, rescuesmanship, horsemanship. Mostly you had to be a killer. One graduate of the curriculum who went through it like a whiz, skipping, as it were, the course in advanced morals, was named Mordred. His king was away at war. His queen was in her chambers. And he was at his desk, putting quill to parchment, writing up a pronouncement to the people.
This should do, Sir Beaufort. Here, read it.
To the Parliament and people of Britain, word
as you would proclaim it, Beaufort.
Been received this dolorous day that is fallen in battle King Arthur, most illustrious and bravest of kings.
Is true, Mordred? Go on.
Even as Sir Gawain died in battle, bravely and...
It is true about Gawain, surely. For his body dead was carried here to Camelot to be buried. But
King Arthur.
Put your tongue to what is writ.
Bravely and with no fear of dying. Therefore I, Mordred, do proclaim myself king and regent of Britain, as was the wish of the fallen Arthur. I do humbly pray that the knights and good people of the realm help make my reign a blessed one.
I get you to your task. Proclaim it.
Yes.
Yet?
Yes, O noble king.
Noble knight.
Yes.
Have you seen the gentle Guinevere?
When last I saw her, she was moving toward her chamber.
How moving?
With lilt, with grace, with queenly demeanor.
Go. Go proclaim, sweet Bohort.
Noble king.
I fright you, Guinevere?
What man are you to come on bed here?
I am your king.
King? What?
Arthur is dead. We will hear it proclaimed.
How do you have this knowledge that Arthur is dead? No ship from France has come with tidings of battle in a fortnight.
I dreamed it. My father in a dream has told me.
You make good use of your father's ghost, cousin.
He is noble. Your dead husband Arthur has always said that. And as a ghost, my father is more noble and more wise.
Mordred.
Yes?
You are a subtle beast.
I sheathed my claws for you, dear Guinevere. Dearest Guinevere.
No.
Dearest Guinevere.
Come near me now, and with this golden knife,
Oh, who is the beast, Guinevere?
I will. I'll stick you. I'll strive to kill you for honor's sake.
You beast of golden claw, you...
Now, we all know that Mordred was not mortally hurt, nor was he even badly hurt. He healed nicely and quickly enough to pursue Guinevere, who had taken refuge in the Tower of London. Mordred caused arrows to be shot at the tower battlements. He caused pots of molten flame to be catapulted into its depths. He caused stout oaken battering rams to be plunged against its doors. He caused all sorts of things to be done according to his personal code of how to behave in love. But, as we all know, too, the Tower of London was built to last, and he never got past the first moat. As a matter of fact, he was a little bit on this side of the first moat when Sir Bohort, the proclaimer, came running up to him. And when Bohort ran, something was wrong.
Something wrong, O king.
What?
At Dover, a grievous sight.
What?
The fleets of King Arthur.
And what?
The tallest ship flies his banner. He is alive.
Confess to my father.
The ghost of your father lied. Arthur is alive.
The ghost of my father plays tricks.
What will you do?
Proclaim to my knights that Arthur comes again. So more battle.
Blood. Blood, more blood.
The life of sweet knighthood.
Oh, would it were.
Silence.
Yes, O king.
Then proclaim this. War with Arthur. Killing to be done against those who deserted us and went to France. War and killing, killing and war. No peace till Arthur is dead.
Look down there, Sir Bedivere. Look how sadly burn the fires of mine enemy, Mordred.
Like blood in the night.
He met me on the sands of Dover and fled before my knights.
And left 2,000 dead.
Of his and 2,000 good men of mine. Oh, sad night. Oh, tortured night of red moon and war fires and enemies. Eve of death. And dying to be done again tomorrow.
Noble king.
Go from me. Take your tears from me, sweet night. Sleep. For tomorrow I go. Eve of death. Dim, weird night and the sudden shock of dismal thoughts. How was it when there was peace in Camelot? When there was golden youth and flood of laughter? Now how old appear the young faces. Ghosts, all of them. Where the good fellowship, the darts of joy? Ghosts. Ghosts dead. And where is Gawain? Noble Gawain, where your counsel now, Gawain? The earth of France drank deep your blood. Now you a ghost too. Gawain. Friend Gawain, noble friend, where your counsel now? I hear madness on the wind. The grief for Gawain drives me mad. Father, noble king. Ghost of Gawain. List to me. Disperse your forces. What? Do not fight tomorrow, for if you do, Mordred will kill you. How kill me? The sniveler of a knight, the chicken of a knight, he the traitor and usurper. Do not fight on the morrow, for Mordred will surely kill you. Make truce. Do not die. Do not die.
Now, that's a truly unnerving experience. A voice on the wind, a dead man's voice telling you you'll die tomorrow. That kind of a thing gives pause. You'd want to take your time about what you're going to do come sunup. Now, Arthur was a mighty king and a great warrior, and he'd killed more people by lance and mace and hot oil than you'd ever imagine, but he was also a human being. Voices on the wind shook him up. Ghosts jangled him.
Oh, weird night. Oh, ghostly wind.
You see? Then...
Better beer! Better beer!
He needed to tell somebody.
This night I heard the ghost voice of Gawain. He bade me not do battle tomorrow, else I will die. So go to the camp of Mordred and say I wish to speak truce with him tomorrow.
And no sword will be drawn from its scabbard during this talk of truce, Arthur.
No sword shall be drawn, Mordred.
You pursue me, Arthur, yet I have beaten you. How?
I want no more dying.
Arthur of the sword. Arthur of Excalibur.
Truce and no more dying.
And what will you give for it?
Your life.
Oh, and more.
What more?
Cornwall and Kent while you are alive, and all of Britain when you are dead.
Cornwall will be yours, and Kent, and... Beware.
You draw a sword?
That adder at your feet, that crawling thing. I slayed it. It was about to attack your foot.
You drew a sword.
The adder. You see it?
You drew a sword. There is no truce, Arthur.
True. No no truce with such as you. I return to my camp and bid my knights make ready for battle. And then I swear to you, you die. I swear to you, I will kill you. I swear to you.
It was a great battle, and history tells us that every man who died was a hero. And many died, and the field was damp with blood. And on the fourth day, those who were still alive crept away to be alone with their wounds and their anguish, and the field was empty. But for 2 horsemen.
How about you, Mordred?
And you, Sir King?
You shall not now escape, traitor.
Your death has come, Arthur.
Yours!
Oh!
Die!
Oh!
Die, O infamous knight. Look down, Gawain. You were wrong. Mordred is... Vile knight, you have slain me.
And that's what Mordred did. He slew Arthur. Of course, Mordred died while he was doing it, but he did it. One more thing I'd like to report to you, what Arthur said while breathing his last. I could have found a woman as good as Guinevere, but such a fellowship of knights as was mine can never be brought together again. So, that was the end of King Arthur. Guinevere and Launcelot lived for quite a while after that.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's Crime Classic. The Triangle on the Round Table, tonight's Crime Classic, was adapted from accounts and legends by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, William Conrad was heard as King Arthur and Ben Wright as Mordred. Featured in the cast were Ellen Morgan, Lamont Johnson, William Johnstone, Edgar Barrier, and Bob Cole. Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, England in 1827, and the road from Polstead to London. And a bloody road it turned out to be. My report to you will be on the killing story of William Corder and the farmer's daughter. Thank you. Good night.
Imperfect minor details mar a perfect crime on Gangbusters this Saturday night. Past Perfect tells the story of ingenious cross-country identity ruse involving a Halloween souvenir and 2 would-be bandits with the law. It's another true crime case history, dramatized by Gangbusters on most of these same CBS radio stations this Saturday night. When there's Gunsmoke, there's Western Adventures, Saturday night on the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland, with another true story of crime. Listen. That was a man lying down on a wooden slab. Chain his right leg, and chain his left leg, chain his right arm, his left, shackle his neck. And now a friend of the recumbent man walks over to where the whip is hung, takes it, and comes back. Its thongs are 4 feet long, attached to an iron ring, attached to another thong 2 feet long. These last thongs being dipped in milk and dried in the sun to harden them. Now the whipper gestures to his lieutenant that he is ready, and the lieutenant gives a command.
Whip!
Which command eventually got the lieutenant in big trouble. Tonight, my report to you on The General's Daughter, the Czar's Lieutenant, and the Linen Closet, a Russian tragedy.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Catherine the Great had just died, and the great bells of St. Petersburg tolled their requiem. Tolled again the ascension to the throne of Paul I. Paul, as you know, was a trial to the Russian people, and what with him and the awful stretches of the steppes, many songs were written about death and broken hearts and treachery in the home. Vodka, first condemned as an opiate of the people, came into its own during Paul's reign. Two Russian troops had taken their first defeats in the Alps, and returning to St. Petersburg, told of giants 8 feet tall.
Closer to 9 feet.
Or closer to 9 feet, according to Lieutenant Fyodor Romayev, as he told it to the general and his daughter.
And standing like eagles on the crags of the Alps.
Does such talking bring flutters to you, daughter? Do you wish him to desist?
Oh, no.
Vanyanka Alexandrovna Chermayev, I do not wish to offend
Fyodor Petrovich Romayev, please continue. The bravery of yourself and your men who died all about you brings all at once gladness and sadness to me.
Almost 9 feet tall, struck terror in the hearts of all of us.
Even you, Fyodor Petrovich?
I do not like to say.
Then I will say it. Since I was friend to your father, Grigor Stepanovich Romayev, General of the Russians, I know there could be no fear in you, his son.
I thank you, my general.
That I could have stood at your side. But I am too old. Too old.
Oh, Father, do not say.
Too old. Old. The old vines wither and know not springtime, nor grapes.
I kiss you, Father. And now see, it is past your bedtime.
True.
Then go. Go. Fyodor Petrovich, I fly into your arms. Oh, the ecstasy that you've come back.
Vanka Yablushka, little apple. How the memory of you warmed me where there was ice and mountains.
I kiss your dear lips.
Yet...
Yet what?
I am a defeated soldier.
No.
Not to you, Vanyanka?
There is victory yet, Fyodor. No less in the Alps than here. Go to my father. Ask him for my hand in marriage.
Dare I?
Does the thought of it frighten you? To face my father and ask him for me?
You are his only joy, his only child.
And you are frightened. You who faced men 9 feet tall.
Some of them closer to 10. Many of them.
Then what fright could you have?
I will ask him.
When?
Soon. Now, hold me. Hold me. So cold it was in Switzerland and lonely.
Fyodor was back home, and back home he had it pretty good. Because he was the son of General Chermayev's best, though dead, comrade-at-arms, the youth was given an apartment in the general's palace, which eventually led to more than a nodding acquaintance with the general's wine cellar, the general's library, and the general's daughter, Vanyenka. A few words about Vanyenka. She was beautiful. Great black eyes, straight nose, lips that drew back slightly at their corners in sympathy with a disdainful expression on her face. Her manner was proud and unapproachable, goddess-like. Yet all was not caviar and sour cream, as the saying went.
Fyodor.
Yes, little apple?
When will you ask my father for my hand?
Kiss me.
No. When will you ask my
But
father...
you are but 17.
And an untutored child who finds no favor in your eyes.
Vanyenka, Vanyenka, sing to me. Sing to me the song of the gypsy whose sweetheart drowned in the Neva. Sing
Get
to me...
Get out of my apartment. Out! Out, lover with the heart of a pigeon.
Vanyenka.
What?
I will ask him.
When?
He has asked me, the general, to hunt with him the boar, tomorrow. In the lodge in the forest, when the hunt is done, I will ask him, since he is always in good cheer at this time. Now, kiss me.
I want to.
So rest, Chadova, rest, beautiful beast, child of the wolf and child of the dog. You hunted well, Chadova, and I love you. Fyodor Petrovich.
Yes, General.
You are a good lad. You please me, lad. In you I see myself in youth.
General.
What?
Of Vanyenka.
Oh, Vanyenka. Vanyenka, my ruby, my delight.
I wish to marry her.
You wish to marry her?
Exactly. My soul longs for her.
Alas.
Alas?
Too late. Too late. But 2 days ago...
What?
I gave her hand to Vasily Vasilovich, favorite of the Czar. In 6 months, when Vanyenka is 18, she will marry Vasily Vasilovich.
That is terrible.
Your heart is broken.
Alas.
You think of the Neva?
Yes.
Too late. Too late.
Fyodor.
Yes?
I am happy you're back from hunting the boar.
As am I.
Fyodor.
Yes, little apple.
What's to become of us?
Life goes on, little apple.
In truth, did he say that?
What?
My father said I would marry Vasily Vasilovich.
Truth, when you are 18.
But Vasily Vasilovich is a fool, and he's clumsy. He falls down at such inappropriate times. Often one is in the middle of a sentence to him.
But yet your father promised you to him.
What is to become of us?
I will remain at the palace until your wedding.
Promise me. Oh, promise.
I promise.
I will go to my father and say I do not wish to be married until I am 20.
Vanyenka, Yablushka.
Fyodor Petrovich.
And then, the next day, a small thing happened. Gregory Litnoy, a servant in the palace, spilled some soup on the handsome new gown of Vanyenka, which ruined it, beet stains being impossible to remove at this time, which caused Vanyenka to become furious.
Flog him! Flog him!
Mercy! Mercy!
Take him out of here! I will tell Fyodor, and he will see that this serf is flogged.
And you remember what happened. A few days later, Fyodor supervised the serf flogging, while Vanyenka watched from her second-story apartment, proud of the way her Fyodor gave the commands. However, a few days later, when the serf Gregory was able to get around again...
Come in. Come in. Now, get up. Get up, Gregory Litnoy. So, how are your wounds from the flogging?
Ivan the flogger laid the knout into my back, and where I am muscled, else I should be dead.
Well, you deserve to be whipped.
Yes.
Now, what is it? Oh, why have you come for an audience? Do not things go well in the kitchen? What?
They go well in the kitchen as they go well elsewhere, Excellency.
Then what?
Oh, how well.
What are you talking about?
Down the corridor where your daughter's apartment is, they go best of all. She and Fyodor Petrovich...
Swine! What foul words?
No, listen.
Yes, I'll listen, and then, hound of a man, I'll skin you alive.
If my words are false, lay the knout against me till it takes away all the skin, but only listen.
Speak, then.
Even now, Excellency, Vanyinka and the lieutenant, lovers, that sing to each other, while Anushka, the maidservant, pours them wine and prepares all manner of things. No, lashes, Excellency. Do not whip me till you have seen with your own eyes.
Yes, I will see. And I will tell you this. If it is true what you say, and if Fyodor Petrovich is in the apartment of Vaninka...
You will flog her?
Till her death.
And him?
Till his death.
I open the door for you, Excellency.
The whip the general was carrying was a boar hide and covered with brass studs. It had been his favorite since his days at the academy, when he was given to stopping serfs in the street and making of them living examples of his skill with the whip. Now he was on his way to visit his daughter.
You are listening to Crime Classics, and your host, Thomas Hyland. Every Thursday night, CBS Radio invites you to escape. In a powerful story typical of this unique drama series, CBS Radio presents The Scarlet Plague tomorrow night on most of these same stations. Hear what might happen if a pestilence wiped out everyone on Earth, except one lone professor and a girl. Hear it on Escape tomorrow night at the Star's address. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland in the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on The General's Daughter, the Tsar's Lieutenant, and the Linen Closet, a Russian tragedy.
St. Petersburg in the first year of the 19th century. A young city then, less than 100 years old. Created and built by Peter the Great, it boasted fine cathedrals and canals, and a headsman's chopping block second to none. It was in this city, in this era, you'll remember, which gave to the Russian court the Suvorov sisters, Anna and Fanya, who confounded and delighted and who sent to an early grave the false Dmitri. One of the most beautiful thoroughfares of the city was the Nevsky Prospect, and where it bridged the Neva on the escarpment was the palace of General Alexander Chermayov, retired. At the moment, he was on his way to flog his daughter to death, and her lover, too, which young people were even now at byplay.
My turn now.
Anushka! Coming, Vanyika Alexandrovna. The eggs are boiled to hardness.
My turn. Now, what design shall I paint on this one?
Cherubims and doves.
Good. Oh, good.
Vaninka!
Your papa, Fyodor Petrovich.
If he finds me here.
Vaninka Alexandrovna!
Yes, Papa?
Open the door.
A moment, Papa.
Open the door.
Quickly, Fyodor, in the linen closet.
Yes.
Get in. Now lie down. Anushka, get linen. Put linen on top. Cover him.
It is I, General Alexander Chermayov. And I demand it. Open the door to your papa.
In a second, Papa. Quickly, Anushka, quickly. It is done. Put down the door and close it. Now lock it. Now sit on it.
Yes. Yes.
Papa, come in. What delight to see you at this time of day.
Where is he?
Where is who, Papa? Where is who, Anushka?
I do not know.
Nor do I. Whom do you wish, Papa?
Fyodor Petrovich Romayov. Fyodor Petrovich Romayov. The scoundrel, the black-hearted one who comes here to your room.
To my room? Look about you and see if he is here.
And if he is, do you see this whip?
If he is in this room, I should expect the whip, Papa.
Well said. Well spoken, daughter. Then I have your honor that he is not here.
You have my honor.
And yours, Anushka Olga Lopatkin?
Oh, yes.
Why are you sitting on the linen closet?
What?
It is where she sits when she assists me to paint eggs.
And this you have been doing?
All afternoon.
Ooh, such marvels you have painted. It has been years since I have done such a youthful pleasure. Daughter, if now I joined you at this sport?
Oh, I want you to.
And it's being just before Easter, and since it was the custom for the masters to supply the serfs with gaily colored eggs, father and daughter painted while Anushka boiled and brought. And there was conversation.
Fyodor has asked me for your hand, Vaninka.
Yes, I know.
I informed him when you are 18, you will marry Vasily Vasilovich.
Can I not wait until I'm 20?
On the day that you are 18.
And so it went. 3 hours, talk, tea, painting. Then the general got up.
It has been a pleasure, Vaninka. I will see you.
Now quickly, Anushka. Open the linen closet.
Fyodor Petrovich, let go the tablecloth. Oh. Vaninka. What? Dead. He's dead.
Oh, beloved.
Suffocated.
What is to become of me?
If your father finds this corpse here, he will whip you to death.
I will throw myself into the Neva.
Oh, it is not necessary. My brother Ivan...
What can he do?
He will dispose of Fyodor in such a way...
Oh!
Do not worry your pretty head. He has disposed before. I know. Oh, do not sob. Do not cry. The dead are dead. And always flows the Neva.
I must tell you that Ivan, the brother of Anushka, is the same Ivan who flogged Gregory. And Gregory, you'll remember, is the same Gregory who snitched on Vaninka Alexandrovna and Fyodor Petrovich. And now the way Ivan disposed of Fyodor's body was this. Since there was still ice on the Neva, he cut a hole in it and stuffed the body into the icy waters. The cold wind quickly froze shut the ice again, and Fyodor's body, flowing with the swift current of the river, some time later entered the Gulf of Finland. For this arrangement, Ivan received 1,000 rubles, the fee agreed upon, plus an extra 1,000 blackmail, which last set a precedent. Vaninka was forced to pay Ivan money whenever he demanded it. However, being rich, she didn't mind, and that summer she spent a joyous vacation on the Black Sea with her father. That's the opposite direction from the Gulf of Finland.
Vaninka.
Yes, Papa.
You say your Fyodor...
has gone on a journey to forget me.
Noble lad.
And the next month, on the Crimea, taking the waters, still south.
Vaninka?
Yes, Papa?
You had a letter today. Was it from Fyodor?
No, Papa. It was from Sophie Fagavia from Prushnitz. To tell me she has married a boy from Prushnitz. Boris Padyov.
And from Fyodor, nothing.
Nothing.
And in the Ukraine, after the festivals were over, coming home.
Vaninka,
Yes, Papa?
I liked Fyodor.
Yes, Papa.
I miss him.
I miss him too, Papa.
And no sooner had they gotten back to the palace.
Vaninka!
Yes, Papa?
Quickly, come! Vaninka, news from Moscow. Vasily Vasilovich fell down.
He always falls, Papa.
This is his last fall, Vaninka. 3 flights of steps. He's dead.
Dead?
Nor must you think of throwing yourself into the Neva, Varinka. Listen, I give you permission.
Permission?
To marry Fyodor Petrovich Romayov. Well?
Thanks, Papa.
Vodka is the best way to eat potatoes, and this inn serves the best potatoes. Agreed?
Agreed.
Gregory?
What is it, Ivan Ivanovich?
To ask you once more that you bear me no malice for having whipped you, for having flogged you.
How could I think evil of you? It was the fault of Vanyinka because I spilled on her.
Vanyinka.
And Fyodor Petrovich, who gave you the order to lay the strap on.
Yeah, Fyodor Petrovich.
Ivan.
Yes?
How is it that suddenly you are so rich?
Drink vodka.
I drink, and yet I cannot help but ask.
You are a friend to me.
From the same village.
Friend.
From the same village, from the same meadowland. Yet you are rich, and I am penniless.
Bend close your ear. Vanyinka.
What?
Vanyinka Alexandrovna.
She gives you money?
Whatever I ask, she gives. Whatever, whenever. For example.
Yes?
I have but to crook a finger, and she would come. Running if I but crook the finger.
No.
With a bottle of her father's best brandy in each arm.
Then crook a finger.
You wish to see?
I wish to see.
Waiter! Waiter, come here. Here are 10 rubles. Go to the Chermayev Palace and ask of Vanyinka. Tell her you are of me, and that I wish her here, at once, with brandy, her papa's brandy, at once!
At the moment when Vanyinka received word that she was wanted at the inn by Ivan Ivanovich, she was in the middle of brooding. She had never been closer to the bottom of the Neva River than she was now, thinking as she was of her dead lover and how fate and a tattletale named Gregory and a blackmailer named Ivan Ivanovich had robbed her of her one true love. And so she went to the general's liquor cabinet and extracted 2 bottles of his oldest brandy. Then she went to the general's medicine chest and extracted a handful of the general's opium and mixed the 2 together. Then she went down to the inn.
By your command, Ivan Ivanovich, 2 bottles of brandy.
One for me and one for Gregory. Pull up the corks, Gregory.
Yes.
And now we will drink to Vanyinka Alexandrovna Chermayev.
To Vanyinka.
They drank, and they drank, and Vanyinka watched. Then they passed into the land of poppy dreams, and Vanyinka watched. Everyone else went home until all who were left in the inn were a dozing proprietor and the two dreamers, Yvonne and Gregory, and Vanyinka, who stopped watching, who went over to the fireplace and took a burning brand and set fire to the place. The inn burned well, and everything that was in it. Then Vanyinka took a walk.
And so it is done, lover. Fyodor Petrovich, you are now avenged. Those who caused your death are dead now. So sleep, Fyodor Petrovich, sleep. And soon, who knows, I will be in your arms again. Gently, gently flows the Neva. Neva, mother of rivers, where do you go? Soft the silver light on your kindly bosom. Mother of rivers, take me, hold me.
I would like to be able to tell you that the bodies of the lovers were found close to one another on some distant and misty shore. But I cannot. Vanyinka did not drown. She was saved by a young man passing by. He was a captain in the Czar's cavalry, and they rode back to the palace in warm clothes, she draped across the pommel of his steed. He proposed marriage as soon as he saw her house. She refused. He rode away to the north, crying. Vanyinka locked herself in her room and never came out again, except for her father's funeral a week later.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. Tonight's Russian tragedy was adapted from translations of the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Lillian Baeff was heard as Vanyinka, John Daner is the general, and Hy Averback is Feodor. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Barney Phillips, and Irene Tedrow. Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Manchester, England, in the year 1826. At that time, the Norwich Union boys really knew how to put out a big fire. They were also adept at snuffing out smaller flames. It's listed in my files as James Evans, Fireman, How He Extinguished a Human Torch. Thank you. Good night.
Your purchase of Easter seals is your way of extending the only aid there is for the crippled and disabled. Organized hospital, clinical, and laboratory campaigns to cure the curable and to lessen the burdens of those who can't be completely well again. Buy Easter seals. Make your generous contribution a fighting force to expand treatment, research, and education. The three weapons of hope and of cure for the crippled and disabled in America. Gangbusters go into action Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. I'm going to tell you another true crime story. Listen. A man writing. Listen closely because it's a quiet sound, an intimate sound. The year is 1795, and the man who is doing this quiet, intimate thing is named Peter Droot. He is writing his will, making with goose quill and parchment his bequest to his children. When he is done, unknowingly, he will have made certain the death of his 2 sons. And now he is done. Now he has made certain. And tonight, my report to you on the Axe and the Droot family, how they fared.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
The place is Heidelberg Township, Dauphin County, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. During the closing years of the 18th century, Heidelberg snuggled against a bend of the Susquehanna. Its chief product was people, who were sent downstream to Harrisburg and overland to Philadelphia. So great was the margin of export over import that I can no longer locate Heidelberg Township on a very good map of Pennsylvania. However, during the time that it flourished, it was noted chiefly for its rocks, which were used all over the county to build churches, sheds, barns, and gravestones. The Droot family lived in a stone house, and Peter Droot was so wealthy that he was buried in a coffin imported from Bavaria, which was decorated with cherubs painted on porcelain and other sad scenes. His shroud was of genuine black Westphalian lace. His lawyer was of 100% Saxony stock and came from Philadelphia.
And to my daughter Elizabeth, I, Peter Droot, do will and bequeath the sum of £1,000. However, the sums I have already advanced to her in the amount of £800 shall be considered a part of this legacy. And to my sons, Francis and Peter, I leave the residue of my estate. But in the event of the death of either of my sons, without issue...
And his daughter Elizabeth, pure product of Heidelberg Township, was moved.
Some father I had, to leave to his own true daughter a measly £200.
You have done a deception to me.
Deception? How?
To tell me you were the favorite of the old man's children and would inherit the money. This is deception, to get me to be the husband of you.
John.
What?
I did not mean to deceive you.
Get thee away.
I begged you to believe me. Get thee from the chair and take my hand.
The likes of you, a spouse to the likes of me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I said it, Elizabeth. Get thee away.
That vile man, that father to me, to have done this to his daughter, that I have to wait until the death of my brothers to get to his wealth. That I have to wait until the death of my brothers to get to his wealth. That I have to wait until the death of my brothers.
Yes, I heard it.
And that as each one of them would die, I would get £500.
Yes, I heard it. Elizabeth.
What, husband?
How well do you love your brothers?
Francis is the oldest, and I can recall one day at the quarry when he struck me with a stone. This scar.
And the younger one, Peter.
Who was named for my father, and as cruel as my father, and who became my father's favorite in my stead. Who once called me a name I shall never forget.
Were they to die?
I am sister to them. I should weep. In your arms, husband. And you would make me smile again.
Smile now.
In your arms?
Yes.
John and Elizabeth Howard, Pennsylvanian lovers. He, a stonemason who had more epitaphs at the tip of his chisel than any stonemason in the county. She, noted for her scar and her elderberry jelly. The old man just growing chill in his coffin from Bavaria. And John and Elizabeth, daughter and son-in-law, were getting ready to lay the rest of the family beside him.
I think we should start with the younger one first.
Why, whatever are you talking about?
He's better off dead than alive, anyhow.
Why, whatever are you talking about? Put me down. Put me down.
John put Elizabeth down and got on his horse. He rode to Harrisburg at a clip which can only be described as furious. Now, in Harrisburg, there lived a friend of his, an elderly gentleman who distilled things and bottled them. It is said that this gentleman could do a thing with toadstools and snake venom that you wouldn't believe. The gentleman, whose name is recorded in state annals as Uncle Hess der Kleine, was finally ducked in a pond for 12 minutes by the authorities. Well, John bought a few ounces of an essence from Uncle Hess and rode back to Heidelberg Township. And the next day, in the stone quarry, this is what happened.
And how is your brother Francis these days, Peter, lad?
I don't see much of him these days.
He's busy counting his money, I suppose, and yours.
He is a farmer. He farms.
A question, lad.
Aye, John?
Have you had the fancies lately?
How do you know about that?
Your sister, lad. She told me. How since a lad you have been seeing strangies and ghosties and whatnot.
And what of it?
Nothing, lad. Nothing.
It is true that I have been visited.
And me, too. Last week I was lying beneath the stars near the barn. There was a wailing, and I look about me. Such a beautiful fancy she was, and she was crying.
Go on, John.
Of such beauty. And I reached out my hands to her, and her image was smoke.
Wondrous.
I can see her any time I wish it.
How?
I have a thing here, a potion, a small bottle of it, prepared specially to lie under the stars to see this wondrous, beautiful lady.
Was she indeed so beautiful?
I am unschooled. I have not the words for her beauty.
Please.
What, lad?
Give me of that vial. Let me taste.
She stirs your imagination, lad.
Yes, oh yes.
You can almost see her in your mind now, can you not?
Even while you talk, I try to imagine her. Please, give me of the vial.
Here, drink it.
Yes.
All of it. Good lad. Tonight, lie down under the stars and see what will happen to you.
Thank you, John.
The bottle is good no longer. Throw it away, lad.
Poor lad. 18 years old and given to fancies. Now, all of us know that many lads of 18, even today, are given to fancies. But young Peter Droot was very rich and lived in Pennsylvania, and it was a rare moment indeed when he wasn't beginning or ending a fancy. And too, this, we must remember, was the era of potions to conjure up most anything, from rain to a lady made of smoke. So, young Peter Droot had everything going for him that night: youth, imagination, and potion. He went out under the stars and lay down near the barn, just like his brother-in-law told him to do. What happened then may be described as a good night in the country gone to waste.
Oh! Oh, my stomach! Oh! My stomach! My stomach! My stomach! Oh! Oh!
That rooster crowing really upset schedules in old Heidelberg Township that night. People and animals looked out of the window and wondered what ailed that rooster anyhow. It was too early to get out of bed and too late to go back to sleep, so they gave ear to the commotion. Through the din rose the wails of Peter Droot, who had seen no fancies but was writhing with a terrible ache in his stomach. His brother Francis brought him back to the house and applied an old Pennsylvania poultice, which relieved the lad no end. So, the next morning in the stone quarry...
And all that happened, John, was an ache right here. A grievous ache.
Poor lad. Lad.
Yes?
When you lay yourself down under the stars, which way were you facing?
Toward the east. Toward Bruder Gansel's farm.
I should have told you.
I did it wrong.
Oh, 'tis my fault. You faced the wrong way. However, come here. Walk with me. Sit yourself down here by this pile of rocks.
Here?
To your left a wee bit. Very good. Now close your eyes and think hard.
Of what?
Of beautiful things. And silently I will say a magical thing. And I will go from you a little and behind you. Peter, keep closed your eyes.
Say it. Say the magical thing.
Aye, right now. Men, all of you, the lad Peter Droot is buried beneath the rocks. He is dead.
No. No, I am not. The slide of rocks did not touch me. I heard their sound and I leaped, and
What a relief it is to me. Oh, how happy I am.
But why have we come here, John? To the loft of the barn?
I have another way to show you the fancy.
How?
This rope I have here tied to the rafter. Place it about your neck.
Very well. Do not let me fall, for the rope is not long enough to reach the floor.
Is the rope tight enough about your neck now, lad?
Tight enough? For what?
For this!
John? The rope broke, John. Please don't be frightened. I'm not hurt. I'm not hurt at all.
And as long as Peter stayed alive, John couldn't collect any of the legacy, which is why John sat in a hayloft, head in hand, and pondered. Then John thought about an axe, and he pondered no more.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. Patrolman Kirk reported in from Box 23 at 1:42, on time to the minute. His next call was to come from Post 7. He never made it. When they finally found him, he had been shot to death. Was it suicide or murder? The steady, detailed work the real police do will again be evident on CBS Radio's 21st Precinct tomorrow evening as the world's largest police force tackles the case of Patrolman Kirk and Post 7. 21st Precinct is broadcast on most of these same stations. Be at Post 7 tomorrow. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on the Axe and the Droot family, how they fared.
A few notes about Pennsylvania as it neared the end of the 18th century. It was already a state to be reckoned with. General Washington had camped there during the winter of 1777-78 at a place known as Valley Forge. In the town of Chester, Mad Anthony Wayne drilled his troops in an unusual manner in the courthouse square. The western part of the state was rife with forests, game, trout streams, and beneath it, the silent flow of oil, to be discovered 50 years later in Titusville, of all places. A dominion of wealth, discovered and as yet undiscovered, of history, made and as yet unmade. To prove my point, a person by the name of Barbara Fritchie, who was born in Old Heidelberg Township, had not quite yet been born. But across the street from the house where Barbara would first see the light of day, where her grubby little fingers would reach for her first needle, across the street lived John and Elizabeth Howard, man and wife. As is our prerogative, let's look in on them.
The rope broke.
What a pity.
It seems I can't kill him. Something always goes wrong.
You always were a hasty man, ruin things.
In the barn this morning, I did everything neatly.
The rope broke.
It was a new rope.
And both of my brothers still live.
I thought of something.
And both of my brothers still live. And both of my brothers still live.
Would you listen, spouse?
I
thought of an axe.
And what did you think of an axe?
How it can smash things.
What things?
Tables.
And cups.
Chairs.
And chickens.
And skulls.
And skulls. And husband?
What?
Will you do it?
It will be done.
By whom? By you?
By a man I know and his friend.
And after it's done, what shall I have?
You will have no brothers.
And in their stead?
Money.
Husband.
Yes?
Lift me, spin me around.
Aye? What is it?
To talk with you, Charles.
Come in, man. To talk with me?
Aye. Where's your friend, Patrick?
Has the talk money in it?
Aye.
Before or after the occasion?
A little before and much after.
Patrick. Wake. Wake. Wake, Patrick. There's money in it. John Hall.
Aye.
Come into here.
Good evening to you, Patrick.
Now, John Hall, speak to the both of us.
My wife's brothers are alive. If they were to die, my dear wife would receive all of their money.
And, is this the end of it?
A very great sum of money.
And?
And this axe I have brought.
It cuts deep.
Aye.
Well, Patrick?
Uh-huh.
Well, John Howard? Wait. It is enough. For now. Patrick, get out of bed, man.
There were frontiers in those days. As a matter of fact, our country was more frontier than anything else. And the people, those who survived, were the fittest. I would like to describe two fit people of the time. Charles McManus.
Which is my name. I am 42 years old.
I stand 6 inches above 5 feet, and my weight is close to 200 pounds. Once in Killarney, I killed a man with my fists. I fled to America. In New York, I killed again with my fist. I fled to the backwoods of Pennsylvania.
Patrick Donegan.
That's me. I'm much too slight to kill with my fists. I must have steel in my hand. There was a woman in Donegal County. Her death brought me here, where I am now.
Very fit persons indeed. Killers, and attuned to the wilderness. They moved quietly.
The older one sleeps there, he said. Hold him, Patrick. And the young one sleeps in there, he said. Hold him, Patrick.
Are you a fancy?
Now we can go.
Now I'll do the dancing.
Come to me. Come to me.
They are dead. They are dead.
Outside the night is warm.
And there is moon.
And there will be us.
Gently. In a moment. John, hold me. Hold.
They came, the townspeople, and they knocked on the door of John Howard and his wife Elizabeth, and they brought him and his wife to the house where Peter and Francis Droot were lying. Elizabeth fell down upon the floor and wept bitterly. John sat down and made no remark. And this is the tableau, 1 hour after the murder had been committed. And the townspeople had found that nothing had been plundered from the house. And the townspeople knew that only John and Elizabeth would profit from the death of the brothers. And an axe had been found, and a townsman knew it to be the axe of John Howard. Then John Howard made a remark.
I did not do it.
Then they asked him who did do it.
2 murderers.
2, they asked him. How do you know it was 2, John?
I hired them.
Hi, what is it?
So now it is, Charles. Open.
Hey, who are all these people? What people have you brought with you?
The man holding the torch there is Ebner. By his side and holding another torch is George. And the next to him, neighbors and neighbors and neighbors. They have come after you and after Patrick.
For what?
For what you have done.
For what?
For the murder of the brothers of my wife.
You hired us, John.
I told them that.
Patrick, wake up.
In June 1798, a trial was made charging the three men and Elizabeth Howard with murder.
I have never been one whose life has been governed by the lust for money. Only love and sweet solicitude for my husband. If it has been my husband's immodesty to have committed murder, I do love him still.
I committed no murder.
He committed no murder, he says. He gave me an axe. He gave me money. I returned them and said, do your dirty work yourself. Didn't I, Patrick?
As sure as you're born. I heard you refuse the man distinct, and I heard him muttering that he'd do it himself.
Gentlemen of the jury, as your judge, I now charge you. The murder of Peter and Francis Droot rouses the indignation of the county. Its atrocity is unequaled by anything of the kind hitherto known in Pennsylvania. The execution of the murders was as horrid as the motives were base and groveling. The keenest sensations must arise in the minds of all good men and worthy citizens.
The judge then went into particular detail of all the evidence that had been given and committed the case to the jury at 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. At 7 o'clock in the evening, they returned a verdict. John Howard, guilty. Charles McManus, guilty. Patrick Donegan, guilty. Elizabeth Howard, not guilty.
I'm pleased. I'm so pleased. Goodbye, my husband.
The guilty were all of them hanged on Saturday, July 14th, 1798. Elizabeth Howard mourned for a respectable interval, then married again to one Obed Fanistock. The Fanistocks moved to Maryland, to the growing community of Cumberland, where they bought a house and a well and sold water to settlers moving west. And it all happened in old Heidelberg Township, which I can no longer find on the map.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. The Droot Family, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Mary Jane Croft was heard as Elizabeth and Clayton Post as John. Featured in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Sam Edwards, Paul Frees, and Charles Davis. George Walsh speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, San Francisco Bay, midway between Oakland and San Francisco, on board the good ferry El Capitan. The year is 1870, and the events are catastrophic, as I report to you on the incredible trial of Laura D. Fair. Thank you. Good night.
Academy Award winner Joan Fontaine will be your star in Leave Her to Heaven on Lux Summer Theater on CBS Radio later tonight. You'll enjoy this celebrated story of a ruthless woman who destroys the things she loves, and you'll like Joan Fontaine in this dramatic role. That's Leave Her to Heaven, starring Joan Fontaine, later tonight on the Lux Summer Theater show on most of these same stations. And remember, Bill Cullen's Walk a Mile show is heard Monday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. The lady's name is Maria, and she's just come home from a party, dressed to kill. She's come home to discover a robber, the famous John Shepard, who removes Maria's lavalier gently, her earrings slowly, and her rings. She was face to face with John Shepard, and for the rest of her life, she'd have something to talk about. Tonight, my report to you on the incredible history of John Shepard.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
The English king who was on the throne in 1722 was remarkable in that he could speak no English. Not that he was an idiot. He was a German, and he could speak German very well. As a matter of fact, he'd brought 2 young and ravishing ladies from Germany with him, so that he could have someone to talk with, lonely monarch that he was. His name was George Louis, and his reign was stormy, with that trouble with the Jacobites. This unpleasantness, you will recall, was settled by the Duke of Argyll, a soldier and dandy, husband to Anne the knitter. And into these times strode John Shepard. Well, he didn't stride exactly. He usually sneaked in through the back window so as to rob. And one night in April, he got caught.
Light the taper in the candlestick, Maria, and we'll see who we have here. And you, sir, don't move, or surely this blunderbuss I'm holding
I shall
will...
not move.
Husband?
Hold the candlestick up to him and we'll see.
Oh, ooh.
Who you have here, madam, is John Shepard.
John Shepard be you? Well, now, sir, you're caught. No more sneaking in and robbing for you, sir. And no more wives of respectable husbands will you make play with.
John Shepard.
Come away from him, Marie.
He's only a boy.
Marie.
Downy cheek youth.
Come to rob.
No. I shall tell you why I've come here.
Do.
I had heard it spoken about, madam, of you.
Of me.
Maria, come away. Stand aside.
Gently, gently, husband. And you were saying what, John?
And I sought you out. Unbeknownst to you, I have sought you out and have followed you. Once, in a crowded place, I touched gently like this.
And this thrilled you, so you've come here to rob us out of house and home.
No, to find Milady's boudoir.
Now you can talk as much as you wish, youth. For as soon as you are done with the talk, this trigger gets pulled. And from Cheapside to the Thames, London husbands all about will raise a hurrah in my name.
Boudoir, John.
To drown myself in the scent of yourself you have left behind.
Husband.
Yes?
Come over here a moment. Look at the candlestick, husband.
What of it?
Now, you were saying, John?
Beautiful. Gossamer hair and lips of coral buds.
Lips.
But soft as soft can ever be.
If you're to go quickly.
And the jewels sparkle at your throat. And when you move your hand, it makes a pattern of glitter on the gentle air.
Take them.
Yes. What?
Lady Wedline says. About you, she says.
Did she? Now, hush.
Yes.
On this night, he was barely 20. His father died from drink when he was 3, and he was left orphaned when his mother died a year later. When he was 10, his aunt hired him out to a cane chair maker, but the trade bored him and he ran away. Alone in London, he began to pursue the libertine life and was soon adept at picking pockets, mugging, breaking into houses, bribing policemen, and joshing the ladies. He was a handsome boy, and even at 16 was caught up in a scandal involving Madam Scott's school, causing it to lose its charter for 3 decades. And once, at 19, according to a footnote, his activities all but caused Admiral Brisbane to bring the fleet in from Skagerrak, to scotch a rumor. Romantic, dashing, and bold. But he had his home life, too.
Scallion, nape, billowjinks.
Now, Beth.
Pretty boy, where have you been, pretty boy?
You know well.
Would I mouth the question if I knew it well? Where have you been?
About?
Stealing?
Well, of course, stealing.
Then show me. Show me why I've been waiting to the wee hours.
Nothing to show you, Beth.
Oh?
On coming home to you, I met a man.
And he said, what you got to sell, John boy? What you got to sell?
Just some baubles.
And he cheated you for what they were worth, and you gambled, and now you got nothing.
I saved you something, dear Beth.
What?
Here's a bauble for you.
A piece of gloss you bought at a store for half a mite.
Here, let me put it to your lowly throat.
No.
Beth, pretty Kim.
A thing to tell you, John, 'cause I've sworn it to me. Beth Lyon, I swore to me. Any more talking amongst the maids in the market I hear, any more soft laughing I hear in John Shepard's name with it to the police I'll go to. I swore it. I swore it. 'Cause I'm tired of waiting into the wee hours for you, and you coming home tired and cheated, gambled out. Now I want none of you no more, John.
You come to me and you'll change your mind, Beth Lyon.
All right. We'll see. Now what, John Shepard?
Soft touches your hair against my cheek, and a sparkle go.
Get out of here.
Beth.
What?
You said a thing about the police.
Get out of here.
The cell's not especially clean, John laddie. That's never been broke out of. A bite of you. Wife. Woman. There's a new one in the little cell. Spoon a pot of gruel and take it into him. And not so generous neither. There's only a mite to feed them each day, and most of them will hang anyhow. So why fat the likes of them? That's enough, now that's enough. You take it to him.
Hello? Oh. Hello. Oh, what dream is this? What angel is this that brings me sustenance? Here, I'll take it from your softling hands. Why stare at me with soft doe eyes? I'm but John Shepard. And why widen go your eyes? You cannot know me, for I am nothing. And this is a dream anyhow, and does not happen in reality. And how am I sure of it? For no cheek was so rosy and warm beneath my lips. And if those dainty hands were to hold a key now... Yes, just so. Oh, dream, wake me not. But let the loving fingers turn key in lock, while lip presses lip. Madam, no, speak not, but walk with me, and show which way. How do I get to the street, madam?
Without even paying a fine. As a matter of fact, there is on permanent exhibition at Scotland Yard a locket which the warden's wife gave to John Shepard as a memento of their walk from cell to street. A simple, small locket with a simple, small diamond in the center of it. It is said that John Shepard cherished the locket for a week before he sold it to a pawnbroker. And so he was on the loose again, stealing, robbing, chucking chins, steering clear of Beth Lyon and the police, gambling, and doing all the things which made him a legend. And one day, it was a summer's day, and he was strolling in the fabulous Chesney Lane and eyeing the nice things behind the shop windows. And he stopped for a moment and considered a diamond brooch and wondered where the closest rock was when...
Don't do it, John. Don't do it, lad. Huh? I know what you're thinking, John. How to get a rock? Your hand to smash a window, to steal what you see there.
Why you got your hand on my shoulder?
Because I'm of the law, John, lad.
And I'm arrested then?
You be John Shepard, ain't you?
Am I arrested then?
We was told to look out for you, especially here in Chesney Lane. Don't you run, John, lad.
Then what you want from me?
I've heard you're a sly one, and a nervy one, too.
There's a thing on your mind you're not saying.
Aye.
Which is what?
It's my duty to walk up and down Chesney Lane and to keep the law and to take note of things.
And you've noted
down
what?
There, across the street, 2 blocks down, at the corner.
The Greystone House?
Aye.
The house of Lord Courtliff and his lady?
Aye.
What of it?
'Tis empty. Of the lord and the lady, that is.
The servants?
Gone. All of them gone to watering in Brighton.
Dee now.
Dee. As I am the Lord, Dee. As my name is Cooper, Dee.
Let us walk.
Dee.
Later that day, an advertisement was inserted in the London Times that the furniture and belongings of Lord and Lady Courtliff were on sale on the premises in their natural surroundings. The house was thrown open to the public, and it was a marvelous sale. The floorwalker's name was John Shepard. He also took the money.
You are listening to Crime Classics, and your host, Thomas Hyland. You don't have to tell the average or above average housewife that radio's work before dark, too. Chances are she's already familiar with the daytime dramatic serials on CBS Radio, a succession of fine day-to-day stories about people it's easy to like and be interested in. Every weekday on most of these same stations, listen where America listens most, for Aunt Jenny, Ma Perkins, Rosemary, Our Gal Sunday, and all our stars-addressed daytime serials. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on the incredible history of John Shepard.
I would like to speak to you briefly about Newgate Prison. And Newgate Prison because, as you must know, John Shepard must eventually come here, since, as all of us know too, lex omnia vincit. Well, Newgate Prison was built in the 12th century and was originally the gatehouse to the west side of London. As a gatehouse, many gay times were had here, travelers being what they are. But in the 15th century, iron bars were imported from Sheffield, and as a prison, Newgate came into its own. The Great Fire of 1666 destroyed it, but from the ashes rose a dungeon even more formidable than its predecessor. In 1723, the year which concerns us here, Newgate was a place of dampness and stone and iron, with a special section for shackle and rack. You might be interested in knowing that the most popular method of execution in this era was pressing a fellow to death. More later. In the meanwhile, back to Chesney Lane and the house of Lord and Lady Courtliff, toward the end of a highly successful sale in which the Greystone house was being stripped to its stone.
I beg your pardon.
Yes?
Are the tapestries for sale, too?
Oh, yes.
And at what price?
Which tapestry did you have in mind?
Well, let me see. This one.
Ah, excellent choice.
I like unicorns.
£10.
You'll give me a bill of sale?
Why should I?
To prove that I have come by this honestly. After all.
After all what?
This is a famous tapestry.
Dee.
The farandole of the unicorns.
Oh, Dee.
Lord Courtliffe's favorite.
I know, he told me.
As he told me.
A good friend of his?
He has many friends. In the police.
And you're...
Captain Cleaver.
I'm...
John Shepard. Only John Shepard would have the imagination, the audacity to open up a stranger's house and sell all the stranger's belongings.
Captain.
Yes, lad.
There's an arrangement I have with an Officer Cooper of the police.
Pity.
Why pity?
Now, Officer Cooper will be hung, too.
Oh. Then...
Of it, there's no doubt. You're
Wait.
What?
The proceeds from the sale of the furnishings on the second floor.
What of them, lad?
Yours.
My name is not Cooper. Come along, lad, John, lad. You're under arrest. I'll test that, stonemason. Tight. Good. You're stapled to the stone floor right enough, John lad. You'll not get out of here. Now, stonemason, for an extra safety, a U-spike about his neck onto the floor. Now, let me see. A couple more hits, stonemason. A couple more, my man. The only time you'll be leaving Newgate, lad, John lad, is when they trundle your body out. And we'll take another extra safety. Hand me those chains, stonemason. Wrap them round you, lad, John lad. Goodbye, lad. Come, stonemason.
I have here a newspaper of the time from which I'd like to read a paragraph or two. John Shepard, alone in the stone room of Newgate Prison, espied a crooked nail. With this device, he unburdened himself of his chains. Some have said that John Shepard enlisted outside aid in loosening himself from the stapling. But John Shepard has claimed that this is not so. But it remains true that unstapled he became. Whereupon he removed 2 stones from the wall of the room, which gave him access to a passageway between the walls. Thus, he climbed to the Red Room, so called for obvious and horrible reasons. He threw down the door of this unspeakable closet, and thence came to the chapel. Removing a spike from the door of the chapel, he experienced small difficulty in opening 4 other doors, which led him to the roof. It was a rainy night, and he almost, in traversing this place, slipped to his doom. However, he jumped across a narrow alleyway onto the roof of a Mr. Finchley who lived next door and opened a window casement of this house.
Don't be frightened.
Where did you come from?
From out there. From the rain.
Oh.
You have no need to be frightened.
Well, who are you?
John Shepard.
True.
Such is my misfortune.
Misfortune?
Yes.
How?
I say my name and I am shunned by all.
My father...
Don't scream for him. Just let me walk through that door and out of here.
My father...
I know, a wrathful man.
My father is in the country.
I know, in the next room.
In the country.
What?
In the country. I've been trying to tell you.
Oh. What wicked man is he to leave you here all alone? To leave you at the mercy of whoever comes across your roof and into your window.
He needed to go. A matter of his health.
What is your name?
Angela.
I knew it, and I dared not speak it. Angela of Angels. house.
Oh, John,
Yes?
your clothes, they're wet and you...
Oh, cold. Shivery.
In the next room, there's a fire.
Take me to it.
Oh, take my hand, John.
Of angels. Take me to it.
And in no time at all, John Shepard had the run of the house. He particularly liked the library and would spend hours here. He liked to read to Angela, and as your almanac will show you, this was a very rainy summer, so he read to her a lot. And in spite of the inclement weather, it was truly an idyllic summer for these two young people.
I love you, Angela.
Oh, and I love you, John. John, oh, John.
And small lovers spat.
I hate you! Hate me, do you? Well, I despise you.
Parting. Greetings.
Oh, John, John, you've come back.
And John would read to her again. And sometimes next door there would be an execution. And they would watch. And every week, Angela wrote to her daddy.
Dear Papa, it rains here. Most every day it rains. And there is chill in the air. I thank the stars each night that you're in the country and getting your strength back again. Stay as long as you want, and I will come down and visit you at Christmas time. As you have told me to, I improve myself in the library, reading and doing sums and musing. Tonight there is a thunder shower. How fortunate are you that you are not here. John, I'm writing to my father.
Hurry, then.
Your loving daughter, Angela.
In the autumn, the weather got better. And one morning in early October, right outside Angela's house, when John was returning from the greengrocer's, a voice from out of the past all but dropped John like a pulled steer.
John, well, John Shepard. Hello, John.
Hello, Beth.
Ain't they hanged you yet, John? Oppressed you?
I'm a hurry, Beth.
Be you now. Police!
Hush.
Now, why should I, John?
Because, we're old friends, Beth.
Be we now? John?
Yes?
Were the police to find you, my lad, what would happen to you?
Well,
They'd hang you, wouldn't they? A pressure thinner than a comedy cake.
But you won't call them, now, would you?
I might.
Unless what?
Like it was in the old times. Like it was before.
John!
Well, now.
Do you have the parsnips from the greengrocer's?
Do you have the parsnips from the greengrocer's? Well, now.
Who's this woman, John?
It's my
Forgot my name, John. I'm Beth Lyon, and who be you, little duck?
Come into the house, John.
Come into the house, John, pretty as you please. Well, John ain't coming into your house no more. Are you, John?
Angela.
Yes, John?
Angela.
Now you listen to me. You listen to me, John. I know where you came from that night. That first night when you came in from the roof, out of the rain. You came from next door, from Newgate Prison.
Angela.
And if you don't come into the house this moment, I'll yell for the police.
And he comes with me, royal.
John? Police!
And when John moved toward Angela, you guessed it.
Police!
Well, as you can imagine, that brought the police. And John was arrested again and got his old room back again. He was stapled again and chained again. And the guard was placed on 24-hour vigil.
Hey, God! God! Yeah. How would you like to... No.
And so he was brought to trial and found guilty of robbery and footpadism, and, as was the law of the time, sentenced to execution. Since this was the very autumn when pressing to death went out of fashion, John Shepard was hanged. This last event took place on the 16th of November, 1724, in front of a mob made up chiefly of protesting but fascinated women, an estimated 200,000 in the audience. There were on record certain excerpts, statements from certain women who had known him.
He's so young and gentle. They need not hang him. Oh, poor lad, it'll be a terrible loss.
London will seem different without the likes of John Shepard. There'll be no one to love for no more.
Each time it rains, I'll keep looking at the window and remembering. Oh, sweet apparition, and he'll no longer appear. Sweet John Shepard, cruel John Shepard. I scarce know whether I love you or hate you the more.
Scarce knew whether she loved or hated him the more, which was about the consensus from a goodly sampling. And just think, only 23 years old.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. John Shepard, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was adapted from themes of the period and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Alastair Duncan was heard as John Shepard. Featured in the cast were Betty Harford, Ellen Morgan, D.J. Thompson, Ben Wright, Richard Peel, and Jerry Desmond. Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Rome, Italy, just a little bit before March 15th in 44 B.C. We will concern ourselves with a man and his friends and what happened when they all got together in the same room. It's listed in my files as 23 Knives Against Caesar. Thank you. Good night.
Your Heart Association presents Bing Crosby.
Folks, you know, there's never been a job too big for America to handle. Right now, your Heart Association is asking you to join medical science in the fight against heart diseases, which take more lives than all other diseases combined. The goal of the Heart Fund is to help bring new hope to all hearts through new advances in surgery, through new methods of prevention and care and treatment. The American Heart Association and its affiliates comprise the only voluntary health agency devoted exclusively to heart programs. Mail your contribution to Heart, H-E-A-R-T, care of your local post office. Help your Heart Fund, help your heart.
Lionel Barrymore's Radio Hall of Fame is great Sunday night drama on the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. A crowd swarming over a field in France. Crowd, all ages. They've come to see this crowd. They've come to look. And the field they're trampling will be packed so hard that the soil cannot be plowed for 2 years after. Closer now to see if it were true. to see if the story were true. The story of horror, about a mass grave, victims, murder victims buried together. Closer now. And finally, a man reaches a pit in the earth.
Here!
Tonight, my report to you on Jean-Baptiste Troppmann, killer of many.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Adolescence is a trying time, a time when imagined sorrow is a constant companion, and loneliness and mystery and joy so great it bursts the heart, sometimes all in a couple of hours. Youth reacts to it varyingly, mostly by writing poems, talking to the moon, rejecting, accepting, dancing, fleeing, getting caught, falling in love, and generally being miserable. Well, Jean-Baptiste Troppmann had a more difficult time with adolescence than most. For example, on the morning of April 3, 1865, when Jean was 16 years old, he had an argument with his brother in his father's factory.
Brother! Stupid brother! Dog brother! Why am I cursed with such a brother as you?
With a hammer against his brother's face. While the factory hands watched in amazement at such a temper, since Jean's brother had only accidentally spilled a small can of oil, after which his brother never looked quite the same. And when Jean was 16 and a half years old, he was standing on the second-floor landing with his father.
Father! Stupid father! Dog father! Why am I cursed with such a father as you?
And the elder Troppmann was carried to a hospital, where he was treated for concussion and contusions and released 4 days later. It should be said that after this, the elder man never got on steps with his son again. And next spring, when young Jean-Baptiste was walking along the banks of the river, wondering about adolescent things in general, he came across a man of 40 perhaps, with a knapsack, a hiker.
Hello.
Hello.
I've never seen you around here before.
Well, I've never been in these parts.
What do you think of our countryside?
Beautiful. Had I known before how beautiful, I would not have remained city pent these years, but would have walked down to your countryside before.
Are you from Paris?
Yes.
How is it in Paris?
Teeming, dirty. This is your home, that village, these fields?
Tell me of Paris.
Youth, tell me of Paris.
Don't mimic me.
Tell me of Paris. Youth. Crazy little monkey, why did you hit me?
Don't make fun! You need to be taught!
And held the man's head under the water and drowned him, and let the river's swift current carry the man away. And Jean-Baptiste was lucky. The man was washed away to sea and never found. Then walked home and kissed his mother and let her ruffle his hair. Then went straight away to his chemicals. He liked to mix poisons. The properties of prussic acid in particular fascinated him. He was pale-complexioned, wiry, and kind of spidery in his movements. And one day he went to Paris on a mission for his father. And there he met a Monsieur Jean Canque.
To the Emperor Louis Napoleon.
To the Emperor.
Oh, waiter, more champagne.
I must tell you, Monsieur Canque.
Oh, then do. Tell me what.
What a pleasure it is to meet a man as sophisticated and as wise as you.
Oh, zut.
That we have become friends through a chance meeting is fortunate to me.
You are a good lad. Jean.
Yes?
How old are you?
19.
half my age. I could be your father. Jean.
Yes?
Let me tell you. I have a son nearly of your years, Gustave, and he is a dolt. Oh, this is my misfortune, Jean, because a man wishes most that his firstborn be a son, and his son be a joy. Ah, if my son would have been such as you, Jean, it would have been a joy.
Monsieur.
Yes?
How did you become rich, monsieur?
Oh, hard work, application, and a small factory for brush making in Roubaix.
You were an intelligent man.
No. Hard work, application.
And this is what I must do to rise above my own poverty?
Not you, Jean. You are clever. There's a quickness about you. You have imagination. And you will be rich.
As rich as you?
Oh, richer.
Monsieur.
Yeah?
I have a plan. I have a plan, monsieur, and I wish to interest you in it.
Oh, what sort of plan?
Of money, of wealth, for myself and for you. My friend and my counselor.
Tell me of it.
I have already told you of money, of wealth. Invest a small amount of money, and returns fabulous.
And soon you will tell me of it?
Soon.
Ha-ha. I drink again to our friendship, Jean. Lasting and good.
Oh, yes.
I do not like him.
But wife, good wife to me, how can you say you do not like such as he?
There is something about that boy. There is an evil to him.
Evil? A youth of 19?
Like a night bloom that's sickened and exudes an essence that stifles.
Oh, how can you say that?
By speaking like this, Jean-Baptiste Troppmann is a youth who hugs close evil. And more I will tell you.
What?
When you're not here sometimes, he questions me.
Well, bright lads ask many questions.
Of the state of your affairs. How much money you have. In what form. How quickly could your bonds be negotiable? Have I insurance? Have you and the children? Also the value of...
Mama?
Yes, Gustave.
The children are all asleep. Emile and Achille chose the left bed this evening. Alfred and Henri the right. And Marie is asleep the first of all, in the nursery.
Oh, you're a fine son, Gustave.
Gustave.
Yes, Papa?
Next year is your birthday, and you'll be 18 years of age.
That is true, Papa.
Tell me, son, what do you think about? Henrietta?
Tell your father what you think about, Gustave.
Playing games.
Very good. What kind of games?
Oh, with sticks and balls and running and jumping high into the air.
And what else do you think about?
My house and my mama. And my brothers and my sisters.
What about them?
Mama?
Leave him alone.
Gustave.
Yes, Papa?
Do you ever think about the world of business? Run along, Gustave. Find a stick and a ball and jump high into the air.
Mama.
Go. Why are you so cruel to your firstborn?
Because I know a young man but a year older than he.
Whose name is Jean-Baptiste Troppmann?
Whose name is Jean-Baptiste Troppmann. And though the name may be a thorn to you, it's a name for you to remember. For this boy, this clever boy, already has a scheme to make us richer. As rich as kings.
What plan?
Oh, if I told you, you would prattle it all about. Nevertheless, it is a plan, such a plan as you never dreamed of. A magnificent conception of a plan. And by a boy barely 19 years old. Oh, would that he were my son.
Then I should not have been his mother.
Oh, Jean-Baptiste, welcome. This house is yours. Welcome.
Oh, what unhappy woman bore such a monster for a son?
The woman who bore such a monster for a son was named Madame Troppmann, and she was not unhappy. She loved her son dearly and thought him a fine youth, and was sure that in time he would bring her much joy. On the other hand, Madame Kank knew Jean-Baptiste for what he was. But what she didn't know was that he would bring her death. And the next morning...
But where are you going?
To the fields of Pantin, and a place there, a chateau.
But why?
But the boy's plan.
The boy's plan, which necessitated hiring a carriage and the drive out of Paris and into the countryside and into the nighttime. And the talk then.
The Chateau Vernier.
Tell me the rest of it.
They will be there.
Huh? Who?
The counterfeiters.
Counterfeiters?
They have brought machinery and plates of such exquisite craftsmanship. And all the money we can possibly use forever. We shall make it. And we must pay them but 5,000 francs. You have brought 5,000 francs?
Oh, yes, oh, yes.
Drink of my wine.
Yes, oh, yes. Yes.
We'll be princes of fabulous wealth. What's the matter? I'll stop the carriage. How do you feel?
Cramp.
Come, we'll walk. It will ease the pain. Cramp.
They walked only a short way, and then Monsieur Kank fell to the ground. Jean hurried immediately back to the carriage, obtained a shovel he had lashed to its understructure, and dug a hole, and put Monsieur Kank in it, and packed down the earth. If Monsieur Kank wasn't dead when he fell, he was now.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. This is National Defense Week. This week, over 1,000 chapters of the Reserve Officers Association of the United States are holding parades and other observances of the occasion. The important message the reserve officers try to impress on their fellow countrymen is this, that it is traditional in peacetime for a small, regular armed force to be backed up by a large, powerful reserve army. As President Eisenhower has said, in the long run, the security of a free country rests in the hands of its civilian soldiers. The reserve keeps America always prepared. Are you in it? And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics and his report to you on Jean-Baptiste Troppmann, killer of many.
It was France. It was the Second Empire. Louis Napoleon was on the throne, and the Empress Eugénie. Those of dexterity and imagination were inventing machines, and all of Europe was in an economic upheaval caused by mechanical contrivances cleverly put together. It was the era of the speculator, the money adventurer, the exploiter. For the youth of the time, there was the opportunity for wealth beyond dreams, or poverty on the same level. And the youth of the time was Jean-Baptiste Troppmann, a youth of vision, a youth of ambition. He had a plan. Massacre the Kank family and assume identity of Jean Kank. Take his wealth and go to America. There were 8 members of the Kank family, and when we pick him up in the fall of 1868, he had only killed one, the father. One day, Jean-Baptiste wrote a letter to Madame Kank.
My dearest wife, I have hurt my hand, and therefore have asked my esteemed friend Jean-Baptiste Troppmann to write this letter to you. I am here in the pension of Madame Bourget in the village of Cernay. How I miss you. How I miss my dear family. Are the 6 children too much of a travail without me? Let you and the rest content with the knowledge that our plans flourish, and soon, soon, dearest wife, we will be very rich. Very, very rich. Now, here is what you must do. Send our oldest boy, Gustave, to me for a twofold purpose. There is work for him here with a future, and he should bring with him 5,000 francs, which is needed immediately for expenses. Your faithful husband, Jean Kank. Oh, Gustave, come in, come in.
Hello, Monsieur Troppmann. Good evening.
Well, and how was your journey down from Paris?
Oh, very good, thank you. Where's Papa?
I will take you to him presently.
I would like to see him now. I've missed him.
Gustave,
Yes?
did your mama give you anything for your papa?
Some cakes. I have them here in my satchel.
Cakes? Is that all?
And an envelope,
Which is right there in your satchel.
which is right here in my pocket.
Ah.
Sewn to the inside.
Oh, you have a clever mother. Come, Gustave, I will take you to your father.
Monsieur,
Yes, Gustave?
my father wrote a letter and said there was work for me.
Actually, there are 2 jobs available to you.
Hmm?
2 jobs. One right down there at the pier. Can you swim?
Oh, no.
Oh, well, then you would not be suitable for this one job, for it has to do with piers and boats. But you do sums, Gustave.
Simple sums.
Good, good.
Monsieur,
Yes?
what is my father doing now?
But a step away. That shack where the winch is.
Oh, I shall be very happy to... Monsieur...
Jean strangled the boy, tore open the sewn pocket, extracted 5,000 francs from it, and then... It was said that on the night of Gustave's disappearance, Jean returned to the pension exhilarated. He paid the landlady for a bottle of wine with 100 francs. He toasted everything and everybody, and went upstairs to his room singing...
Avec les pieds
a saucy tune of the day.
Aram, aram, dee-dee. My dear wife, our son Gustave has arrived and has a fine situation. The time has come to disclose to you my secret, but I cannot leave this place. Therefore, all of you must come here for 2 or 3 days. This won't hurt you, for Troppmann has procured and has put up 500,000 francs for our venture. I must match this sum with what I have. Thus, dear wife, I petition you to procure all our assets from the bank and bring them to me. Also, in order to complete legal documents, I must have vital papers and records, our birth and marriage certificates, and those of our children. If I should not meet you at the train, it is because of the press of business. I have given all explanations to Troppmann. He will explain everything to you. You must do everything he tells you. Your faithful husband, Jean Kank. Right, Madame Kank. That chateau over there.
What of the children?
They sleep?
Yes.
Then let them.
Wait. Achille? Achille! Wake up. Listen. Now listen, Achille. Monsieur Troppmann will take me to Papa, who is in that chateau. I will bring him back to you and the children. Watch over your brothers and sisters, dear son, and I will bring Papa to you. Very well, Monsieur Troppmann.
My arm?
And will Gustave be with his Papa? Will I see my Gustave?
No.
No.
He's dead. Huh? He's dead, Madame. As your husband is dead. Achille? Come here. Come here, my child.
Some time later, a farmhand was walking across the fields. He saw some freshly turned earth and investigated. He ran straight to the police, and the police came to the field. And not only the police. You remember, crowd, come to see, come to look. A mass grave where were buried 6 members of the Kank family. And they saw what they had come for. Since the elder Kank was not to be found, the police immediately assumed that he was the murderer and began their fruitless hunt for him. In the meanwhile, in Le Havre, on a rainy day...
And you believe there will be no difficulty in obtaining a passport for me?
To America?
To America.
Monsieur.
Yes?
Why do you not go to the authorities, monsieur, huh? Why do you need such as I to forge a passport for you?
Invent a reason for yourself, my friend, and let it satisfy you.
I will be satisfied only if I am paid well.
As you will be.
Of course, of course. However, a small... Oh, forgive me, monsieur, I must...
You, stay where you are.
I'm afraid, monsieur, you would have to find another, my friend, the police. Well, oh, Ferdinand, have you been looking for me?
There has been thievery on the docks, little friend.
And I, of course, have been accused?
Who else?
Because it is a rainy day and you do not wish to look very far.
Perhaps. Tell me, who is your friend here?
Well, I do not know.
Who are you, monsieur? Yes, you. Who are you?
Me?
Exactly you.
Why do you ask that?
Because you are with the little thief here, and so elegantly dressed, monsieur. What do you do here? What connivance do you make with this small robber?
I don't even know him.
Who are you, monsieur? Your name, please.
What?
So hesitant, my friend? You have papers.
No. Yes.
No, yes. Yes or no, monsieur? Do not run. Come back. Stop. Come back. Come back. Madman. Stop the madman. He will fall into the sea. Stop him. Oh, madman, to jump in the ocean. I should let you drown. However, do not frighten me, monsieur.
Let it die. Let it die. Let it die. Let it die.
But the policeman pulled Troppmann out of the ocean and took him to the station. Here they put blankets about him and fed him hot soup because suddenly he was an important man. And because his papers, however damp, attested him to be Jean Kank, and Jean Kank was wanted by every policeman in France for the slaughter of his family, including Gustave, who'd been found drowned.
I'm not Jean Kenk.
Oh, then who are you?
Not Jean Kenk.
How did you get his papers?
Kenk gave them to me.
Where is he, then?
I do not know.
Who are you?
Not Jean Kenk.
But who?
Jean Baptiste Troppmann.
Where is Kenk?
Listen, he's dead. He's dead. And he's been murdered. He's murdered. And...
Yeah?
I murdered him.
And his family?
I helped murder them.
Helped?
There were others.
What others?
I do not know.
But you were there.
Yes.
And the Kenk family is dead. Massacred. All of them. There was a trial, and there was a verdict, guilty, and there was the guillotine. And the days of the beast were done.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. Jean-Baptiste Troppmann, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Jack Edwards was heard as Troppmann. Featured in the cast were Irene Tedrow, Larry Dobkin, Joseph Kearns, Junius Matthews, Kurt Martell, and Dix Davis. Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, the story of a boy from the island of Malta who went to sea in the year 1821. And when he'd gotten just off the Canary Islands, he thought of a wonderful way to make some money quickly. It's listed in my files as The Good Ship Jane, Why She Became Flotsam. Thank you. Good night.
Two pretty gals and one pixelated evening's listening. They're waiting for you on CBS Radio Thursdays over most of these same stations. Meet Millie starring Elena Verdugo and get exposed to Judy Graves and her family on Junior Miss next sessions tomorrow night. Weekday evenings, Beulah cooks up comedy on the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That was a wind. An English wind of the winter of 1684. A shutter rattler of a wind. And it gets under doors and into houses and into rooms. And when it does this, it's known as a searching wind. It worries a door all night long and tinkles crockery hanging on hooks and searches some more. And finally, it finds what it was looking for. This particular wind just found John and Judith and made them cold and made them shiver and made them hate each other. As a matter of fact, this particular wind made them sorry they'd ever killed anybody and gotten into this situation in the first place. So, tonight, my report to you on John and Judith, their crime, and why they didn't get to enjoy it.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Our scene is the country town of Snitton in the parish of Bitterly, near the confluence of the Team and Corve River. The scene, in fact, later immortalized in Henry Luddy's singing stanzas. Indeed, it was a veritable Henry Luddy setting which concerns us here. Summer, heather, gorse, larks on the bough and on the wing, primroses, violas, and maiden fern, squirrels gathering and putting away, gophers and quail. Summerly and a smile, Luddy's very words. And in the middle of this sonnet of summer, right in the middle of it, where the sun shone the most golden, there was a house. And in this house was a kitchen, and in the kitchen was a maid, a hired help, that is. And making love to the maid was John Cupper, Mrs. Cupper's husband, that is. Mrs. Cupper being at the market at the moment.
Oh, now you get to one side, do, so I can get back to that kettle.
That was Judith, the hired help.
Oh, fie the kettle. Give me a lippy-do.
And that was John Cupper, the man who hired her.
Sweet one, Judy girl. And sweet it was.
Unwind from me, John. The kettle needs doing, and the silver tray needs shining.
You can scour and shine another day.
And your wife will be coming home any time. Unwind from me.
Oh, she'll not be coming home for a while.
Oh, smart one, bean't you? And how do you know that?
I gave her farthing enough to buy 2 melons, two large melons, and walking back with them, little girl. Little Judy'll take a longer time, I tell you.
Oh, smarty. No, John.
Oh, why not? I just told you that me...
A verse, John, like you do, but like you haven't done for a week now. I wants me a verse. Oh, so smart you are. We play the game, John.
All right. Judith walks in the other, light as a feather. Yeah, come closer. It's the game. She makes a gay song as she happens along. Judith goes like, Judy girl, give us a lippy-do. Oh, Judy girl.
Oh, John. Hello. And, well, now, I should have knocked and called out.
Now, Goodwife Smith, I was helping the elf here to...
Nonny.
You go about your work, Judith, and if the dust is in your eye, it still troubles you, well, then...
Dust in the eye, Nonny.
I pray you, Goodwife Smith, mention none of this. Now, why do you stand here, Judith? Do your work. Goodwife Smith.
What business is it of mine that you make merry with your maid? I will not tell your wife. And I must leave anyhow at once, almost, as soon as I have got what I came for.
Anything.
Butter, a patling, and put it on that silver tray the wench is shining. And listen to me. I'll return only the butter.
Huh?
Do it, sir. Give it to me. Now.
Yes.
Goodwife Smith placed the silver tray in one tight little fist and went singing...
Nonny-o, nonny-o, nonny-o-day.
Right out the door. John and Judith sulked for the next half hour, after which Mrs. Cupper made her entrance.
John! John, open the door! I'm heavy with melons and cannot reach.
And good melons they were. So supper was had, and after the dishes were cleared by Judith, and the floor swept by Judith, and the pot scoured, and the hearth cleaned and scrubbed, and the linen folded and put aside.
Judith?
Yes, Goody Cupper.
You can eat your supper now. Then you can have the night off.
Yes, Goody Cupper.
And mind you, the lads from Shropshire down the road. Mind you, girl.
Yes, sir.
And later, after Judith had gone.
I like me, our maid, John.
What?
Our maid, Judith. She's a good one.
If you say it, she is.
John,
Yes?
next year will be 4 years we're married.
Yes.
And my father wagged me it would end before it was 1 year old.
I know.
Oh, my father was a wrong wagger, wasn't he?
Oh, yes.
Coming home from marketing, the good thoughts of this warm house and my love for you choked up in me, and so I knighted Judith off. I thought, John, you remember? John,
Yes?
where is the silver tray?
What, my love?
The silver tray which Grandfather Wheeler gave to us the day before he was so untimely.
Oh.
Well, where is it?
I gave it to Silversmith to ungreen it.
Oh, good, John. Thoughtful John. John,
Yes.
alone we are. John.
It's a warm night, Anna, and
Oh, and I shiver. Hold close to me.
Well,
And remember the warm night of heather?
yes.
And the game you taught me to play? The verse you made, and closer I would come?
Speak no more of it, I pray you.
Then what would you do tonight, John?
Well, don't vex me, woman. Suddenly I have bile inside, and it bitters me. Yeah, I'll sit till it's time for bed. You do what you want.
Yes, John, yes.
And Goody Cupper lighted a candle and walked upstairs and went to her bed. She kneeled beside it and pressed her cheek against the pillow. And later she dressed into her fresh linen nightgown and went to bed and let the warmth of the night drift over her. And she slept. Her husband, on the other hand, waited up for the hired help. He paced the living room, and when that produced no Judith, he went outside and paced the garden, which got better results.
Judith. Where you been?
Shropshire.
With those lads all about?
There's no sweet lads like you, John, and you know it.
You tipple.
And what did you think I'd do?
And where did you get the money to buy? Answer me that.
I'll tell you true. In Barbara Mercy's alehouse I was. And there I sat with folded hands and looking prim, and smoothed down my linen from time to time. And I would look up, and there would be a frothy pewter.
Some lad bought you ale.
There was 3.
3 lads?
One was golden, one was dark, and one was bigger.
Oh, yeah, you joke to me. Come to me.
How they fighted for me, and bloodied each other, and walked off arm in arm.
Now listen, there's Heather tonight, Judy.
Were you my husband?
What?
Goody Cupper owns a feather bed, and I sleep on rags and wood. And let me tell you, John, Barbara Mercy said to marry you, and she's the one who knows. Night, John.
You wait.
What for?
I have already a wife.
And you can't get another till you're rid of her.
True.
Then rid of her.
How?
I did not ask Barbara Mercy that. Perhaps you should.
Perhaps I should. And Judy girl, love.
Do not Judy girl love me. I go to my rags and wood. Night, Master Copper.
And later, John went into the house, but he hardly slept a wink. Next day, he traveled down to Shropshire, where a lad pointed out Barbara Mercy's alehouse. He told her his trouble and asked her how to solve it. And Barbara Mercy said,
Arsenic.
and John was amazed and said, what? And Barbara Mercy, who was a patient woman, laid it out to him.
Arsenic.
Poison my wife?
Arsenic.
Where can I get some?
Arsenic.
But where can I get some?
Why, right here.
It was noon when John got back to his house and opened the door wide to a domestic scene that would have warmed the cockles of a less disturbed man. Judith was churning, and his wife Hannah was crocheting a centerpiece to put on the silver tray after it had been ungreened and returned by the silversmith. Churning, crocheting, and sweet summer smells and sweet bliss.
Oh, goody.
Oh, John.
Oh, wench.
Oh, Master Copper.
And what did you do in Shropshire Town, John?
Oh, to see a kegler. We'll be needing kegs come graping time.
Aye. Wench.
Yes, Goody Copper.
Have you got butter yet? Master Copper'll want butter on his loaf for lunching.
Soon.
I thirst.
Oh, there's milk in the larder there. Wench, fetch.
I'll fetch. And I'll bring you some, too.
Wench.
Yes, Goody.
It's a good husband I've got.
Yes, Goody.
My advice to you is to get a husband just as good. Ah, good provider and a thoughtful man. Oh, John, I just said you were a thoughtful man.
Taddy-o, drink your milk.
Thoughtful man.
To drink. All of it for the coolness of it.
What is it, Goody? You just drained Goody, and your face whitened.
Help me.
You'll be poisoned, Goody, and there's no help for you.
Help me.
I had to do it to you, Hannah. I tired of you, and I love me Judy girl.
Hello. And well now, oh. What do you do, Goody Copper, on kitchen floor lying so?
Dying.
What?
Dying. They poisoned me.
Poisoned you say? And you're dying?
Yes. Yes.
And I think you're dead, Goody Copper. John Copper?
Yes.
And what will you do with her fine things, her pretties, oh, her jewels? What will you do with them?
The question hung there for a few seconds, and then John didn't do a thing but turn around and run upstairs and gather together all his wife's pretty-os and jewels and gave them to Goody Smith. She tucked them under her arm and went singing, right out of the door.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. Tomorrow night, Marlene Dietrich, as Diane LaVolta, European mystery woman, becomes enmeshed in a drama surrounding a valuable Stradivarius violin. It's another exciting romantic adventure for the lady with a roving disposition and a magnetic attraction for men. On CBS Radio's Time for Love, starring Marlene Dietrich. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on John and Judith, their crime, and why they didn't get to enjoy it.
England in 1684. Charles II was on the throne, and when he wasn't on it, he was entertaining variously Nell Gwynn, Lucy Walter, the Duchess of Cleveland, and the Duchess of Portsmouth. It was a prosperous time in England. Spices and gold and tobacco and silver and precious jewels were pouring in from India, and the government was sending brightly colored and highly polished beads and discipline back in return. You'll remember that it was about this time when young Sir Broderick Danley put down an insurrection in Ceylon without a fatality, he and his men being armed only with bull whips. The richness of empire was reflected everywhere on the British Isles. The rich got richer. And in the countryside, prosperity was evident, too. The lush field, the busy churneries, the heavily laden honeycombs. In the town of Snitton, in the parish of Bitterley, there was a house. And on the floor of this house was a corpse.
Well, it's done.
Oh, not quite done, John. I'm still a single woman.
After the burying, a month past that, and we'll wed.
Oh, and I will be good wife, Judith Cupper.
Goody Cupper.
Oh, I like the sound of it. But don't you close to me till I'm called that, John Cupper. Called that by the neighbors and all the townspeople all about.
Judy.
Aye.
She's coming again. I can see her on the path through the window. Goody Smith.
Oh, she's a greedy woman, John.
Yes.
To be feared.
Hello!
What want you now?
A question to ask.
Which is?
Who's to do the burying of her? Who's to do the building of the coffin and the digging of the grave?
In Shropshire Town, there's a lad who...
In Snitton here, close to you, there's a lad, too. Brother to me, a young lad starting up a trade. He'll build you a stout coffin and dig you a deep hole and cover it up again.
For how much will he do?
20 pounds?
Which is 4 times what the lad from...
We'll do it.
Then I'll send him to you. Give me the 20 pounds, please.
Now, it must be said that although Goody Smith's brother Fenton was a willing lad, he was not too bright. Plus the fact that he had never done this sort of work before. Mostly he had just roamed about and scared people. Well, he made the casket too small and of an inferior grade of lumber, cut with crude craftsmanship, so that an alarming accident took place at the interment. A carpenter had to be summoned from Shropshire to repair the damage. But the grave had been dug so deep and so narrow that he wouldn't get in it, and so Goody Cupper got buried in a faulty coffin. And a month later, there was a new Goody Cupper.
Oh, John, I'm so happy.
So am I, Judy girl.
Hello! Make heap of your wedding pewter. I'll take it home with me.
This was in August, and in September...
I broke my churner, Goody Cupper.
But how will I...
Have your husband bring it to me if that's what you wanted to ask. Always did like that churner you use.
And in October, the early part.
My brother's outside with Clarke, John Cupper. The constable says I must keep him indoors. That rocker you're rocking on's always been a favorite of his.
And in October, the later part.
It seems to me that soon you'll have nothing left.
Which is true, Barbara Mercy.
Well, last night she took dining table and all the chairs around it.
Listen. When Barnabas howls, 'tis a bitter cold that spills from the moors. A bitter winter's coming in.
Aye. When coming here, we saw the ice had formed on the River Team where it touched the Corve.
I've answer for you.
Tell us.
Arsenic.
I thought you would give us counsel in such a way, Barbara Mercy.
Arsenic.
Aye, and here is money.
Arsenic.
You have said it, Barbara Mercy. There is no need to look thus. You have said it.
What?
Here is the money for the poison, Barbara Mercy.
Teddy-o, I've got it right here in me apron. Here. Arsenic.
Taddy-o.
Taddy-o, Barbara Mercy.
It's cold, Judy girl, love, in a dismal time.
Oh, soon it'll be warm, John. Oh, soon.
But yet it grows colder by the minute.
Through the heather, light as a feather, and makes a gay song as she happens along, singing a nonny-o, nonno, nonny-o day, sing with me, Goody Smith, singing a nonny-o, nonny-o day, nonny.
Oh, he cuts a caper, your husband John does. The way he does! It's a dancer you are, John Cooper. Is that why you invited me to your house? To see you at caper?
To enjoy you, Goody Smith, to party with you, as neighbourly does.
And you bear me no malice for my borrowing, do you?
Bears you malice? Now, why should I do that? Such a neighbour as you is a rare one indeed. My gullet's dry and it's a wet it needs. Let's drink our ale. And a mullet, Judy, with your poker.
Yes. This one is yours, Goody Smith. Drink you, and we'll all drink.
In truth?
In truth. Yeah, this one is yours.
What did you do?
Why did you spill the ale?
Goody Smith, why did you?
Oh, it's festive, I feel.
I'll fetch more ale.
And we'll spill it.
What aches you, Goody Smith?
There's not a thing that aches, nor will there be. I have seen your first wife die, John Cooper, from a poison, and I want none of it for myself. No, you will not murder me. I will take the copper cups tonight. Fetch them. Fetch them now, for the festive is over and I'm going home.
And an hour after that, the Team River froze over. That's how cold it got. Any dogs that had howled outside had stopped howling. They'd frozen to death. John and Judith moved the mattress downstairs near the fireplace and huddled together under their last feather quilt. And John and Judith shivered, and their teeth chattered, and they stuck their heads under the blanket and fought a subtle little battle about who would get most of the warmth.
Get up and stir the fire, John.
Well, there's hardly what to stir. This morning she made me deliver all the firewood.
Oh, don't, you stupid.
What would you have me do? Would you...
Inside, Fenton, and quickly. And close the door. Hello. And well now, oh. To sleep by the fire, I see.
Go away, Goody Smith. For the love of heaven, go away.
Oh, my brother Fenton is here. He tires of rocking. He wishes to lie down. And I have neither mattress nor feather quilt for him.
Oh, viper, you snake of the world. Oh, greatest foul.
Dear Goody Copper, how the cold has made you forget.
I have forgot nothing. Go, get out. Oh, tell her, John, tell her.
Oh, yeah, get out. You get nothing more. Get out.
Very well. Come, Fenton.
Judy girl. Love, Judy girl. Judy girl.
come in quickly, whoever you be. And who may you be, sir?
I am King's Constable.
On what mission, sir?
To read a warrant.
On what charge, sir?
Murder.
Well, then read it and get on with it.
On the complaint of good wife Sarah Smith of the town of Snitton in the parish of Bitterley, that John Copper did horridly contrive with his maidservant Judith, now his wife, in poisoning his then wife Hannah, that these two shall be taken to the assizes in Shrewsbury and there tried. Come along.
They were too cold to protest. It was warm in jail, and there was a hot broth. Facts which suffused them with such a sense of well-being that they confessed everything.
Oh, I put the white arsenic in the milk and chucked her beneath the chin as she drank it down.
But it was my idea. I said to him, kill your wife, John.
And so I did, and I felt no remorse for it since I loved Judith.
And I loved Jono, which is why we needed to destroy Goody Copper.
Whoa, we murdered my wife. There's no doubt of it at all. Poisoned her.
Oh, I'm getting warm, Jono.
She was burned at the stake and reduced to ashes. John was hung in chains, but on a warm spring day, and he seemed to be smiling. Goody Smith attended his execution, and for some reason or another, she claimed his body.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. John and Judith, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed by Bernard Herrmann and conducted by Lud Gluskin, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Ben Wright was heard as John, Betty Harford as Judith, and Jeanette Nolan as Goody Smith. Featured in the cast were Irene Tedrow, Norma Barden, and Alec Harford. Bob Lamont speaking. Here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, in this time, you will hear a special documentary show. And 2 weeks from tonight, I'll be back to tell you about the high seas in those years from 1736 to 1738. We will concern ourselves with two fun-loving fellows who wanted to steal a ship, a large one. It's listed in my files as Coyle and Richardson, Why They Hung in a Spanking Breeze. Thank you. Good night.
Stay tuned now for a special CBS radio broadcast, a history-making on-the-spot pickup of President Eisenhower's news conference in Washington, D.C. CBS radio newsman George Herman, White House correspondent, will introduce the news conference immediately following station identification on most of these same stations. Hear the first broadcast of a presidential news conference. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is heard Friday nights on the CBS radio network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. Going to a fire in 1826. A team of horses pulling the fire engine of the Norwich Union Boys' firehouse. Arriving at a fire. The Norwich Union Boys doing what they best like to do, snuffing out fires in Manchester, England. There goes one of the Norwich Union Boys right into the thick of it, where smoke and flame is the densest. Chopping things the way he was taught to do. The trouble is, he was a novice. He hadn't learned to discriminate.
Help me! Help me! Yes, sir.
Tonight, my report to you on James Evans, Fireman. How he extinguished a human torch.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Civic-minded people called Manchester Cottonopolis, but those who could never forget the Peterloo Massacre called it the City of Orphans, among other epithets, some in Gaelic. This massacre, you'll remember, was simply a matter of shooting and riding down and thereby slaughtering some 1,000 citizens who gathered in a park to protest the Corn Laws. Mary Warden's mother and father had the distinction of being trampled to death by the same cavalryman. And on Mary Warden's 10th birthday, too. And what happened to Mary Warden is this. She was removed immediately to Mother Winnie Penn's Souls Harbor Orphanage, where she spent the next 6 years learning to be a drudge. Then, one day...
That one there, Winnie Penn.
Mary Warden?
Aye, if that be her name.
She'll scrub for you and cook and earn her keep.
Of her dexterity. Tell me that.
With the needle, her fingers fly like a dooley-bird.
Aye. How old is she?
She'd pass for 20, couldn't she?
But she's only...
16. What do you say, Mr. Price?
Call her to the wire. Let me have a look at her.
Mary. Mary Warden, come. Stop twisting your hair, Mary, and stand you still. Here's a gent thinking of taking you away from us.
Would you like to go with me, child? Child?
Shy, ain't we today, Mary? Well, come you here. Bend your head close, and I'll tell you a thing that'll take away your shyness.
No.
Mary.
You old crow.
Fit for the stage she is. Ah, Mary. We'll miss her.
I bend my head close. You'll try to stretch my ear from my head. You old golly knacker.
Them that don't appreciate the gentle and the loving kindness.
Mister?
I'm Mr. Price.
Take me away from here.
You want to go away with me?
I must get out of here before she whips the skin fair off me.
I ask you something, child.
I must get out of here.
With me? With me?
Yes, sir.
Winnie Penn.
Them that don't appreciate...
She wants to go with me.
£20, same as the rest.
£20? Well, that's more than I...
Oh, I want to go away, sir. With you, sir. I wouldn't go with anybody else.
Do you now? Oh, do you now?
Oh, yes. Yes.
So it was that Mary Warden was indentured to Thomas Price. At the wage of £4 a year, Mary would be free to go her own way at the age of 21. That is, if Mr. Price did not fine her for not obeying him in whatever was his whim. And he was nothing if not whimsical. Now, while Mr. Price was situating Mary in the back room of his factory, seeing that she was comfortable in her new position and all, let's look in on the firehouse of the Norwich Union boys. A young man, James Evans by name, has just passed all the tests in order to become a fireman.
So here are your buttons. Taddy, Chief. And here your badge.
Taddy, sir.
And you must keep them polished all the time.
Yes, sir.
And notice the raised figures on button and badge. Crouched panther for always alert, the rose for courtesy, the coiled serpent for neatness.
Yes, sir.
And you're one of us, a Norwich Union boy.
Chief.
Yes, Evans?
Thank you for everything.
Oh, of course.
And I want to tell you this, that it is an honour to serve under the greatest net man in the business.
Have your buttons sewn on, Evans. Come back and we'll have a game.
Oh, yes, sir.
Do you...
Of course we do.
Buttons?
Anything in the line of clothes and buttons and fabrics.
I want these sewn on.
Oh, then it's a fireman you are, eh?
A Norwich Union boy.
Ah. Mary. This one's a Norwich Union boy and he needs his buttons sewed too. You just go through that gate, sir, and Mary'll sew 'em in an inch. And 12 buttons is a farthing, young sir. Daddy-o. I'll be packing the fustian, Mary. Hey to me when you're done.
Oh. Taddy for picking up for me. They're all over the floor.
I'll get them.
Oh, let me.
Let me.
Fumbly fingers, they tremble.
Give them to me.
Oh, God.
Give them to me. Oh, they're chill.
And your hands so warm.
Then meet me.
Tonight, where the River Medlock turns left past Crowley's Landing at 12 o'clock, you want me to sneak out, do you not?
Does not your father let you...
Oh, my father. I'm an indentured servant, I am.
Oh, my.
And James Evans, sensitive boy, was lost forever. This poor and beautiful girl no better than a slave. And all day long his hands felt the touch of her hands, and all day long he remembered the scent and texture of her golden hair as she leaned to bite off the thread. Suddenly life became complicated. A life that before this meeting had only poles and nets and ladders and hooks and solidarity meetings and hoses and hound mascots. Now suddenly there was a woman. That night by the river...
How did you get out?
As he slept, I stole keys from him.
Poor Mary. Poor Mary.
And what will you do for your poor Mary?
My poor Mary?
For I am yours.
What shall I do for you?
Go to him who's bought me and offer him the price he paid.
Pay off your indenture?
£20.
Oh,
Do you have all that much money?
it's all I have.
Oh, then you'll be penniless and I will. But with our love, we'll be richer than that dicky harness.
Yes. And I have a good job.
And I'll make you a good home.
Well, then put your hand in mine. Mary. Pretend
Pretend what?
that I have paid Mr. Price, and you no longer belong to him, and that your fancies are free, yet you can think of no one but me. Oh, Mary.
I cannot pretend it when it's reality.
Tomorrow, I will go to him.
Then perhaps tomorrow it will be reality.
No.
But,
No.
Mr. Price.
What's the matter with you, Fireman? You can't take no for an answer.
But why?
She's a good girl, and she sews like a cherub, and she scrubs like an angel. And besides, I have a contract with Mother Winnie Penn, and I have no intention...
£21.
Not 100.
But she's not meant to be indentured, not such as she, as lowly as she, a darling. Why laughter? At such a time, why laughter?
You love her. You love her. Truly and without doubt. Tell me, sir.
What?
A love of the poets, sweet and soaring, or a pitying love like Sir Mumford and Fanny? Or is it...
I love her, and I wish to purchase her out of bondage.
Then let me tell you, sir, it'll never be. For myself, I have plans. When she can sew nimbly as I like, and when she cooks with smiling skillet as I like, when she keeps house in her manner neatly, then I could do worse than to take her as a wife. And what do you say to that, young fireman?
A pox to you.
Pox to him.
That's exactly what I told him.
He wants to marry me.
That's exactly what he told me.
I wouldn't marry him if he were Lord Duncan and all his birds.
Well, then here's what he could do. Simply keep you indebted to him for as long as he wants, by fines, by whatever.
I'd go to the courts.
And they would uphold him and not you.
Then what will you do for me?
Pretend.
What?
There's a world, a wonderful world when you pretend. Then anything can be yours for as long as you pretend.
James.
I do it all the time.
James.
I pretend that you are mine. Pretending is...
James, when I leave you, when I return to my straw in the draught, shall I pretend it's a palace bed warmed by a fire of burning oak? And shall I pretend that Mr. Price is a prince?
What would you have me do?
Oh, rid me of him.
How?
You have your buttons, James.
Yes, I have.
Therefore, you have a good head upon you and a strong back.
I'm a Norwich Union boy.
Oh, yes, you are. Then make a plan and follow it. Rid me of him.
I will.
Swear it?
I swear it.
Oh, James.
Yes?
Let's pretend there is no Mr. Price. Let's pretend I'm free for a while. For a little while.
And there, where the river Medlock turned left past Crowley's Landing, the cricket sang, and the lovers spoke of love.
Go!
And made promises.
A way to rid him is already forming in my brain.
Which is the way the evening went.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. Teenage existence is often fraught with emotional pitfalls. What could be more intense, for example, than a bitter-end disagreement about which teenage girl should lend what to whom? Tomorrow night, on most of these same stations, follow these latest doings on Junior Miss, starring Barbara Whiting as Judy Graves. It's Junior Miss, the same fine and flighty young lady that Sally Benson created in her own CBS radio series. Remember, Judy and the terrible wardrobe tension, tomorrow night. And now once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on James Evans, fireman, how he extinguished a human torch.
To settle any arguments, it was Vanderheide who in 1670 invented the hose. A year later, he stumbled upon the principle of the suction pipe, and, putting the two together, it enabled the fire engine to be some distance away from both the fire and the source of water. Before Vanderheide, fires were fought with squeezing streams of water from leather bags. It should be said that in this era, things mostly burned to the ground. In the era we are concerned with, the 1820s, the city of Manchester depended upon 3 Newsham fire engines, manned by 3 fire companies, respectively. And the company that was wanted most was the Norwich Union Boys. And the most recent recruit of this crack company was a crack youth named James Evans. He knew a lady on Bent Farthington Street who sold ducks.
Here's a plump one, James, lad. Enough meat and fatty on him for bread and spooning.
Sophie?
Pluck him for you before you can say Jack Renison. Saved him for you, I did, knowing as how you likes your bird come Friday.
Sophie?
What you want, James, lad?
A favour.
No, what could a handsome lad like you be wanting with 12 buttons a-gleam and a badge a-shining. What could you be wanting, lad?
There's a girl.
Ah, then you'll be needing another duck, and you have no money to pay poor Sophie. And you're going to stand and wheedle and make poor Sophie...
Isn't that at all?
And you don't want something from poor Sophie, and for which you're not going to pay her.
The fact is, what I want, I'm going to pay you.
Good boy.
There's a girl, and she's indentured to Mr. Price.
Now, which Mr. Price be that be?
The cloth man in Marsden Square.
Know him? Boy's a pigeon now and about.
Go to him, Sophie, and ask whether you can borrow this girl of his, this Mary Wharton, for the day, for some work you need done.
What kind of work will that be?
Well, cleaning, sorting the feathers for ticking and pillows, and I'll give you the money to pay him.
Ah.
Will you do it?
Well...
Go to him, hire her for today, and keep her at your house tonight, and deliver her back tomorrow.
And money to keep me mouth shut for whatever's going to happen.
It's £10 for all of it.
You're a one, ain't you, James?
Will you do it?
Of course, dear lad, of course.
Now then, you see how it's done?
Yes.
Now, let's see you do it. Now, here's the cloth. Put the thread through here and here. Then loop over. Then through here and here. Loop. Then right through here. And the machine is ready to sew. Now, you do it, Mary.
Well, I want to, Mr. Price.
Yeah, good. You've done it, girl. You know how to make a single thread chain on a sewing machine.
Oh, I'm glad.
I'm Mary.
Yes, Mr. Price.
Your fingers will not be stuck with holes anymore. The reason I bought this machine.
You're concerned for my fingers, Mr. Price?
Aye, for your fingers, and your hands, and your hair.
What are you trying to say to me, Mr. Price?
You're comely. I noticed this first when you were behind the wire at Mother Winnie Penn's.
But I'm just an indentured maid, sir. And the way you speak to me, as if I were a maid who's being wooed.
Oh, Mary.
Ducks and pigeons.
Once none today.
Aye, now, Mr. Price. Aye, now, lass.
Good morrow, Auntie Sophie, and we've meat enough without your birds, but Tario.
But I didn't climb these stairs for just a selling. No, indeed. Hello, lass.
Hello.
I heard that you were a one for cleaning.
Oh?
What's this?
I need a cleaning girl, I do.
Oh?
And of money to pay for her. £1 till tomorrow morning.
Oh, well, a pound's a pound, and in the pockets it's sound, I always thinks. What do you say, girl? What do you say, Mary?
Whatever you want.
And tomorrow, when you come back, we can take up the conversation we were having.
Yes.
Here's the £1 then, Mr. Price.
Daddy-o. Have a good cleaning for Auntie Sophie, girl.
Oh, I will indeed.
Come along, lass.
Auntie Sophie.
Yes, lass?
James Evans sent you to me.
La.
To take me away for a night and a day.
La.
Oh, he's a one, isn't he?
La.
Oh, him and his 12 brass buttons.
Oh, my.
I sewed them all on. All of them.
Oh, my. Ducks and pigeons, pigeons and ducks, ool-my,
That night, that very night,
Fire!
fire in the cloth factory of Mr. Price. How it started, no one knew, but the hue and cry went up,
Fire! Fire!
and there was flame and smoke and shouts of alarm. And first on the scene, you guessed it, the Norwich Union boys. And first running up the steps, you guessed it, James Evans, axe in hand. First in the factory loft. The vision obscured, he went to work. Very good boy with the axe.
Help me! Help me!
Mr. Price?
I've caught on fire! Help me!
Where are you?
Help me! Help me!
They saved most of the factory, the Norwich Union boys did. The fustian vats, the sewing machine, and the main bales. The one thing they didn't save, which lowered their score considerably, was Mr. Price. He was found in some ashes with an axe wound in his head. Then suddenly everyone turned on the Norwich Union boys. Careless with the axe, they were called. Wanton, and worse, murderers. So an investigation was held, and it was soon determined that James Evans was the fireman chopping closest to where the body was found.
And then what happened?
Well, Chief, it was smoky, and the flames were fairly licking at me buttons, and...
Rossiter says he heard someone cry out, as if to say, help me, help me.
Well, there was such clamour and excitement, Chief Mumsley.
Rossiter said he thought he saw, through the smoke, of course, a human torch.
Possibly.
Then you admit it. It is possible that there was an outcry, and it is possible that there was a human torch.
Yes, sir.
And you also must admit it, that you were close by wielding the axe.
Yes, sir.
Therefore, it is possible that you delivered the axe blow, which found its mark in Mr. Price's head.
Yes, sir.
There is a noise, you know. A nasty noise. People speak of the Norwich Union boys and sneer. People speak of wanton murder.
Yes, sir.
Therefore, for the good of the Norwich Union, you understand, therefore I must report this to the police and hand you over to them.
Sir?
Yes?
It was an accident.
Oh.
I admit I felled Mr. Price.
Oh, no.
I thought he was a flaming bale of rags.
Oh, no.
And I struck at the bad part to chop it apart from the good part, as I'd been taught.
No.
I must tell you, sir, I put out the fire. If the fire happened to be a human torch, and I could not know it then, if it happened to be a torch, well, sir, I put it out as I'd been taught.
Oh, no.
And 2 weeks later in court, that was the boy's defense. And while he said it...
I was putting out a fire.
And while he said it, he looked so handsome standing there and so brave. 12 brass buttons and his shining badge, with a shaft of morning sun twisting through his curls. The stance he took, he seemed somehow a symbol, as if he stood between a hungry fire and a helpless child. And if he had but to wish it, the fire would go out like that. As a matter of fact, just after the jury brought in the verdict, the judge made a statement.
I must commend the gentlemen of the jury for the verdict they have rendered. Not guilty, they have said. James Evans, approach the bench. Closer, boy. Boy, fireman, I imagine often what it is to face the flames. Sometimes, I must tell you this, when I hear the clangor of the fire engine, I hasten to where the conflagration is, and I stand and watch the consuming as the tongues of flame leap up. Leap up! What a brave man you must be to walk into those infernos. I know you must be brave, for I only stand and watch and I shiver. And how it must be to be like you are. A hero of the flame, master of it, slayer of it. You are a hero, boy. and that you, overzealous, have made a mistake, and put axe to a human being should not be held against you. If you will approach yet closer, I will shake your hand.
And later, the judge, Judge Wilcox was his name, married the two lovers, James Evans and Mary Warden, and became a great friend of the family. The three of them would sit there in front of the fireplace and just stare at the flames for hours.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. James Evans, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Alastair Duncan was heard as James, Betty Harford as Mary, and Ben Wright as Mr. Price. Featured in the cast were Paula Winslow, Florence Walcott, and Richard Peel. Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Rome, Italy, in the year 1500. At that time, a girl's brother did her a favor, a big favor, but it wasn't easy. It's listed in my files as Cesare Borgia, his most difficult murder. Thank you. Good night.
We can tell you in a great many words, or in just 3 words, what makes CBS Radio News first and foremost with most Americans. Let's do it the short way this time. Those 3 words, or names rather, are Murrow, Thomas, and Trout, because Edward R. Murrow, Lowell Thomas, and Robert Trout are just 3 of the reporters you hear regularly at the Star's address. Because America knows and trusts these men, and the great CBS radio newsroom that backs them up with a worldwide network of reporting, America listens most to CBS Radio for its news, as well as its entertainment. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. I'm going to tell you another true crime story. Listen. The man is nailing a horse's picture to the wall. The horse is pawing the western skies in the classic attitude of pawing horses, and it is the top half of a calendar distributed by Isaac's Livery. It's a hot April day in St. Joseph, Missouri, in the year 1882. And the man is hanging the picture in his living room because he has a fondness for the noble beast. Horses have got him out of many a critical situation, such as 1, holding up railroads, 2, robbing banks, 3, murdering fellows. His name is Jesse James, and as soon as he finishes hanging that picture, a friend of his is going to shoot the back of his head off. So tonight, my transcribed report to you on the death of a picture hanger.
Crime Classics, a new series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
Tonight, we take you to Jefferson City, Missouri, to the mansion of the governor of that state. His name was Crittenden, but his cronies called him Critch. He liked living in the governor's mansion because he never had it so good. There were servants, crystal chandeliers, wine furnished by cronies, entertainments by cronies, and best of all, 6 small gilded cherubs, backs bent cheerfully to support a cast-iron bathtub, and quite often the governor also. So, if you've never attended the governor taking a bath, here's your chance.
Where's that soap? Where is it?
Well, there it is, Critch. Right behind you.
Sheriff.
Uh-huh.
When's the last time you had a bath?
Kansas City. Just after the hanging of Billy Bob Williams. Let's see, that was,
March 12th last.
What a memory you got, Governor.
Yeah, hanging outlaws one of the nicest parts of this job, Timberlake. You ever get to be governor, hang a lot of outlaws and remember when. That way you can tell people, and people will be impressed and keep you governor.
I'll remember.
Hand me that rose water and glycerin, Sheriff.
Oh, sure.
Oh, thanks. You know what I called you down here for?
Got an idea.
Tell me, and I'll tell you if you're right.
Jesse James?
Look good on my record. He to die somehow soon. During my administration in my state.
People will cheer you wherever you go.
I like the sound of people cheering.
Governor.
Hand me that towel, Sheriff. Thanks.
Governor, I've been thinking.
Scheming kind of thinking?
Oh, you might say.
About Jesse?
If it works, people liable to cheer you right on to Washington. Then there's no telling what.
In a case like that, you're liable to be standing right where I'm standing.
That's right.
Get Jesse for me.
I'm gonna do that.
Not since Kansas City, huh, Sheriff?
Not since then.
Well, how'd you like to take a bath right now?
I didn't want to say nothing. I was hoping you'd ask.
She's all yours, Sheriff. Enjoy yourself.
Sheriff Timberlake was a man who instinctively knew his way around a bathtub. He soaked, lathered, and rinsed, and was out of there in the shake of a lamb's tail. Then he went home. Then he changed his clothes. He got into a nondescript outfit of brown woolen pants and a black alpaca coat, and he went down to Kansas City. Many things were to be found in Kansas City. A wooden monument, long since burned, of Daniel Sanker, who got a message through to his beleaguered dad, a grand opera house, and 3 mechanical pianos, each with fiddle attached. All in all, it was a very happy community. Worthy of note is the fact that Spit in the Ocean, a poker variation, was invented at Bobbrick's Poker Palace during this era. And it is into this very den that Sheriff Timberlake wandered. He wandered here because he was looking for someone, a girl, a young lady whose job it was to stand in back of strangers at the gaming tables and make signals to the houseman on the opposite side. When Timberlake approached her, she had 3 fingers in the air and the tip of her tongue pointing to the left.
Mattie.
Oh,
Up, you hunted? Want to talk with you, Mattie.
a second.
Raise you.
Go.
I got me a one-eyed jack in the hole. Gives me 3 of them. Where'd you say you're from? Roanoke? Nice place.
Come on. Out here. What you want?
How's Johnny?
You said you weren't going to turn him in.
For favors.
What you want him to do?
Nothing.
What you want?
Jesse James.
Oh.
Got to clean up Missouri, Matty.
Oh?
Got to start with Jesse.
If you say it.
Here, Jesse's staying with Robert and Charlie Ford.
That's right.
Now, your friends, ain't they, Matty? Robert and Charlie Ford?
I used to know him pretty good.
Ain't hard to talk to old friends, Matty.
And you ain't gonna touch Johnny, are you?
You just tell Robert and Charlie Ford I'm at Stamponi's boarding house right now. I ain't got a gun either.
That all you want me to do?
You tell them, Matty. You hear? Who is it?
The Ford.
Door's open. Come on in, boys. Well, didn't Matty tell you I left my guns back in Jefferson City? Just you come on in.
Bob, over there.
All right. Glad to see you back in Missouri, Charlie. Heard you and Robert were over in Kansas for a while. Heard you're in jail. Heard you killed a man to get out. Glad to see you back in Missouri.
Bob, get him.
All right. I told you I weren't holding no iron, boys.
Making sure. Take his shirt off him, Bob. Now let him go, Bob. How come you ain't holding nothing, Sheriff?
Now you know what I'm going to say, you believe.
Go on back there, Bob, where you was before.
All right.
Sheriff, you crazy?
Let me ask you a question, then you decide. How'd you like a full pardon for what you done in Missouri, Charlie? Robert, you need never go back into Kansas. You're free to stay here as long as you live. Come and go as you please. Don't have to worry about killing 4 people in Missouri. Besides, have $10,000. You've been robbing, you've been stealing, you've been killing. You got $10 between you? Both of you murderers, thieves, scum. I figured you'd do that. I'm glad you did. Because now you're hating yourself.
Put your gun back, Bob. Let him run on a little bit more.
You like Jesse James, Charlie?
Ain't nothing about him I like or don't like.
You like Jesse, Robert?
Man's talking to you, Robert. Wants to know you like Jesse.
Do you?
Once Jesse and Bob had a little fight. 2 years ago, Bob was only 19 and Jesse a full-grown man. When Jesse was finished with Bob, Bob got to be a full-grown man.
The governor wants Jesse dead or alive.
A lot of people do.
Governor says he'd give both of you a full pardon and $10,000 for Jesse.
Ain't no bargain, Jesse being who he is. Gunfighter like he is, and fast like
Whatever do, it'd be a hero. People cheer.
That'd be nice.
What'd you say, Robert?
That'd be nice.
Ride with the governor.
That'd be nice.
Being a hero instead of a running dog.
I like that word.
Hero?
Yeah.
Robert?
Yeah?
Say it.
Hero.
What's the matter?
Listen to what I can say. $10,000.
Well, boys?
Jesse James died all of a sudden. Wouldn't take long for you to hear about it. We'd let you know.
That's a promise.
Chain reaction. Governor in bathtub, sheriff in waiting, Mattie the girl card watcher, and the brothers Ford, Robert, and Charlie. The principals involved in getting Jesse James assassinated. It would be well at this point to remark upon some of the accomplishments of Jesse James. His standard feat was murdering cowboys and rustling cattle. One incident in Starr County, Texas, had him murdering single-handedly 3 cowboys and driving off 500 fine head of beef, a record which stands to this day. On record, too, is his slaying by bowie knife of Mr. John W. Wicker, a Pinkerton man from Chicago. Then there were several train robberies, outstanding of which was the one 5 miles east of Council Bluffs, where he and his men derailed the Chicago, Rock Island, and Pacific Express. The cars telescoped. The engineer was instantly killed. 12 passengers were seriously injured. And Jesse and his men robbed them all. There are many other mayhems too numerous to mention, except that they averaged 1.37 corpses per exploit. One act of kindness must be noted, however. Mr. Avery Thompson, hurt grievously by a runaway horse in the streets of Abilene, pleaded to be put out of his misery. From 50 paces, Jesse obliged. His act of mercy was applauded by all around. It was then this half-kind, half-renegade person that the brothers Ford were going to kill. Charlie and Robert went home, lit the kerosene lamp, and waited. They didn't have to wait too long.
Hi, Jesse. Come on in.
It was a Saturday night when Jesse walked through that doorway in Ray County, and Sunday was his favorite day because he could sleep late.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. Tomorrow night, if you're in the mood for still more adventure listening, don't miss 21st Precinct, the program that probes the inner workings of the world's largest police force. 21st Precinct shows you policemen as the human beings they are, exposes their tough grinds, their dangerous careers. Remember, it's Tuesday nights on most of these same stations, presented by CBS Radio. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on The Death of a Picture Hanger.
The night Jesse James walked into the Ford home, he was carrying a .45 Colt on one hip, .45 Smith Wesson on the other, and a .44 Derringer in his waistcoat, and a Winchester rifle hung limply from his left hand. Armed in this manner was standard operating procedure for Jesse when he walked into homes, a procedure which varied only some years before when he courted. At this time of romance, he did not wear the Derringer. It should be remarked, however, that the Winchester was kept by his feet like a faithful old dog. All of which adds up to the fact that all of the people who tried before this Saturday night to kill Jesse were long dead. And the Ford boys, Robert and Charlie, were well aware of this fact. But Robert wanted to be a hero, and Charlie wanted $10,000. So they were very hospitable.
Sit in the rocker, Jess. Want some whiskey? Bob. Heard you've been in Jefferson City, Jess.
Here you are, Jess. You must be sleepy, Jess.
What's the matter with you, Bob? You don't have to tell Jess when he's sleepy. Jess knows when he's sleepy.
I just don't want to talk important things to him, that's all. Not when his head's nodding.
Simmer down, Bob.
All right, Jess, I'll tell you. We're tired of lazing around. Me and Charlie been doing nothing, just waiting for you to say go. When you gonna say go, Jess?
Kid's anxious, Jess. Just like kids.
Tired, that's all.
Yeah. Been on my back like this for a week, Jess. Worrisome, ain't he?
Listen, Jess, we figured something.
The train, Jess.
Trains are easy.
You hear what he said? You hear what he said, Charlie? Trains are easy.
Kid.
The Chicago, Rock Island, and Pacific out of Kansas City. It makes a stop at Winston, Jess.
At Cameron, too.
Here's your drink, Jess. We gonna do it to the train, Jess?
Need some sleep.
Bob, fix Jess that place in the barn.
Sure I will.
So Bob went out to the barn, fluffed up some straw, and made a bed for Jessie to sleep in. This was considered an act of compassion of the time, barn owners to wayfarers. But in this instance, it was known as a tactic. Get Jessie on his back in the barn with maybe his guns off. Get him while he's sleeping. So consider now what we have here. Jesse James bedded down for the night and his two would-be assassins as guardian angels. In the trade, this is known as a precarious position. So switch now from prone Jesse to outside the barn. Nearly midnight in Missouri, and a mist from the river threading between Charlie Ford and Bob.
When are we gonna kill Jess?
Try killing him from now on.
You think he's sleeping?
Where'd you bet him down?
Under that window.
Let's go peek, see if he's sleeping.
What you think?
He's lying there, all right.
Eyes closed?
Can't tell. Sure tell this, though.
What?
Look at that pool of moon. Wait a minute, I'll get out of your way. See?
He's holding a gun in each hand.
He's a light sleeper.
When he sleeps.
We don't even know he's sleeping.
Charlie. Shoot him. Kill him.
You want to be the hero, younger brother. You do.
Supposing I miss.
I'll shoot you just where you're standing if you miss. Because if you miss, you wake Jess. And I'll just explain to Jess that I killed you to save his life. That way, saving mine.
If we were sure he's sleeping, be no trouble at all.
You make sure.
If some kind of animal or something walked by him soft, that'd be a way. Hey, you wait here a minute. Come here, you little old dog. That's right. You too old to live anyhow. Little dog's too old to live anyhow, Charlie. Step aside a minute. I'll push him through this chink in the wall. Critter'd run into the barn past Jess, and we'll find out for sure.
You're chattering like a woman, Bob. Just do it.
Bob and Charlie huddled together that night, and in the morning they flashed their nicest, sleepiest grins when they awoke to find Jesse James standing over them.
I shot me this critter last night. Who's gonna cook me my breakfast?
The boys tumbled out of bed and vied who would be first at the skillet. Bob won, and Charlie put the kettle on. It was late, and it was Sunday, so they had brunch. Toward its end, as a gesture of carefree camaraderie, Jesse heaved the Ford's best china against the wall.
Breaking them against the wall's easy, Jess. Why don't you throw them up in the air and shoot them?
You crazy, Bob? What'd you tell him to do that for?
Use up all his bullets, and then we...
Watch it, Jess!
Ain't gonna hit you, Bob. Just seeing how close I can come.
In the name of heaven, Jess!
Cut it out, Jesse. You got the kid almost crying.
Stand still. See how you like it, Charlie. See if I can fan your ear without drawing blood. Now let's go do it to a train.
Which meant riding down to Winston, which meant for the Ford boys a constant vigilance for the moment when Jesse would turn his back, would ride ahead of them a few paces. Anything so that they could have an irretrievable advantage. Historians make category of this event as the ride to Winston with the Fords up front. Jesse just didn't trust anybody to ride in back of him, except his mom, but then she was only comfortable on very slow horses. So down to Winston they rode, and at 9:30 p.m. on Monday night, they boarded the Chicago, Rock Island, and Pacific train. As soon as the train started, they dressed themselves in white linen dusters. They wore red handkerchiefs over their faces, and they waited in the vestibule for the conductor. 15 minutes later, Jesse James and the Fords left behind them 2 corpses, a wounded engineer, and an empty duck cage, the boys having released a dozen ducks from the express car. They took with them $8,000 in cash and convertible mementos. The boys jumped off the train at a point where they had tethered their horses. Then they rode south. They rode to St. Joseph, Missouri. They rode to the home of Jesse James, with Jesse riding behind.
Wait out here, boys. Annie.
That you, Jess?
Sure.
I'm in the kitchen. Oh, hello, Jess.
Don't you kiss me now, Ann. You wait till I wash off this road dust.
I don't mind.
You too pretty to get mussed up.
Oh, Jess.
What you got there, Ann?
I was in Isaac's today to see about some harness. He gave me this calendar. He said, you put this up in a nice place, Mrs. Howard.
Everybody in town calls you Mrs. Howard, don't they, Ann?
They call us the Happy Howards. They ask what you do. I say a traveling man. You been traveling, Jess?
I brought you a watch, Mrs. Howard. Here.
Why, Mr. Howard, porcelain and gold, just what I wanted. Now you go away and wash so I can kiss you. What you doing to that calendar, Jess?
Pretty picture of a horse, Ann. Tear off the calendar part. It'll look nice in the parlor. Nail it up in the parlor, Ann.
Some tacks and a hammer in the cabinet.
Brought the Ford boys with me, Ann.
Oh, that's nice.
I'll have the boys come in. You make us something to eat.
I'll fetch you some water first for washing.
Come on in, boys. You boys like this picture?
Right good picture of a horse.
What are you going to do with it, Jess?
Figure to hang it here somewheres.
I wouldn't want me a picture of no horse in the parlor.
You just ain't got no eye.
No, he ain't. Yeah, I think hanging a picture like that's real good. Where are you going to hang it, Jess?
Here, I guess.
That's too low to hang a picture.
Yeah.
Higher, huh?
I had me that picture, and I was going to hang it. I'd hang it higher.
Maybe you're right. Pleasant to be home.
How's your missus?
Pleasant to be home. Man don't have to carry around all these guns weighing heavy around his middle. Feels mighty fine.
I said, how's your missus, Jess?
Getting water. Gonna cook us something. Get off that chair, Bob.
What for?
You stupid. I said I was gonna hang me this picture.
All right.
Pretty picture.
Bob.
All right. All right, Charlie!
You shot the back of Jesse's head off, Bob.
That make me a hero, don't it?
Sure does.
Shooting Mr. Howard, alias Jesse James, in the back was a very heroic deed. So heroic that a song was written about it. The refrain goes, "And the dirty little coward, he shot Mr. Howard and laid Jesse James in his grave."
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's Crime Classic. The Death of a Picture Hanger, tonight's Crime Classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is transcribed and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Clayton Post was heard as Jess, Paul Frees as Charlie, and Sam Edwards as Bob. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Charlotte Lawrence, Paula Winslow, and Joseph Granby. Roy Rowan speaking. Now, here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, a bedroom in Baltimore, Maryland, in June 1871. Its occupant, William Scott Ketchum, Major General, United States Army, retired. My report to you will be on the final day of General Ketchum and how he died. Thank you. Good night.
Later this evening, Herbert Marshall has the leading role in a story adapted from Daphne du Maurier's collection called Kiss Me Again, Stranger. It's the eerie story of the birds, describing strange happenings on an otherwise quiet English countryside. Hear it later this evening on most of these same stations when CBS Radio presents The Summer Theater. Yes, later this evening, starring Herbert Marshall. Stay tuned now for Gary Moore with Arthur Godfrey's Talent Scouts, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. And remember, for Mystery Mixed with Merriment, join Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. 6 shots from a Colt 44. For no reason whatsoever other than to get your ear attuned to what you're going to hear. Of course, I might have said that the Colt 44 belonged to our hero, and our hero happened to be walking the field and plucking off railbirds, but he would have done that for no reason whatsoever, too. So, here we are. Our hero's name is William Bonny, a lad who was a product of his time, and whose time may be described as a blot. So tonight, my report to you on Billy Bonny, Bloodletter, also known as The Kid.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
William Bonny got to be 12 years old by being born in New York City in 1859 and being in Silver City, New Mexico in 1871. He was not tall for his age, but he was a smart one. Give him a pack of cards and say, "Billy, let's see you deal a full house from the bottom." And the boy's nimble fingers would flip 3 aces and 2 ladies in front of you quicker'n shote with a cut snout. Or put a cue stick in his little fist, and if he didn't hit you with it, he'd run the rack. In rotation, like as not. Real smart. On a sunny day, you could see him walking down the shady side of the street, whistling and handling the oddments in his little pocket. A slingshot, a pair of dice, shaved, and a knife, razor sharp. There he goes.
Hi. I said hi, Mr. Garvey.
I'm playing cards, Billy. Get away.
I know you're playing cards, and I wish you luck. But I gotta talk to you.
Skedaddle.
My mother was crying this morning, Mr. Garvey. And she said your name.
Skedaddle.
Mr. Garvey.
Put that knife back in your pocket or I'll spank you. If you ain't the one, Billy.
Now, Billy dearly loved his mother, and he couldn't stand to see her cry. A good boy. He stabbed Mr. Garvey in the chest 3 times, killed him. And when he went back to his mom, he told her that he taught that Mr. Garvey a thing or two, and she did this. Patted her son's tousled hair, gave him $5 silver, and told him to get out of town. Billy did. I'd like to now pick out a couple of more highlights at random. Events in Billy's life before he was 17. Here's one.
Morning, Mr. Carpa.
Morning, son.
What you doing feeding my horse, Mr. Carpa?
Tain't your horse, son.
Tis.
Tain't.
Tis.
Tain't.
Twas. Here's another one.
Kid,
Yeah?
bet?
Bet what?
Like I've been saying. Bet you $25 I kill someone today before you do.
You mean it?
I mean it.
Stack me 25 on the table and I'll stack mine.
Sure.
Now it's a bet, all right, ain't it?
Now it's a bet.
Draw.
What?
Hot out there in the street, I'm staying here. So I'm provoking you to draw. You're an egg sucker, Tex.
Ain't no shorthorn like you gonna call me.
$50 on the red.
One of the outstanding events of Billy's life was the Lincoln County War. This was a war between 2 opposing factions in New Mexico, one led by Mr. Murphy, the other led by Mr. Chisholm and Mr. McSween. Now, Mr. Murphy had the law on his side, but Mr. Murphy and the law happened to be thieves. Mr. Chisholm and Mr. McSween were outside the law, but they were the good guys, and Billy the Kid was on their side. During this war, Billy killed 5 men. The 5th man died hard. The war was never really resolved, in spite of the United States cavalry appearing at a fast trot from time to time, stopping, someone shouting forward, someone's blowing a bugle, and then trotting on again. And it was in this war that Billy grew to full stature, 5'8". Also, his reputation as a killer, 16 men since he was 12. Also, he liked to have his tousled hair played with.
What'd you say your name was?
Paulita.
Paulita.
And you they call Billy?
Yeah.
Billy. Billy. Nino.
Nino?
Boy. Young boy.
That's right. They call me Billy the Kid.
Listen.
What?
When I see you riding through Fort Sumner, when I see you, the way you are, riding the way you do, here is where the wings beat inside of me. Here.
I've been to your country. Did you know that?
Mexico?
Sure. 3 years ago. Killed a man in El Paso, and a posse chased me clear across the border.
And did you like my country?
Sure. Sorry to leave it, but I had to.
Por qué?
Killed a man in Sonora. Mexican police chased me back over to Rio Grande.
Billy.
Yeah?
Niño. Niño. Many girls in Fort Sumner do as I do. Watch you as you ride by. Then they meet together and talk of you and giggle.
What do they say?
Listen, I will tell you. Kiss me, Billy.
Yeah. I want to.
Baby.
You do that. What you were doing, Lolita.
¿Qué?
To my hair.
Like this?
Yeah. Yeah.
At the very moment that this was going on, and not dreamt of by our star-crossed lovers, who couldn't read anyhow, Ben-Hur was being written. The writer's name, as we all know, is Lew Wallace. He was in the area at the time, being governor and peacemaker.
That's that.
Another chapter done. The one where Ben-Hur and Marsala meet face to face and toss jibes. But the general's day is not over.
I guess I'd better.
More writing to be done. So the general picks up his pen, writes, and when he's finished, reads over what he's written.
Dear Billy, you don't know me, but I know you. I'm your governor, and I want to see you. I've got a proposition that I think you might be interested in.
Hello, Governor.
Oh, hi, Billy.
Had your letter read to me by my partner, Charlie Beaudry. He says you got a proposition that's interesting to me.
I'm offering you amnesty, Billy.
What's that?
Don't wear your gun anymore, and no law is going to touch you.
I killed a lot of men, Governor. How come you're
Just
offering...
let's start having a little peace around here, that's all.
Oh, I'm for that, Governor. I've always been for that.
Well, now, I'm glad to hear it.
Except nobody will let me be peaceful.
Well, it's going to be different now.
Governor, you know what'd happen I put away my gun? I'd be shot down like a dog. I could name 12 men shoot me down as soon as I see I was wearing no gun. There's Bob Ollinger.
It's going to be different.
You take Ollinger for instance. He's a deputy. He works for the sheriff. He'll be wearing a gun, won't he?
Yes. Yes, he would, but...
He'd shoot me like a dog.
How old are you, Billy?
18.
You got a lot of living ahead of you, son.
Not without no gun.
It's going to be different.
You say I got a lot of living to do, and I aim to do it, Governor. Just 'cause you say words like
amnesty.
Ain't no magic words to make me front Bob Ollinger, for instance, without no...
Billy, I've got something else to offer you.
What else?
When all the shooting's done, when the killing's over, how'd you like to be a sheriff?
Oh, there. Look down there, Beaudry. Bottom of the hill.
Yeah, I see him.
What you reckon they're doing?
Digging, I guess. Just digging. Maybe for a water hole or something. I don't know.
A man has to be crazy to be digging in this hot sun.
Yeah, local.
You gotta admit something, Bodie.
What?
I'm facing into the sun now, you know?
What are you going to shoot those three fellas for? They ain't doing nothing.
You admit about the sun?
Sure.
You betting any money they ain't dead?
What'd you shoot them for?
For nothing at all.
Because you felt like it.
Because I felt like it. Get.
I think it's safe to say that at this stage in his career, and until he died, Billy the Kid was a mad dog.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. Driving tonight? Then remember this. Most highway deaths are caused by two temptations, to cut out of line and to go too fast. Crossing the center line of the road is more dangerous than you realize. Statistics prove it. Excessive speed is just as dangerous as officials say. You can predict your own impulses, but you can never predict the other drivers when driving tonight. Drive cautiously, please. And now once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on Billy Bonny Bloodletter, also known as the Kid.
You'll recall that earlier I referred to this era and scene of American history as a blot. Well, I've been thinking it over, and I must say that blot is a good word. It was a terrible time in New Mexico, pillar and murder and looting by a breed of men who did these things with no sense of shame or remorse. This bleak country was a kind of trail's end. The spoilers came here, and the buffalo killers and the gunslingers. I suppose it was as good a place as any to gather, because while they were killing each other off, they couldn't break anything. There was hardly anything there. A grand piano owned by a Mrs. McSween early went up in smoke during the Lincoln County War, and once a stray shot shattered Mrs. Gaffney's fluted tureen. But aside from these, a clever hand could mend anything in the area with adobe or a piece of wood. You may ask, then, why did all these people kill each other? My answer to you is, that's what happens in a blot. But in 1880, government officials in the area received notice to clean up. Therefore, General Lew Wallace summoned one Pat Garrett.
Got a paper here, Pat, from Washington. Says to clean up.
Uh-huh.
We're going to do it, too. But we're going to need your help. I heard you used to be a friend to Billy. Billy Bonny, Pat. The Kid.
Uh-huh.
That's why I'm forgetting all the things I've heard about you. Probably lies anyhow. Want you to get Billy for me. Take a look. Pretty badge, isn't it, Pat?
Uh-huh.
Take it. Go ahead, take it. That's the boy. Now you just pin it on. I heard Billy's up around Fort Sumner, Pat. Headed that way, anyhow. Heard he sees a little Mexican girl who's kind of related to your wife.
Uh-huh.
I think you ought to go up to Fort Sumner. Take half a dozen men or so and go up there. I'm not making a mistake, am I, Pat? You are the man to take, Billy, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
Good luck, Sheriff.
About the events which took place outside of Fort Sumner. Well, let's see how they told about it at the time. Let's see how the boys who wrote the 19th century paperbacks had at it. Ah, here's one. written by Bledsoe Sheridan, Jr., and entitled Hero in Ambush or The Daring Escape of Brave Billy Bonny. Mr. Sheridan starts out this way. Pat Garrett squinted steely eyes off into the distance. He saw 6 horsemen. The sheriff turned to his lieutenant, and he said,
Men, that is Billy, the young boy, and his desperado friends. The West will be a better place to live when he and his breed are 6 feet under. Get out your pistols, men, and make sure they're loaded up. You there, Pickus Bob, get behind that boulder, else they see you. Here they come.
And Bledsoe Sheridan, Jr. goes on. The desperados came within 100 feet of the boulders and were not aware of the ambush until... In spite of all the steely eyes that must have been on both sides of the ambush, and in spite of all the 6-shooters and shotguns, there wasn't a scratch in the crowd. Brave Billy Bonny and his merry band turned tail and fled. Bledsoe Jr.'s next chapter is aptly entitled Stinking Springs, for that is where we pick up the boys.
When we going to rest, Billy?
Now on the way.
Then what?
They're going to come after us. You know that, Baudry.
I asked you. Then what?
We're going to rest at Stinking Springs down there. Down there's a place. Cabin place.
Fight it out there, Billy?
You scared?
You must be. You asked me a question like that.
4 of us. You, me, Wilson, Pickett. How many you figure they got?
That was Pat Garrett, wasn't it?
What I could see it was.
He can get all he wants. You scared, Billy?
You're talking foolish, Baudry.
Sure I am. Billy.
Yeah?
It's starting to snow.
Yeah.
One thing I'm glad about.
What?
Inside here ain't as cold as outside there. Bet Garrett and his boys are plenty cold. Plenty cold.
Hey, Garrett! Garrett, you cold? Come on in here. It's warm.
Come on out, Billy. Come get some ham and some eggs.
Man, I'm hungry. Been in this place for 5 days. Bet you hungry too, ain't you, Wilson? Pickett? Man.
Come on in here, Garrett. Hey! Hey, Garrett!
Can't come in. They're not after you, though.
Billy!
Man, they got you.
Billy!
It looks like... Let me see. Looks like that got you, Baudry. Listen.
Billy!
Listen, Baudry. You going out there, you hear? You're done for anyhow. You going out there and get one of them before you die. Go on, Baudry. Just keep your coat pointing out, just like that. Now, you get one of them, you hear?
You dead, Baudry? Let me take a look. Yeah, dead. Hey, Billy! Charlie Baudry's dead. Coffee's hot, Billy. Won't you come on out? Hey, Pickett, Wilson, you hear me? Coffee's hot. Those are ham and eggs. Nobody's gonna hurt you, boys. All you gotta do is... Hello, Pickett. Just keep your hands way up there. You're not gonna get hurt. Hi, Wilson. Glad to see you. Come on, get some coffee for yourself. Just take his gun and feed him, boys, like we promised to do. Hey, Billy!
Ain't going back to Fort Sumner, Pat.
Won't take you back to Fort Sumner, Billy. Take you to Santa Fe. How's that sound to you, Billy? Santa Fe.
Where?
I swear, Billy.
Hi, Billy.
And then you know what? I'm gonna tell you what, Billy. You're gonna kill yourself throwing yourself against those bars. My name ain't Bob Ollinger. You ain't gonna cheat the rope, Billy. They found you guilty and you're gonna hang.
Before I do.
You're gonna do what?
Kill me, Bob Ollinger.
You ain't killing nobody.
I'm making me a promise. I'm gonna kill me, you.
Okay, Ollinger, I'll take Garden now.
Explain to Billy how we're gonna hang him. And watch how he does the thing. You gotta watch him. He don't kill himself. See you tomorrow, Billy.
Now, you know what, Billy? That Ollinger's a man I don't like. He did a thing to me once, and I'm going to tell you about it. Tomorrow you're going to die anyhow, and you won't have a chance to tell anybody. Here was Ollinger, and there was my sister. My sister's dead now. Some people say, Billy, Billy, how'd you get my 2-barrel shotgun out of my hands without me knowing it?
Open her up. Where'd I get me Bob Ollinger?
Room up in front where he sleeps. This time of night, guess that's where he just went.
Hi, Bob. You ain't laughing at all.
It's safe to assume that this was one of the happiest moments in Billy's life. He had killed a fellow he hated. He felt so good about it, he didn't even stop to wave ta-ta to Sheriff Pat Garrett. Just walked right out of there and drifted along down the trail, which trail wound up across the street from Pete Maxwell's, which just happened to be Paulita's place.
I love you, Billy.
Paulita.
I love you and worry for you.
Just love me. Just don't worry about me, that's all.
Billy.
What?
We can go to Mexico.
I've been thinking that.
Oh, bueno. When? When shall we go?
When you want to.
Right now. Oh, see, we will go. We will go to Mexico and marry and... You are serious?
Hungry, too. I'm going across to Maxwell's. Bring us back a something other to eat.
Billy.
What do you want?
Be careful.
Petey Maxwell's my friend.
But be careful.
Let go of me. Let it go.
No! You say you'll be careful. I let go.
I'll be careful.
Kiss me. Hurry.
Somebody there? Somebody. Petey? Hey. Pete Maxwell?
Hi, kid. is dead.
Well. Dead, is he? Uh-huh. Well.
Hey, Billy the Kid's up here! Billy the Kid! He's dead!
That was July 14th, 1881. A killer was killed. A bloodbath was over. July 15th, 1881, was one of the finest days in the history of New Mexico.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. Billy the Kid, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Sam Edwards was heard as Billy. Featured in the cast were Jane Webb, Clayton Post, Anthony Barrett, William Conrad, Dick Beals, Harry Bartell, Barney Phillips, and Fred Shields. Bob Lamont speaking. Here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Warwickshire, England, in the year 1705, and a lovely young lady whose married name was Catherine Hayes, and whose ambition was to be a widow. My report to you will be on John Hayes, his head, and how they were parted. Thank you. Good night.
Right after station's identification, keep tuned for a CBS Radio Sports exclusive as the middleweight champion of England meets the middleweight champ of America. Randy Turpin versus Bobo Olson, fighting 15 rounds for the title of the world. Yes, it's next, presented by CBS Radio. So stay tuned and hear it over most of these stations, coming right up. For newspaper adventure, Rogers of the Gazette on the CBS Radio Network.